एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या चल रहा है? हाँ, हेलो, नो डिसरेस्पेक्टिंग। पैंचू पानी में तो जाएगा। 2-0 हारने वाले हैं। 2-0। कैसे हो, कैसे हो, कैसे है दलोज, है दलोज, कैसे हो दलोज? व्हाट इज अप्स, व्हाट इज अप्स, हाउस यूज? काम स्टक, वेरी नाइस, वाह यू। कैंप फाइटिंग, हैशटैग कैंप फाइटिंग हो गया रे तो है। हेलो, अरे भेंचो, अबे मैंने तो ठीक किया लेकिन। है जी, ये का सीन है बे? मैं तो टिक किया था। एक्सक्यूज मी, ये है दलोज। अरे हर बार कुछ हगास होना जरूरी है। कैम गई पानी में, चपक चपक। कैसे कैसे बस 1 घंटा जो है, तेरे को क्या लगता है मैं ऐसा मतलब गया बेड पे लेटा और सीधा सो गया कि जो तूने 1 घंटा कैलकुलेट किया? 15 मिनट सोया, 20 मिनट पकड़ो मैक्स। नैप लिया, मस्त नैप लिया रे ड्यूड्स। बहुत जल्दी उठ गया मैं 11 बजे उठ गया था। फिर मैंने एक वेकअप कॉल किया मेरे वॉच पार्टी डुओ स्ट्रीमर को, वो बोला आ रहा है, तो मैं भी आ गया। कैम सेटिंग चेंज किया, बहुत सेक्सी लग रहा है। हाँ क्या, क्या चेंज किया? मैं सेक्सी लग रहा हूँ क्या? फ्रेश लग रहा हूँ सच्ची? फ्रेश तो हूँ मैं क्योंकि आज है अपना मैच। और
talks about global, but ZETA, like, what's your mood for this?
समझ रहे हो, समझ रहे हो यार, डेक पे सारे मेरे फ्रेंड्स है यार। एक्लियोस, उससे मैं मिला हूँ। चबी निंजा, उससे मैं मिला हूँ। समझ रहे हो, असुराय, उसको भी मैं मिला हूँ। सब मतलब बराबर है, एवरीबॉडीज फ्रेंड। स्क्रीन, वाह लड़की का आवाज सुना नहीं कि स्क्रीन देखने का तेरे को? जस्ट चैटिंग होएगा 2 घंटा मिनिमम। वाई रॉसी नॉट इन जी? भाविन भाई, दैट इज अ वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन। आप कितने टाइम बाद आए हो मेरे स्ट्रीम पे, ये बता दो बस। हाँ, कितना टाइम बाद आए हो भाई? सेन को क्या हरा दिया यार? सेक्सी खेला यार, लेकिन लाउड सेक्सी खेला। रेड लाइट कर, मैं रेड लाइट दिखता हूँ तेरे को? हाँ, इतना अच्छा खासा ब्लू है, पानी पानी है, वेदर नाइस है। रेड लाइट कर तो सकते हैं वैसे। ओ बैंच डिस्को दीवानी, किधर है रेड? अरे रुक तो जा रेड पे। आ, ये रहा, ये मैं रेड लाइट। और कैसे, और कैसे हो? 11 साल बाद, इसलिए वैलो स्ट्रीम कब? अभी हम सुपर मारियो स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, मतलब दिन का 14 घंटा स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, उसके ऊपर तेरे को वैलो स्ट्रीम चाहिए? हाँ, हाँ जी, हाँ जी बोलो, हाँ जी, 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 हाँ जी बोलो, हाँ जी, हाँ जी। क्या गाना बनाया मैंने, अभी अभी लिखा जस्ट। जेटा जीतेगा, कद्दू जीतेगा। वो जीतेगा लेकिन क्या जीतेगा? कद्दू, समझ रहे हो? कद्दू। ब्लू ही अच्छा था, ब्लू ही बेटर था, एस्थेटिक्स था ब्लू। ब्लू पे जाता है। तुमको दिख भी रहा है पीछे का? पिंकी का स्ट्रीम नहीं है भाई, ब्लू हो जा। पिंकी का स्ट्रीम नहीं है। हिचो, बैटरी बंद हो गया लूड़े, बैटरी बंद हो गया। हुआ कुछ तो। अरे रुक जा, ओ दिल दीवा, ये रहने दो अभी। हाँ केजी, नहीं हम तो अंधे हैं। टी शर्ट दिखाओ कौन सा है, ये है जोरो, समझ रहे हो, दिख रहा है क्या, मेरा जैसा बॉडी वाला एक बंदा, जोरो। अब मैच कितने बजे, अब भी चालू होगा भाई, अंडी मंडी अब भी चालू होगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ अब भी ही चालू होगा, आओ।
In a division, we're really excited to see the new iteration of both of these teams. Now, ZETA division, again, across the board, both pre-casters and over
जो
here
हमने
on
बात
the
किया
English
था,
desk, we're quite confident about their gameplay. But with two new players, is their inexperience on the global stage gonna affect things a lot?
यार ये सब रहने दो, मैचेस होते रहेंगे, बराबर है चैट। द मेन क्वेश्चन, आप कैसे हो, ये होना चाहिए। कोई ये पूछ ही नहीं रहा है मेरे फ्रेंड से, बेचारी। क्या बोलते हो, कैम से ही कर, क्यों भाई, किधर है कैम, क्या हो गया कैम को, बात तो कर दिया। ये होना चाहिए मेन क्वेश्चन। ये लोग बहुत बात करते भाई, क्या बोलते हो। हाय बंक्स भाई, जी फाइटिंग, ये भाई आज मजा आएगा, मार मार मजा आएगा। लेकिन दो दो टीम को सपोर्ट करेंगे, जी को हम 95%, जेटा को भी 5%, समझ रहे, दोनों टीम को करेंगे, किसको लो नहीं करेंगे।
Coming in for them, I'm sure this is going to be great. Almost having this big brother look over the rest of the team, as coach has described him being incredibly smart, being able to think his way out of really tight situations.
Yeah, and you're at least if I could just look at the other side
ये
here
भी
too
बहुत
for
smart
global
है,
esports, it might actually be what could be like the polar opposite, right? Where they're just high off of just being on global esports, which is such a team that loves to give that much energy to their players. You know how when you ever go into a tournament and you have GE there was always the GE fighting shout. They are looking to be a lot more aggressive. And again, I do like how even though I was talking about how global esports is coming off of picking up all of these pieces, it's kind of like how they already want to go.
All
for,
casters
so
prediction are Zeta gonna
used
win.
to it by
We
now,
gotta
so maybe
prove
that's
them
why they're just
wrong.
okay trying to use these new pieces into this match against Zeta division. In any case, still would love to see, aside from Polby here, lightning fast to get his spotlight finally, because again, when it's him or SK Rossi back in the day, they're always going to pick SK Rossi, but I really feel like lightning fast was so underrated that he didn't get his chance. But now you've seen it in the videos that he's happy that he gets to be in the starting five. He gets more time in the spotlight to show what he's got.
Yeah, that's right.
I do have a little bit of concerns about that for him,
Chalo
because
hoega jaldi,
we
10
didn't
minute
get to
mein.
see too much from him last season. So this is almost kind of like a debut for him, because now he's a part of that starting core.
तेरे को क्या लगता है, देख सारे कास्टर्स ने बोले जेटा जीतेगा
भाई, ग्लोबल जीतेगा भाई, ग्लोबल का टीम बहुत अच्छा है।
ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट तो ग्लोबल ही हो रहा है, ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स बोल, स्पोर्ट्स वो अपना है। हेलो
हाँ
यार, आजकल तो नहीं जा रहा है यार रात को घूमने, क्या सुधर गया, मैंने तेरे को सुधार दिया अचानक से।
भाई मैं पहले भी नहीं जाता था।
तो अभी ग्राइंड शुरू तेरा।
भाई ग्राइंड तो पहले से चालू है भाई, कभी बंद ही नहीं था ग्राइंड।
चुप जादू।
वाह भाई,
ग्राइंड करके अस्कांडे बीच छोड़ दो, गेमिंग छोड़ दो, वॉच पार्टी करो। आज फिर से टेक होने वाला है, कुछ टेक नहीं होने वाला भाई।
Or that extra bit of time to really get adjusted compared to Zeta division. What you could be looking for is Russ is going to be, as they were talking about, the IGL that's going to, smooth things over out for the bigger plays. And then once Benkai thinks about something that, maybe this is, a smaller play that we can do that can add things up. I feel like that at least gives global esports that edge, because even though again they've only been here for such a short time, they have so many ways of trying to figure things out. So lots of problem solving for a team that's this new.
I have to discuss this. It's going to be kind of hard to guess at this point, but we saw a glimpse of this. What kind of maps are we expecting to see? We got to see most of the map pool yesterday. I don't think we saw bind or a set, but today, what are we feeling?
Well, so ZETA coming into this one, my brain says this because that was kind of
सबसे
their
best match
go-to,
हमारा
their
fracture है.
linchpin map that we saw for them all
Ban
last
कर दिया
season.
ये
Even
लोग
though damn near every time they were playing it, it was very close. You know, kind of like DRX in that situation
Only
where
UN
they
6,
always want to
yay.
reliably, you know, rely on the map and pick it.
बस मैं
but
4
then
दिन
they
में
would have
बोर्ड
to
से
really
कुछ
battle
टिप्स
to be
दे
able to
दो.
win. I hope that
पढ़ाई
with
करो.
Carlisle coming in, he's trying to shift them away from these maps that they've been
शिक्षा sound
continuously
कम करो,
playing. So I'm
already
hoping
कर
to see
दिया.
something new here from ZETA.
Well, with that, we are ready to see what their map picks are going to be. I'm thinking maybe a bit of
Consistent dedication
sunset
तो है.
as
Love you too, मेरी जान.
Here, both these teams are pretty excited to play it. Now, let's see what's up.
चालू हो गया. चालू हो रहा है on time.
It's ZETA Division!
Hashtag OP. भाई मारते तो है रे ये लोग. हाँ
भाई अकॉर्डिंग टू मी पॉलवी
भाई.
ये लोग ज्यादा मारते हैं.
शुगर जीरो है, लाज है, टेप है.
पर डेप तो मारते हैं भाई.
लाज नहीं मारता. उस दिन कितना मारा था. और शुगर जीरो. मैं भी आजकल जीरो शुगर पे हूँ. Increase volume. Already 50%. I don't know G, but ZETA looks better as a team. Well, I have not seen G as a team yet. This is the first time.
GE
भाई अपना एंथम के साथ एंट्री.
Stronger than
Anthem
ever.
के साथ
About
भाई.
to do a 180 to turn from GE fighting
इसका पूरा
to
कभी आएगा सॉन्ग?
G
It's
winning.
global esports.
भाई म्यूजिक सुनने दो. ए भाई मस्त है.
भाई मस्त
What
है.
the fuck? Oh shit, goosebumps.
भाई वो ये वाला डांस था ना.
भाई भाई पूरा भाई मैच पॉज करो भाई. टेक्निकल पॉज करो. पूरा सॉन्ग चाहिए. टेक पॉज चाहिए. पैंच आज टेक पॉज चाहिए. मेरे को पूरा सॉन्ग चाहिए भाई. क्या गाना है? ओ भाई गूज़बम्स आ गए बे सुन के.
अच्छा था भाई, सेक्सी था.
एक लाइन सुन के गूज़बम्स आ गया. हाँ
हाँ.
ओ भाई सेक्स. मेरे को पूरा सॉन्ग चाहिए प्लीज. पूरा गाना किधर है पता नहीं यार. जी विनिंग बोलते भाई. सेक्सी गाना बना है बे. फुल डब्ल्यू फुल डब्ल्यू.
आइस बॉक्स से
ये भाई मारेंगे तो ये लोग भी बे.
अरे
हाँ बड़े बड़े नाम सब दिख रहे मेरे को. मारेंगे तो ये लोग भी.
कोरियन इंग्लिश ये देख रहा था. कोरियन
और अपने कोच का बॉडी देख रहा है तू. बॉडी देख रहा है.
ओ भाई बॉडी क्या.
और नहीं तो.
Global Esports, will you please ban the map?
All right, it's time
Global
for
Esports loaded.
map
Zeta, will you
picks.
ban the map?
Let's see what these two
Zeta
teams
ban.
have
Breeze.
got.
Global Esports, you may pick the first map.
The Global is going to be taking away Lotus. I think this makes a lot of
Binks
sense.
भी
in the
Korean
current
language
meta.
देख रहे
This
हैं
has been
Japanese?
क्या?
one of the best maps that we've
Five
seen
Zeta?
for Chamber and one of the
क्या
ones that's been
Japanese?
talked about the most. And,
कमेंट्री.
you know, when you're
नहीं.
going up against last, that's not one that you want to
पागल
find
हो
yourself
गया
on.
क्या?
So I think it makes a lot of sense.
मैं कोई
Breeze with some of the
English
changes.
नहीं
Seems like Zeta don't want straight towards that, but
अरे
we get binded.
वैलेंट पैसिफिक सर्च का टट्टी की
I
गांड.
can only anticipate that there's something with the Sentinel lineups or
And for
Sentinel setups
Zeta, you have
that
Split and for
Laz
Select.
has that as to why we're looking at Icebox here.
man.
Bind.
बस वो
I'm
आन.
Play
not
Sunset.
entirely sure. This is the interesting one though that I'm looking at here. The split ban on Zeta Division. This was
भाई जी ने बाइंड पिक किया है. जी ने मेरे को डर लग रहा है थोड़ा सा. ओल्ड मेमोरीज फ्लैशबैक्स आ रहे हैं. बाइंड क्यों? हाँ T69 वाला याद आ रहा है मेरे को.
भाई बाइंड
For time on bind, or they get absolutely rolled on that map. I mean, you take a look at the last few times that they played it. Yes, two of them were in off-season tournaments, but they got 13-3'd by Navi, 13-2'd by
Fuzzy,
Cloud9.
thank you for the 20.
Then, of course, there was the super close
Thank you,
matchup versus
thank
NRG
you.
back at Champions with a 15-13 loss for them. But the
भाई
last win that they got
मारेंगे
was
भी,
T1, like I
मारेंगे.
mentioned. it was again in
Yeah,
overtime. It was
मारेंगे।
14-12 for them to be able to get a win
Ram,
in the regular season
गोलू
on this map. So
कुरुक्षेत्र
this is
समझ
not
के
one that
खत्म
we've
कर
seen
दे।
too much from Zeta all time. They're like a 50% win rate on this map.
भाई मैं
So I
चाहता हूँ
really
कि
like
गोलू
kind of
एकदम मैच
tackling
MVP
that
टाइप
weakness here
परफॉर्मेंस
from
हो।
the side of Global Esports, but you have to
एक
expect that
बंदा
with
चाहिए
Kala coming in
अपने
as
देश
well,
से
he's
जिसका
gonna
पूरा
notice
वर्ल्ड
that
वाइड नाम
weakness
हो यार।
and is going to want to
क्या
reinforce
बोलते
it
हो? कोई
to
भी
try to
बंदा
make
हो,
them better on this map.
एक बंदा चाहिए।
Well, I'm very excited either way for both these teams. I can tell, I mean, we can see the spirits of Zeta, the team, their energy is
Rahul bhai
completely
kidhar hai?
different coming into this year. Will was joking,
Kaun bhai?
Laz looks happy for the first time in Pacific.
मैं रेस बंद कर रहा हूँ।
But it's true, he's been seen
और क्या
smiling
खेल
more,
रहा है?
there's a different kind of energy about them, and they're looking to be
Observer
more
में रहूँगा।
aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
ये
Again,
इसका मैच
all
कैसा था?
eyes are set on
नेटफ्लिक्स
Zeta here because they have
Sexy
all
था
of the
बे,
predictions
sexy
actually
था।
set for
कौन
them.
जीता?
हंड्रेड टीम जीता।
really am honestly just wanting to
Oh
see
my
how
God.
Heron plays
मेरा
on
जन,
that
मेरा जन।
initiator
तेरा
as well,
टेस्ट कर रहा
especially
था।
that
निवेदन जीता।
Vine is going to be
निवेदन
that
जीता।
first map. What is the big adjustment that he has to kind of set upon himself when he's setting things up for
निवेदन जीता
Laz and the
लेकिन
rest of Zeta
क्लोज था,
Division?
I
सारे
think one of my
क्लोज
biggest
था। दो
questions
क्लोज
to get
था,
ready to go
एक
into this map is, well, of
बहुत
course,
ही
Laz, are you going to be playing Chamber on
easily
this
मार
map?
दिया
It's
उन
something
लोगों
we
ने।
have seen
आसपास
run,
में
even
कुछ किया?
back at Champions, we had the likes of Lucio that
आसपास
was playing it on this
30
map.
किल मारे
But
उसने दो गेम।
is the sky still going to remain super prevalent when it comes down to
Uh,
Vine? She was
will it
obviously
be
a
going to
mainstay, a
Champions
mainstay
in
on
CL
most
this
maps,
year?
most played
Hopefully.
AD that we had last year.
Fingers crossed,
But we
hopefully.
have seen some teams starting
क्या
to
आपके
stray away from it
टूथपेस्ट में
after the
नमक
recent
है?
nerfs. We still had a decent
ये
amount
मैंने
of
ब्रश
sky
किया क्या
yesterday.
आज?
Again, Yay playing it for the first time even. But
है,
is that
नमक
going
है,
to change
नमक
as we
है,
go into this match?
नमक
It's the
है,
first time that we're seeing Bind, so I'm curious if there's
नमक
going to be
है,
any big
नमक
overarching
है,
comp changes that we see.
Yeah, that's right. This is
पता
the
नहीं।
first time we're seeing
है शायद।
Vine at all since the beginning of this kickoff. I know Euro picks have been, you know, floating about throughout across all the regions. And
क्या पिक
being,
रहेगा Bind का?
kind of Agent of the Year.
Yeah. What is
रेस
going to be, I think, something
Sky.
to also...
फेड।
भाई देख अमेरिकास में चल रहा था वाइपर।
हाँ सुन 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 सुन।
आ
रेस,
ठीक है,
स्काई,
ठीक है,
ब्रिम, वाइपर
ठीक है,
और साइफर।
ठीक है। अमेरिकास में यही चार थे। साइफर के जगह पे क्या था पीछे? साइफर के जगह पे कुछ और था।
देख पॉलवी रेस,
यूरो था,
रस,
ऐसा
स्काई।
गेको था, कुछ तो था, गेको था।
वो भाई क्या
ना?
बनाया यार?
The side of Paper X. So I think that both teams are very well capable of that. It's more just about
भाई मेरे को
what
मैसेज आया
surrounds
अभी
it. You know,
रैंडम।
what kind of style
किसका?
do you use to
पता
try and
नहीं, कोई
support
तो
that
किया।
double duelist if you do opt to run it? Is it going to be something like Viper Harbor, have that double controller, really just set up these multiple walls so you can just take the map a fraction at a time, inch your way forward
Pin,
into the site,
pin,
and
pin.
pick people off
किधर है
with
pin?
misinformation? Or are you going to have a
तेरा
bit of
बड़ा
a more
ऐसे भी दिख रहा
straightforward
है
approach?
मेरे
Is
को।
it going to be
Boost
that
मिलती है
Sky? Is it going to be, you know, Viper again in that mix?
आए नहीं
but
वापस
with a
भेज।
double
क्या
initiator
मिलता है?
instead alongside it.
Boost
So
मिलती
I'm
है
really
कभी
curious to see what this agent select is
नहीं।
going to look like because again, so much time has transpired since we got to see both of these teams in their off-season tournaments.
पिन एफसी
And
मैसेज
now they
दिख नहीं
have
रहा
the
है।
full roster up on stage. So I think that this is going to be a very different flavor. The power levels for both of them, I think it's really hard to judge where they're going to be at.
Yeah, in fact, this entire Group A, again, these two teams are part of the Group A. I think this is a team where a lot of
Oh,
us
पोल डालना
are
है।
really uncertain about because there's so many changes for the better, like we said. So it's really hard to say. What are the implications of the winners and losers of today's Zeta Global Esports match? They'll be facing off T1 or Bleak.
Non-biased
Yes, I
poll।
actually had to double check my notes for that one. So looking quickly into this, yes. So whoever wins this will actually be facing up against.
non-biased
Or
poll है
whoever
मेरा, non-biased।
loses this will go up onto
वो भाई
Bleed.
कुछ अलग ही हुआ है।
Ooh.
क्यों ले लिया?
Okay, so
क्यों
we've
ले
got solo duelists on both sides. Polvy's going to be
ठीक
going
है,
to that race.
ठीक
He's
है।
not going to be lightning fast filling into that role. He's actually
भाई
going to the
सुनो
Viper. We
बेनका
have
अकेला
double
मारेगा।
Cypher here. The Sky still does stay for Zeta Division, so Hiron's going to be bringing out that more.
मेरा
This is a,
ZETA
more,
ने
a much
लिया
more
है मेरा
classic composition overall here for Zeta Division, but Global Esports kind of leading
हाँ
into
बे।
something new because at the get-go, a bit of a mainstay when when it comes down to it on this
अब
map.
तो
but
थोड़ा
that
दूसरा
KO
स्मोक
certainly
कम
is
नहीं
not.
पड़ेगा।
Yeah, at least you have that wingman to keep yourself as a bait when you try to plant the
Viper
spike,
का
because
ना?
usually when
हाँ।
you're going on the attacking, the
लगता रहा।
person that plants the spike always gets traded instantaneously, whether you're successful in planting that spike or not. So at least having the wingman, when you don't have, like, let's say a sage wall to keep you really safe, Viper wall doesn't do the same, it makes a lot of sense to have this to have this Gecko, especially when you can reuse your abilities as you pick up, you know, either the wingman, the dizzy.
मर्सी का बर्थडे पता है विश किया मैंने उसको.
Yeah, I think the Gecko really strong here. I'm just curious, you know, how is Russ going to be piloting the KO? Because it's just so uncommon to see, but it seems like they want to try to stray away from that sky as much as possible, given the nerfs perhaps. But, you know, having an additional nade, having that 0 point to be able to come through the null command
KO
as well.
Gecko तक ठीक है, लेकिन एक smokes मेरे को कम दिख रहा है.
Could be really strong.
भाई ZETA का कॉम्प है.
For the first
अभी
game
क्या ये लोग का
today,
कॉम्बो
we're
रहेगा
gonna
वो
see who is
देखेंगे.
fighting harder once
लेकिन
more.
रेस
We're
के
gonna
साथ
go
कॉम्बो
into
के लिए भी
Bind.
कुछ नहीं
Let's go over
है.
to our
ब्लाइंड
casters,
में ही
William
कुछ
and
करेंगे
Quack.
ना. ये लोग का एग्रेसिव खेलना पड़ेगा एक जगह पे.
Day 2. It is day 2. We have to remind ourselves. Not necessarily on the calendar, but it is day 2.
Okay, I mean, we are starting things out with that first match, and they were talking so much about it. You know, some rookies coming in, but of course, the agent composition and the map as well. We've got the double initiator and the double controller.
Yeah, that's some distinct differences. And then, of course, the Des mentioned Sky. I mean, I have my doubts, to be very fair. The Sky changes like
Sky
hit
nerf
bind
हुआ
so
है.
hard because she used to be so oppressive
हर
on
गेम में
that
दिखता है
defensive
Sky.
side over on B long. What is your answer to keep control of that space and get that information on the pistol? Quack, it looks like it's going to be a stack push out from ZETA to take control of that part of the map.
Already, and that's just such a new flavor for ZETA Division as well, going aggressive. Oh,
भाई
this is
हमारा wall
great.
देखा.
I mean, they tried it a couple times in the offseason. The execution not always clean, but hey, we'll take what we can get to end the
शावर वाला
rounds
अटैक
earlier
में
than the
हम
last
गधे
10
की
seconds
गांड
of
भी
the
पे डाले थे.
so it's a new look.
Definitely one that's welcome. I think Global Esports, on the other hand, though, maybe just going to take things slow for the time being. They are starting things out. This is a bit of a debut as well. Now, Bankai coming in. They are starting things off deep into A, using Poison Cloud just to obscure vision. The Gecko getting the plant in.
Yeah, the wingman, of course, is a lot
ये
easier on the
मस्त है,
pistol
Gecko.
as well. That low
अबे
profile.
Gecko मस्त है,
can be
लेकिन
pretty
वो
useful
smoke का
around that
मस्त है.
drop. The big question is no opposition. Global Esports should have an inkling that either they need to push out or be very wary of the flank.
Oh, I feel like Lightning Fast is aware of this. They definitely heard the dog now.
अबे Heaven से open.
Checking
Hello?
out the back, but now they're starting to feel surrounded.
कोई नहीं देख रहा था.
Staying hidden in case someone pushes into him. He might be
एक
able to
गए
catch off a couple of hits. Depp does find one onto Lightning Fast. That's a good start now. Laz got the info, but not quite the tag.
Jord, Russ.
Holding up
Jord.
the dice, getting a double kill.
Diffuse हो गया
Jord's
लेकिन.
making the defuse though. Thanks to the
Shit.
side. 8 seconds left.
भाई
And
मारा
Zeta picks
लेकिन
up the round.
रस ने मारा.
I mean, I was about to comment. All right, Russ wanted to talk about firepower. He wants to say that we can all aim and shoot. Sure, you
पता
proved
नहीं.
that in the pistol
Russ
round, but
ने
guess
मारा
what?
लेकिन मार.
You still do have to play around the spike. I know some people like to rant about shooting guns in Valor, but
प्रॉब्लम
there's
क्या हो
also
गया
an
हमारे जब अब तक
objective.
फ्लैंक मरा ना.
We all got kind of
तभी ये लोग ने
distracted in
डिसाइड
that
किया वहां जाके
moment.
मारने
That
को.
was so odd,
लेकिन उसका
but
भी
it
फायदा
is
ये
what
लोग
it
ने
is.
उठाया
And,
ZETA
I
ने.
mean, Zeta is going to pull off such hijinks just like that. I think it's a very good new look to them.
Yeah, definitely. For any of you who have been waiting for
एक
Zeta
मार के
to
मारना
have
था
this
उधर.
evolution, at the very
गोलू को.
least, they are committing to this color change. And with the rookies,
भाई
too,
लेकिन
let's talk
स्टार्ट
about
तो
that.
था
We
बे
touched upon
अपना.
it on the desk,
स्टार्ट
but
तो था.
two members who started as academy players under that Zeta banner,
Force
now
कर
both
दी.
getting the shot
गया.
onto
सब
tier
गए.
1 and a great triple
धूप
from
में पुश कर
Nuran.
दिए बे.
Does drop to Russ, but still damage felt and done. And the force from Global Esports
गोलू
just
भाई
kind
मारो.
of falls apart. What is this? It's so strong. Atarashi Zeta Division, and they are still ringing true. Benkai and Lightning Fast though picks up the spike.
Bankai है, deadly duo है भाई, deadly
I
duo.
mean, what do you do here? Like you mentioned,
Smoke
Quack, they
रुक नहीं push
forced,
किया लेकिन.
so they have to make something happen in this round. Saving on a force with a Stinger and a Spectre, not something you ever want to have to
क्या
choose to
बोलते
do. But it's also like it's a 2v4 with the Cypher and Viper on attack. You gotta hope the stars align. You are stuck between rock and a hard place, and it's only the second round of your very first match in kickoff.
नेक्स्ट राउंड अपन इको है फोर्स किया करके.
What are some other hard places? I can't really think of anything.
Well, I mean, this entire map is just walls everywhere, and it's not looking like any of them are about to budge. Don't find the bait out.
शावर और सिटी को मारने बस
Just
राउंड
gotta
निकल
walk
गया.
through. I mean, 30 seconds.
ओ जॉर्ज
Goes for
जीत
the
सकते हैं,
shot.
जीत सकते हैं, जीत
That's
सकते हैं.
great look as
बैंकाई
well.
बोलते
Okay.
चेंडी कोल
First step is
पे.
there, a weapon upgrade, and they have control of
They
showers
drop
as
the
well.
cam.
दो थूक भी
3
है.
players to retake. This is not impossible, especially if Benkai
Smoke भी
has the
डाला है.
Bulldog. They are thinking that he's
Full
probably up
reposition
around
कर सकते
Showers,
हैं.
but he's actually wrapping back around to Rendezvous with Lightning Fast.
Yeah, and you have the double snake bite as well. The post plants are available too. I mean, Global
Okay,
Esports,
Zeta.
they don't have as much time as they
Line
think
up,
they
line
do.
up, line up डाल दिया.
I like how they're clearing their bases though,
और
using
ये मारना
the
था.
incendiary and everything.
Shit,
Now finally
Benkai ये
getting
मारता तो
information
मजा
and
आता था.
attack to go through. Still good enough. They will be able
हाँ?
to pick up the round, but okay, almost dicey.
Yeah, I mean, I
अभी
love
पैसे
the
नहीं
fact
है.
that they're still counting the options for that post plant, right? They were already pushing out, already wanting to make sure because they have
लेकिन
the
plant
numbers
करने
advantage,
मिला अच्छा है.
we want to get
Plant करने
contact
मिला
and then
अच्छा.
we can have someone stick onto it once all that lineups come through. But Uran, I mean, a
अबे ये
great
गलत हो
hold
गया
here
बे, ये नहीं
on
करना था.
window,
हाँ,
and we
ये
were
गलत हो
mentioning Uran and Huron, both these guys. Uran's the one with actually much less experience coming straight up from the Academy roster, not even having a chance to go through Tier 2 and Challengers Japan. And this is a start you want to build up that confidence for some of these younger
Lineup भी
players.
मिस हो गया शायद.
Definitely. I mean, experience is one thing, but confidence is such
लेकिन
a
matter
big
नहीं करता
factor.
था.
And you can tell that he's starting to feel a little bit of it. The timing on that snake bite was perfect, and then just spraying things down.
किधर
as
जाएगा
well.
वो ट्यूब के ऊपर क्या?
Huron, though,
क्यूब
for
कम
the
है.
time being,
क्यूब का.
that stack that you mentioned from before, still up and prevalent towards the B site. Definitely have a little bit of information, but now just playing it safe, backing off.
Yeah, I mean, you know with the force, the opponents aren't going to be on an eco here, so just don't greed, right? I mean, this
Don't
is...
lose
भाई हम लोग के पास
Yeah,
इतना पैसा है,
anti-eco,
शरीफ में
textbook
इन्वेस्ट
through and
करना
through.
चाहिए
No
था बे.
need to push out, especially on a map like Bind. I mean, sure, with the Sky King,
Sammy bhai, thank you
but
for
don't
the
even need to worry about
membership.
timings. You should be able to hold. You have
हाँ
the
बे,
Cypher
पैसे तो
setups
बहुत है.
on
पैसे
a
बहुत है.
short.
पैसे
You're
बहुत है.
holding on to showers.
Okay,
You
next
have
round off
backup
लेंगे
from
सारे.
Sugar Zero. I mean, this is just up to G on when they make their
Wow,
move.
dude, they're playing with the timings as well. Sky Smoke well timed by Sugar Zero, now popping over with the
बाप रे,
incendiary.
ये लोग निकले कैसे वन वे
Walks off
स्मोक
the
से?
plant. Last is having a field day with these shots. Step coming through from heaven as well. There's the second one.
ये सब
Last is
इसके
gonna
मेरे
be
को
Russ, and
अपने टीम को
he's
कॉल
pretty much pinned down up by lamps.
I mean, so many
Goose,
people
goose,
around the world
goose,
used to
goose.
dream of days
Goose,
like these
अबे,
with Zeta.
मुझे block
Quick
क्यों कर रहा
decisions,
है?
fast rotates, the backup from depth, the trade angles
हाँ?
being held, the
काहे
decision
block
making
कर
so
रहे
far. I know it's
मुझे?
Block
very
मत कर
early,
रहे
just a
बाबा.
couple rounds into the first map.
But we like what we're seeing.
But we like what we're seeing because it was so rare to see this from the old Zeta, and it's great to see that even with the core, they're willing
भाई,
to
crucial
adapt
round है
and
अभी.
utilize
वो लोग
the
अभी
new
भी bonus
forces
पे
that they've upgraded with.
और अपना full है.
I
Full
feel like they're not
मतलब
showing off too much in their books just yet. I mean, they're
आगे के round के लिए भी
position
पैसा
small
है.
this
तो
time,
अपने
last
पास 2
back
round
in
chance है.
towards, Hookah.
Yeah, and here's the big thing though, right? I mean, Global Esports, because of that force, we gotta remember, after the pistol, yeah, the score should be a 3-0. This is where GE starts to show what they
अरे
why
क्योंकि
they
smoke
picked up
और
this
वो
find
नहीं है
with
ना.
the Gecko as well.
और
If they don't, though, that's going
और
to be
भी
hell to
नहीं ले
pay. And I
पाएगा.
think that's why there's this switch up in positioning from Zeta as well. They recognize that full buy coming through. Duran trying to play the
Shot
exit, but
be,
without
shot
the
be,
information,
Rus.
just gets swung on pawn by Russ. Sugar Zero's the only one left, and he's only got a sheriff, so gonna have to back
3-1
off and
3-1
just
कम बैक हो
give them
सकता है.
the
कम बैक हो
side.
सकता है.
Global Esports should keep in mind that this is, in essence, the
ये round तो
bonus
नहीं आ
for
सकता.
Zeta,
हाँ,
right? So
मैं-
GE shouldn't be
वो भी
losing too
caster
many
भी वही
weapons. I
बोला
would say
था.
1 at best if you want to make sure that you can kind of catch back up.
1 नहीं,
in the
2 भी
long
मारे
haul,
तो भी
try to
चलेगा.
keep
बहुत
hold
पैसा
of
है.
U-Haul as well from Povey, but he is alone. Everyone waiting for the post plants.
हाँ ठीक है.
Nice.
Still,
ठीक है,
though,
ठीक है,
you're
sugar
absolutely
भाई.
right. They don't know, so they want to take them away from Zeta,
Palvi.
pushing him
Bye,
to the side. So
Palvi.
Povey, the finish
अरे
gun
काहे
is
तू करे अपने
shooting
बंदे पे
all
बे?
over the place.
And he's rotated. This is so hard to read from
Palvi
Laz.
बोलते.
I mean, Lightning Fast
Lightning
is gonna
Fast
get
ने
it
मारा,
at the end,
Lightning
but there
Fast.
was no
ये-
way Laz was ready for that
ओपा
wraparound from
ओपा
Povey.
राउंड
Oh,
राउंड
you
एंजॉय
love
भी
to
कर
see
रहे
it.
हैं.
I mean,
Nice one.
Povey's one of those members that I
Opa
think
round.
fans from EMEA who have been following
भाई,
closely
aim
to the
तो है
Challenger
अपने
scenes
पास.
have kept their eye on this guy.
क्या बोलता है?
But such an
Aim to
unknown
aim to.
factor, especially in Pacific.
Pistol
I mean,
round,
not many people would have been
मैं भी
keeping their
दिखा,
eyes on
इसमें भी
there
दिखा.
as there's such a wide pool. But he's proving this is why my teammates, my coaches hype me up. I'm able to lock this
Shot
down
bait.
by enough time.
ये
And the
shot
post
sexy
plant's
था.
still there, so the round is all but guaranteed.
I mean, precisely, that's kind
वो
of
थोड़ा,
what Coach
Blaze
Spin was
King ने
talking
थोड़ा
about during the
sabotage किया.
interview. This is the guy
Ace
that we
मत
want to keep
लेकर
our
के.
eyes on, and he shows exactly why. The decision to push into that Sky Smoke, I think they knew that it was Zeta going in for a slower retake, so they knew how to exploit that. Next round, though, and Zeta gets the buyback up in full. Laz has the Neural Theft available. Uran and Dep actually
भाई
really close to
ये
their ultimates
risky
as well.
रे.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye on Huron's movement as well. The whole jump peek over on B long, yeah, that's pretty standard. But the thing is you used to be able to play it a lot more lax because the timings on your guiding lights, you could really just work it off of that 20-second timer here and there.
Jumping
And now,
करके
yeah, you
info ले
can see
रहे हो.
Huron's like, I don't want to use these too early because they ain't coming back. Gotta be ready for that, potential retake.
He's gonna use the
अभी क्या
dog
dog?
instead. Trailblazer clears out, doesn't see
सब
anything.
clear किया भाई, लग गए.
That's why he falls
लग गए.
But the thing is he basically baits out that important utility with the Dizzy, which he gets back in 10
Bija,
seconds.
bija, bija,
I
bija.
mean, Blaze King is utilizing the counteracting from Gecko to Sky so well.
Bija.
Might be the difference though, but still you gotta keep in mind there are 3 players stacked up from Zeta Division on
Mera-
the A side.
mera wala
Will be
shot.
able to clean that first head. Dev with the positioning, but he's
Jord.
sneaking through, but Burns alive. Blaze King shoots him down. Last players are around the Cyber Cage instead, but here comes Thrasher. Has to shoot it. Has
Arre
to
baar.
reload,
Oh,
tries to
close,
run away.
close.
Still alive. Polvi going in for the chase. Benkai wreaks a bit of havoc from last.
इधर मार रहा है.
Still,
Oh!
here comes Polvi.
अबे
Just no
मेरा हो
fear.
गया.
It doesn't matter if it's a smoke or a
Six,
molly. He'll
मेरा हो
just
गया.
run right through it and frag you out.
मेरा हो गया बे.
With that, Euron's the only one left for this retake.
Jord,
Benkai
be.
on the angle, just
भाई,
bangs through.
ठीक है.
Oh boy, I think a lot of us are gonna have to get ready to eat our words.
Why?
As Global Esports, they are firing as soon as they pick up those
Polvi
rifles.
is cooked
I
dudes.
am loving this. I mean, yes, we had Zeta Division and we
Blaze
are hyping
King
them
ने
up, but
क्या
at the same
मारा
time, I mean, it's just so much going,
Ben
going
ने
on
जो
for
मारा
Global
वो shot
Esports.
क्यों
I
नहीं
think
दिख रहा
we
है?
had quite a bit of doubt. A lot of the
इसके
GE
पहले
fans
एक
are
मारा
still
था ना?
supporting them, and it's just really lovely to see. You know, we're very familiar with Benkai the Entertainer, the memer, but here comes Benkai the Fragger as well.
And he used to have those moments when he fragged, also specifically on the Cypher. So it's great to see a return to form. Obviously, some
Plus
known
one.
factors like Blaze King and Polvi up to a certain extent.
T-Bone
But
add
it's
करो,
good to
वो
see
दूसरे लोग के
Russ
साथ कर.
and even Benkai shooting on all cylinders.
nice, nice, nice.
Uran says, you know, I'm one of those new recruits as well that's picked up for talent.
I think this is one of these rounds where Global wants to play a little bit careful. Can't underestimate Zeta Division. Yes, they are eco. Yes, it's Sheriffs.
अबे
But
एक smoke
going
है
for the
तो
one-on-one
ये
like
लोग
that, you're still landing the shots. Russ, though, on the other hand, just going to waltz right into A site.
एक smoke है तो ये लोग वैसा क्रॉस फायर क्यों नहीं कर
Listen,
रहे?
I don't want to run out of all the restores.
Shower yall वाला.
Fragging IGL, that's a rare breed right there from Russ.
और गेको प्लांट क्यों नहीं कर रहा है?
Good so far for Global
लेकिन हम लोग जीत रहे हैं, मेरे को
Esports.
मजा आ रहा है. ये पिकी जी winning.
Last is still hidden.
Even मारो.
Sorry
Oh, just got spotted though. It sounds like he fired off
You
that
can come
sheriff.
for the second map.
Gonna have to win this fight. Oh, that's a rough one.
Alright, that's Shower.
Let's
for
go.
Global Esports.
Benkai plays so crafty. He's gotten a couple kills in a row now.
अरे
through
मौली
some of
रख
those
दिया.
walls. He just keeps
अपना
tabs with
lineups
pre-fire.
का
Yeah,
थोड़ा
I mean, now that he's not
सा.
IGLing, you know, he's got a
Sorry.
lot
Jord.
more time to think. And here comes Blaze King as well, going in for some of
ये लेना
his
लेना
own
बच्चा.
frags.
ये लेना
That's
बच्चा.
3-3 to
जॉर्ड
G.
बेन क्या भाई मार रहे.
मार रहे मार रहे मार रहे मार रहे सब मार
I
रहे.
wouldn't be surprised if a timeout came through, right? You just got done with that eco round. You're looking to
बज रही
buy
है.
up again.
भाई,
but the
लेकिन
streak is now on GE
सोच
side,
के
and
तो
quite
लिया है
frankly, Zeta's
एक
streak from
solo
1 to
smokes
3,
ना?
it's off of the pistol, right? And it even
मतलब वो
helps
lineup
that there
से
was
भी
a
बहुत
4
खेल रहे
spot
थे.
here on
Ah.
Global Esports.
ये
So
Moshpit
I
lineup.
think you really want to kind of reset and say, okay, what
लेकिन
is
केओ
it
बेचारे को
that
क्यों
we
प्लांट करने
noted
भेजा
once
जब
they
ये
bought
अपना
up the
गेको
rifles?
था?
How are they playing? Where
पता
are
नहीं,
we making
alt
these
point भी
mistakes?
मिलता था
It's kind
बे.
of hard to
हाँ.
tell because a lot of the
Alt चलो.
quote-unquote mistakes they're making are basically reactions to utility, but they don't know the exact result of it because they can't see the other side of the
It's
map.
a little bit hard to pinpoint that right now, I think, Will, because, you know,
Sound
it's also
आया
the
उसको,
eco round
Ben, क्या
and
का sound आया?
everything. So they want to get a little bit more information before going in for that. The flash
Oh, ये shower मारेगा.
Execute.
Let's go.
Finally
पीछे
sees
Jord.
the corner and then commits the showstopper, but Laz goes in for the trade. Cyber Cage keeps him alive for another second.
Laz needs to win
caught
out.
in a
जल्दी
duel
मारना
with
पड़ेगा
Binks
वरना
in
हेवन
the
से
mid
मरेंगे ये
round
लोग.
He is doing a pretty
मरे
good
हेवन
job
से,
at keeping
मरा.
himself alive, though.
Needs to push
Tries
out.
to go around
Nice,
the trip,
3v3.
but shut down by Benkai in the back instead. Dem is still here, though, up above
Last match
Heaven.
तो confused
He's got
है ना,
the
कहाँ पे
operator,
मारूं?
and he's firing some shots. Uran getting one from the back.
ए, ये लोग को
Short
KO
as
के बारे में
well,
नहीं
now
मालूम.
trying to spot up Blaze King. The
KO के
spike,
बारे में नहीं
however,
मालूम.
has
Big,
gone
big,
down.
big.
But Blaze King's buying time for
भाई,
Russ.
W हो
Russ
सकता है.
is so low, but if he can get the double from behind, that'd be huge. And they just, oh, the pick comes up.
एक लिया.
There's the first. Viper's Pit from Uran, though. I don't know how effective that's going to be given Depth's position, but Uran shows that he can hold his own. Russ at 2 HP.
Oh,
gets by
anti.
Dep and blows
Nice, nice,
up
nice.
as Zeta picks up the fourth.
credit where credit is due. He still did get depth before that rocket actually gets fired off in completion.
मेरे हिसाब से लो था करके एक तो मार दिया,
But
वरना
of course,
ट्रिगर
the numbers
डिसिप्लिन
on
करता
the
था मेरे
side of
हिसाब
Zeta
से.
Division. One thing I'm noticing
पता
is
है
that
थोड़ा सा
Laz,
और
we saw
जल्दी
this
फ्लैंक
in the
आता ना
pistol
दो
as
किल
well.
मिलते हैं.
नहीं आ
He
सकता था
doesn't
ना, ये
get the
जस्ट
kill
गया
right
शावर
away
में.
when he's starting to get
Backup
corralled
देने.
around. He says, I'm just buying time
जल्दी
until
कैसे आता हूँ?
backup
नॉर्मल फ्लैंक
arrives.
नहीं कर रहा
Depp
था, वो
got that
साइड
kill
से घूम
as
के
they were
आया
trying
वो.
to all rush into showers to take out Laz, and that keeps the numbers advantage for Zeta Division. Really good comms and awareness of what my mission is as that lurk who's kind of now caught out in an island.
Especially on the defensive side. I mean, that's the new
Defense
Zeta
में ये लोग
Division
A से
system
B
that
wall
we're
करके
seeing. But at the same time, I
shower
love that
smoke
Russ had that
करेंगे,
sense to
ऐसा
kind of
कुछ
wrap up
है.
round from behind. Euron, though, is, I think, someone who's really impressing me right now. I don't know if it
भाई
was the
साइड
Viper
में
spin
लिया तो
and
वाइपर
kinda
अल्टी
knew
है.
that it would bait the push in, and he would just be in time to gun down his
Oh,
opponent, but
big.
that was amazing.
There's a chance here. Lightning
Hold
fast.
ओ दिखा उसने.
It's always
Jump
risky for
pick
that
किया
second jump
उसने.
peek. I mean, you almost have
अरे
to take
पहला
it,
जंप
but
पिक में
Depp
इसको
doesn't
दिखा वो,
disclose.
उसको ये नहीं दिखा.
अगर
Not
अगर
something
लाइटनिंग फास्ट
that
वाइड
Global
पिक करता ना उसको मार
Esports
देता.
मार देता.
anticipated whatsoever. But now we know that there's an up still
Shot,
ringing
big.
around. Depp with the second kill. They were trying to pinch him down, but it's not quite gonna
Shot,
happen. The flash
big.
from Kivaran to set him up, and he goes in for even more. Hops up, picks up the quad. Sugar Zero with
Sexy
orbital
मारा
strike.
बे.
It's a flawless win for Zeta
भाई
Division.
सेक्सी मारा
Depp was
बे
putting
डेप
up
ने.
crazy numbers last year in Pacific too, right? In terms of
तो बोला
individual
भाई, ये
stats,
तो
in terms of
मारते ही.
operator
हाँ,
kills, things like
sexy
total
op
kills.
मारा.
He was topping the charts across the board for duelists. So it's great to see him not miss a single beat as he picks
एस्थेटिक्स
up the
Esports की
scope.
इधर है.
It's like a nice reunion.
Well, yeah, for sure, for Depp. I mean, he's been waiting for this in the offseason, didn't play in every event either, took a bit of a break. But what I wanted to mention as we were going into this round is I honestly think Global Esports is playing to their composition strength a bit more. I think they're utilizing that a bit more, pressuring Zeta in terms of comp to comp. But these moments from Laz, these moments from Uran actually as well, and then now here with the operator, that starts to make the defense a lot easier for Zeta. So I don't mind this timeout at all. I actually like it from Global
Come on,
Esports.
G,
If you can even,
जीतेगी.
you know,
भाई जीत सकते, 2 राउंड और चाहिए, 2 राउंड, ठीक है. और उसके बाद पिस्तौल किंग्स तो अपन है ही, बेनकाई भी आ गया अभी, समझ रहे हो. पिस्तौल पे हम जीत जाएंगे, 7-7 हो जाएगा. लेकिन एक ही चीज का वरी है मेरा,
क्या?
वॉल और स्मोक तो किधर भी डालेगा ना,
हाँ.
एक जगह तो रहेगा जहाँ पे स्मोक नहीं है.
वो तो है भाई, वही एंगल मार करना है बस.
तो उधर अपने को 2 जन तो लगेंगे ही लगेंगे, समझ रहे हो. नाइट बॉट भाई बढ़ गए उधर से, तो उधर कुछ हो सकता है.
Main thing. Sometimes Russ opens it up.
Pinky,
Though,
bhai,
but
hello.
you need to see a little bit more of that as well.
हाँ बोलियो.
Well, for Zeta Division, I mean, you were talking about the pressure that Global Esports was trying to create. And Zeta just shows that
Headphone
they
bhai
can
को क्या हो गया,
definitely toy around with that as well. Now that Depp is on that op. Third round that he's holding on to
Headphone bhai
the
भी G
thing,
fighting कर रहे
and
हैं.
he's looking to make it work again. Now up on top of truck, doesn't see
ओ
anything.
सेल्फलेस किया.
Bit of info from Hero Ron, but not
Opa,
quite the
love
frag.
you.
Colby punishes, and this could weaken
Hero
up the
non, love
side.
you.
Oh,
Trade?
none of it. Last comes out though.
अर्र,
Swings, gets a double, then backs
एक और
off.
था उसके पीछे.
Lightning fast sees the opening,
nice,
tries to
nice.
push through. Blaze King as well. Here comes the toxic screen, and with the positioning, Blaze King is
सिटी
up
एक
कंट्रोल
है.
behind
जीत
sight.
जाओगे. सिटी कंट्रोल.
I like that Blaze King is moving all the way around, and he's well aware that there's.
अगर इसने एक को मार दिया तो ओपा ही ओपा हो जाएगा. नहीं मारा तो भी मोस्टली जीत
मरेगा
जाएगा.
यार सिटी से.
Trying to pick his battles. His teammates
clear
will be
है.
planting on A. If he can just buy time and get
stay
information
alive.
of when that rotate goes over exactly,
Blessing, please
that
मारना
would
मत
be
सिटी से,
more than
please.
enough.
He's got so much util too.
Benkai already here.
Flank का flank है.
He's not scoped in. Oh no! God damn!
हेलो.
What a punish! Here comes Blaze though.
बाप
Takes out
रे मेरा
Euron.
दिल
Of
जब
course,
उसने
with
नाइफ
that
निकाला.
bit deployed as well. Spike still taking away. Depp has a chance, but it's not going to be easy with nothing but an op.
क्या हो रहा है ये गेम?
Yeah, the showstopper's coming up soon, but
चट
this
को
is just Mount
Op लेके
Everest.
जीत
Oh my
गया.
God,
Now look
for
at
Depp.
lightning fast though. Yeah, that's the thing. He's cleared out the
He
front
suspects
side. Lightning fast has gone out behind. Depp still lands a shot. This is
Like
not
कैसे
over yet.
मेरे को बता
No, but
कैसे?
that I think this is where he backs off because
क्या आप
Spike.
कर रहे हैं?
Yeah, it's already economic damage done. Sure, they'll be able to buy back up, but you still have the lead. Yeah, I don't
हल्का सा
mind
बाहर
it. I don't
खींच
mind
लेना
it.
चाहिए
Trying to
इसका.
go for at least one more kill. If it came earlier, I absolutely think Depp tries
क्या
for this,
ऑफ
which is
कर रहा है
insane.
भाई ये बंदा?
But I like that he holds off right at the last second.
Not to mention you forced that Viper spit as well.
Yes.
You know, extra
प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रहा है
investment
मालूम
for
है?
Global Esports just to
एक
secure the
पिक
round
के
win.
बाद
Depp
फिर
definitely
वापस
showing
पिक
us
ले रहा
that
तभी
he's
मार रहा है.
He's picking up
पहले
right where
pick
he
में
left
मार
off,
रहा
and even with new colors as well.
But GE, good timeout.
Let's go
right? I love that they're
global.
kind of waiting. Is there a
Let's
push out?
go
Because here's the
global.
thing.
Let's
That's what
go
we mentioned with
global.
that single initiator
Let's
on the
go
other side,
global.
and now without the refreshable cooldown.
भाई
on
मेरे
it
को
for
anthem
flashes,
सुनने का है
it's
please.
going to have to be some sort of push out to get
गाना
information.
sexy था.
Wait for that, and I actually think GE might have been ready to eventually all push.
भाई
into
अपने पास
B.
दो ult
They
है.
haven't been targeting that site too hard here in the first half.
पहला उसका क्लियर करने को. दूसरा
Just
साइड
chilling
के
for
लिए
the time
खत्म.
being. They've sensed some early pushes from
मेरा
Zeta
call
from
सुना.
Force. Now just trying to be careful. Thrash confirms information. Euron has held Hookah before, so they're just trying to be careful.
Hookah split है.
Suss up some positions as well.
This is them just trying to see if they can get one pick, if they can get confirmation that rotates coming out from A, then Benkai is on that lurk.
Ben and
Oh.
Okay, but oh my
अरे
goodness,
रस
here
में
comes
क्या?
Euron. Despite what we were talking about, despite the numbers coming in from Global Esports, somehow with perfect timing on the utility, Huron guns them down. Now Last takes out Benkai, and with that, cross all your arms and legs.
You know, when I first saw the compositions picked up, in theory, I was very
क्योंकि
interested.
इधर भी
I
देख
actually
city
kind of
smoke नहीं
liked
डाल
GE's
सकते वो लोग.
idea, but the
पे
execution
already
is
smoke
starting to
डाला
make
है.
me feel that maybe they wanted a little bit too much of the pie, right? You wanted your lurk, but you still wanted the double initiator for these set plays to go in, for these distractions to set up
Oh,
bully
animation
to go
मत
in
दिखता है बे
and
दूर से.
entry and
Viper
get
वाला.
that early frag. But that means you're sacrificing that second controller. So the only way to creep up to the entry point, to that
Save क्यों नहीं कर
starting
रहे?
line for an execute, is
Save
to
ही करना
check
पड़ेगा,
at some
1 HP
point.
है
One
भाई.
of these corners has to be checked with contact. And at that point, if you're not winning every single duel, it's going to be rough.
भाई no way.
ये
This
तो
is
100
free, right?
टक्का
'Cause
सेव
it's just
करना
off of
था.
the refresh
ये तो
cooldown,
100
so
टक्का
might as
save
well
था.
use it, see if you get anything.
Doesn't quite
Oh.
find much though, so now just trying to hold on to
तो
his
मेरे को
rifle,
बता तो
but
अगर
Laz
बिलोंग
just
से
still
अल्ट भी मारता
One
किसी
second,
को
Laz is gonna start
हाँ.
shooting.
तो क्या ही होता भाई ज्यादा सर.
Surely.
नहीं नहीं कर.
Wow.
Oh,
No way!
Oh, Sanu.
it is a throwable.
हाँ?
Wow, that
Save
opens up the
Chimbicon
door.
मारा.
I mean, that he's got
भाई
some
क्या
strong arms on
दिमाग.
that one for Sugar Zero, so because he threw it all the way through.
ये क्या
No
चिंबिकन
freaking
था.
way. Oh
think
my
warm
god.
up
भाई
Please,
वेस्ट अल्ट वेस्ट हो ही गया था. हुक्का में मारा था उसने
He
पहला
was
अल्ट.
sick.
Oh man.
अबे जी को पी के नहीं.
नहीं, Zeta का. हाँ, अपना,
the
अपना.
energy, and that's something
But
that
I
Zeta
think
Vision, I think a lot of people
defense-sided
notice is that the energy
मारने
seems
वाले.
to be higher.
हम
They
लोग को
seem
एक
to
और
be a
round तो
lot
चाहिए
more
बे.
loose.
Relaxed, yeah.
Meanwhile, GE, I mean, if you watch some of their comms from Convergence, they had hype going. I mean, Blaze King was that guy. So was Russ. He was really riling up the entire team to keep the momentum up. And they've proven at Convergence that they will never let go of their focus. So it's not over yet.
That's why we're keeping the score close. However, with
Ah,
little
वो मर
gaps,
गया.
Zeta still continues to decimate. Sugar Zero
ready
now,
नहीं हो रहे.
picking
वो
off a
मर गया
frag.
बे.
Povey for the trade.
चल, equal,
But at this
equal.
point, damage is done. Spike will go down, but look at this. Lamps, Huron trying to wrap back around. Benkai with the
Oi!
North now coming in.
देख
So
तेरा.
Zeta has to take things a
shit.
little bit slow.
I mean, they have to push out one way or another. Just waiting for it.
Blind
They're always
है.
going to be out-dueled.
Huron Depp.
Povey got the info. Benkai on the
Bonza
flank.
है.
Back
मार
up
दो
though,
आज.
double swing coming through, and Depp still rings true. So
अरे
accurate, so
इसका
sharp.
Depp
Attack
का
to the head for
तो.
Huron, and Zeta picks up the 7th win.
से सीखना
And you
पड़ेगा.
imagine just
भाई
how,
वो एक भी बार नहीं मरा
look
ऑपले
at
के
the
अभी तक.
ideas that
Ah.
G is trying to execute. Obviously, this one is just kind of Laz getting the first kill and just spraying down through the cyber cage. But some
यही
of these other
प्रॉब्लम
rounds,
सिंगल
G's
कंट्रोलर का.
ideas, you see it. You see the
Walk in
very
करना
beginning
पड़
of it,
रहा है.
and then it just barely gets shut down, or they can't actually finish the entire execute, right? Someone like Laz stays alive, Uran stays
ये
alive.
देखना.
and they're
दूसरा
not able
स्मोक
to
रहता तो
continue that
वॉल
momentum.
करके ये एंगल से नहीं
And it
मरते
just
थे लोग.
makes you wonder, is it one of those cases where at the end of the day, you still have to get the kills?
एक
Ooh, the
राउंड
nice
लास्ट
kill.
राउंड चाहिए लास्ट राउंड चाहिए.
Hey, nice on MP3.
It's a much
Nah.
like growlier nice.
Last
you know?
round चाहिए.
Last-
You want like a nice or
Yeah.
a nice?
Yeah.
Which
He's like grown up into the next stage, right?
Whoa. All right, Dev's still here. I mean, this is what we saw from Global. They wanted to execute, and yeah, you were thinking about, do they just have to get those kills? They do, because when they peek out sometimes,
Full
it's those
retake.
tiny gaps. They leave themselves a little bit open.
भाई
Just
याशो
the
माता है
way
बे.
those upper commit doesn't
Yeah,
quite
show
kill
me
Dev,
that.
though.
Spike planted.
Yeah, but I mean, G at this point, whether the
Binks,
damage
ये
is done or
round
not, they
हार
know
ही
this
नहीं
Oh,
is
this is
waiting
like
for a
round
retake.
one.
Yeah, they know it's coming, but it's a matter of can they get the kills, because if they have to wait, if they even just buy time here for Zeta,
Reposition,
the site's going to
reposition.
get taken over.
At the very least, they are very aware of what Zeta are trying to do.
Love the fake out. buys him a little bit more space.
Oh, it allows for
Shot.
that to sneak through, but
Nice.
not quite enough because he was down too low.
Nice.
Makes quick work. Poldy picks up one. Blaze King
भाई
with the third.
अच्छा हुआ reposition किया. Love
With
you.
that, just A short is completely blocked off. Not unless they can shoot their way out of this one.
जीत गया,
Huron
जीत गया.
surely will try.
कोई
Picks up one, but the timer is ticking.
कोई सीन नहीं, कोई सीन
Zero
नहीं.
tries to push
हाँ जिम
forward.
lightning fast मारा तूने. nice बोला ना भड़वे.
Roadblock right in
हाँ?
front of them, and with the triple
Nice
kill,
बोला ना
Global
तू.
Esports
गया
ends
ये.
this first half 7
ये
to
गया.
5.
Listen, it started
ये
out
गया.
3-0,
मेरे पास
but the
proof है.
way
ये
they were able
गया.
to get the rounds, they did win.
7-5 is a
honestly,
good up.
I mean, very close.
Chat,
5-7 on
सारे
the map,
मिलके
that's
like
flip
तो
on
को
its
we
head.
are at 9,500 watching already. सारे बार तोड़ दिया अपन ने. पहले मैप पे within like half an hour into the stream. So make sure to like the stream. Subscribe आपके ऊपर है. Like जरूर करना. Like जरूर करना.
It's good. It was just a matter of
भाई इतना है. बहुत माइन्यूट वाला सीन हो गया. वो भी एक वो थुक के वजह से हुआ था जो कि हो गया. ठीक है. और एक गेको प्लान. बाकी एकदम स्मैक्सी खेला यार. बाकी मेरे हिसाब से जी स्मैक्सी खेला. क्या बोलता है?
अच्छा खेला वैसे.
क्या पल्लवी मारेगी? मार रही है. 7-5 इज नॉट बैड. 6-6 का पोटेंशियल था. 6-6 का. लेकिन 7-5 इज नॉट बैड. मेरे हिसाब से 9-3 हम लोग होते थे अगर डेप के पास ऑफ नहीं रहता था. डेप का ऑफ
कुछ
थोड़ा
गलती नहीं होता तो 9-3 हो सकता था.
9-3 हो सकता. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. पोटेंशियल दिख रहा है. पोटेंशियल दिख रहा है. ठीक है. अभी डिफेंस का जिसको मेरे पे शक था, मतलब मेरे को जिस पे शक था डिफेंस, उसकी बारी.
execute. So,
बराबर.
I mean, if you want to be
नहीं,
safe,
निकल
you're
जाएगा
going to have to
defense.
invest maybe one of the sky smokes or something like that, or you're really
क्या
going to
players
have to
pressure
utilize
में
your
है?
toxic
नहीं.
screen. I think it really comes down to
क्या
do you
players
pressure
pressure
that
में?
toxic screen enough so that G has to respect it every time, because otherwise this could very well turn into a Glasgow lurk and kill.
प्रेशर में नहीं रहेगा,
Okay,
उसमें रहेगा. क्या
that
बोलते हैं?
too, and we know that he's capable of it. He has taken
कि
up that
करना है
a couple
करके
times
वैसा.
now. But apart from that, I'm just feeling the pressure on Dep's shoulders for the time being. If they can keep that relaxed look up and you know, try to go a little bit ham on this attacking side, then maybe it's going to be different. Timing off the barrier, was that?
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, we're gonna have to wait
ये
and
तो अपने
for
अपने
that one.
प्लस ही नहीं हुआ.
Slight errors, I
does-
think.
तो अपने
चालू हो
ही
गया?
नहीं
We're going through.
क्या?
Okay.
And just
अपने को थोड़ी इन गेम चैट
there were
दिखता है.
barriers
Fixed
there,
it.
now they're through. So, I
Nice.
mean, GE at the end of the day, it still works.
भागो
Everyone's
भागो
gonna
भागो.
get
एडवांटेज
two.
मिल गया. एडवांटेज मिल गया. भागो 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 भागो.
As well.
बेस पे
Shows
जाओ.
their game plan.
हेवन
Zeta
चले
maybe a
जाओ.
little bit unprepared for
5v3
that
है.
hit, but, yeah,
Spawn
I mean,
में
you saw
जाओ.
that Dizzy come out. You saw
Plant
it
कर
go
दो,
above
5v3
the poison
retake.
cloud.
Spawn जाओ
That's
सब.
just the combo that they wanted to go for.
भाई क्या कॉमेडी दिखाना हो.
They are well aware.
0 सेकंड पे वॉल हो गया
Short
बे.
at any time. I mean,
हाँ,
5v3, you just have to hold your
मैं
aim.
सोच रहा हूँ.
ये कौन सा है?
Wow,
जुगला
Johnny's
बिग्स.
Lucky Stars.
Good hit from Zeta, but a little bit of damage from the paint shells too.
गोली बोल
I'm
दे.
just trying to suss out their positions again.
अबे
But
नेट
look
से
at
मर
the
जाएगा
discipline
वो.
from Global Esports, all tucked away, all watching the off angles. Polvi gets
Jord.
attacked. Paint shells out. Bit of a swing from Death, but here's the
Jord lighting fast. Jord.
And that's you just had to be ready for trades, because even if the plant did happen in some weird universe, it's not like they had all the post-plant lineups ready to go. It was
Sexy
already
मारा,
a 3v5.
sexy मारा गोली
Viper
में.
no longer available.
भाई,
No Molly
Polvi का
available
aim
for
तो
sure
है
zero
बे.
either.
Aim है, aim है.
Another sky
भाई
smoke
क्या
had been
मारता
used
है बे.
over by U-Haul and Lamps, so I mean GE, the pistol round prep,
अरे
pristine.
काहे जा
Should be
रहे हो
able to
उधर?
maybe get the
हल्का
plant
सा
actually
plant
rushed
मिल गया.
pretty quick on this one, especially with the trap working.
ये.
I mean, Cypher's no Cypher's best.
घुसो 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 W.
प्लांट नहीं देने का.
Might as well, right?
Oh,
Before you
yo.
can get a bit more credits.
OP,
damage
OP,
or
OP,
just,
OP,
you know,
OP.
mental
Let's go.
पिस्तौल वाला अपना वो तो है अभी
Still,
भी
it's
रिकॉर्ड.
a 7-6. Global picks up that pistol.
पिस्तौल का रिकॉर्ड तो है अपना. हेवी
One thing
पिस्तौल.
we may see come into fruition in this
पहला
match, 'cause
पिस्तौल
this
में
is
थोड़ा
one of
लेफ्ट
those
राइट हो
matches
गया था.
that a lot
मारा
of people
सबको
thought
था.
could very well go not
This is
only
a
to
good
3 maps, but very close maps across the board. But at that point,
भाई हम लोग
then
जीत
you
सकते
start to
हैं.
look at things like experience, you know, how long they've had to deal with playing on stage and things like that, the pressure. You look at Global Esports' squad, these guys
Who's
have been
Dagdag
on
हो रहा
it
है?
for a long while in various
ये नहीं है.
all
इसके
situations.
नेक्स्ट राउंड मेन
Yeah.
राउंड.
I mean, even Polvi, right? He's been playing in challengers
sorry, ये तो-
out in EMEA, so
But that's the difference. I mean, like Zeta, you know, you got the core. Meanwhile, Global Esports, it's like the full team just all changed up around.
हाँ?
So
आई
it does show that, you know, while some of the Zeta's players lack a little bit of experience, like here,
अगर ये मर जाता तो?
for example, global esports have enough experience and enough coordination that they can come into this match swinging.
I don't mind this so far from
Okay,
Zeta.
right,
Right, they're on their eco. They want to get close for these long-range duels.
ये
with
ठीक है, Raze
the
उधर है,
couple
Cyber
shares that
setup
they
के
have.
साथ.
Obviously, a great snake bite from Lightning Fast, but they're creeping up. They're creeping up faster than G's.
अब समझा कैसे लगता है स्पीड से पुश करने में.
They need to stack up on towards B, and at this point, although the spike was down, it's safe enough for global esports to come into this retake with the full might and force. They're swinging. Minimal damage sustained. Yes, Polvi died, but you know we got 4 guns alive.
1-1 score हो गया.
And
ZETA
you
और
love
G
to
का.
see that from their interviews. I think
Speed
it was in
से
the
push
merge
करने का,
video
1-1.
as well. All
Fitus.
the team intros that VCT
Fitus
was
हो गया.
had before
Fitus.
kickoff began. But talking about how Polvi, he's not in it for the scoreboard. He's not in it for the kill feed, but he's in it to create space, whether it's on attack or defense. He's in it to play for the team. He understands the role of an entry.
मतलब हम लोग को ही नहीं समझ में आ रहा
The
क्या हो
question
रहा
is in certain compositions, you have to be more than the entry rate. You have to be an
वो
entry
दो जन ने
fragger.
टीपी मार दिया ना, मेरी गांड
So
फट गई.
far, I'm liking the color that I'm seeing from Polvi working alongside his teammates.
On this retake, yeah.
Chat
No ego,
5000
he's
likes
like,
हो
no,
चुका
I'll
है.
get my
Let's
kills.
go.
Like,
जो लोग
space
स्ट्रीम
my
पे
team.
नए हैं
That's
लाइक
all I
करो.
want.
Also 10,000 watching.
Just
हम
be
पे
that
टच
distraction.
कर
I
लिए.
mean, with the way that
Love
Russ
you.
is kind of fragging out so far,
Love
leading the
you.
board as the IGL, leading
Much
by example.
positivity
Then
to
you've got,
G.
of course, other trustworthy members.
हल्का सा 2-0 कर दो यार, मजा आ
I
जाएगा.
don't blame
तो
Polvi at all.
मिलेगा.
That's it, though. This should be a Zeta round. Polvi with the Vandal now.
Yeah, that single Vandal, right? Then you still got Spectres for the run and guns. You've got all these trap wires. They're trying to just buy time on B side.
Okay, what is their game plan?
The
Good
pop
flash
flash.
in from Russ. Gets enough info,
nice
backs
flash,
off.
nice flash.
Yeah, good discipline. And
And
this,
then the TP.
I mean, that's enough to shove them back. It's a double member, but
Oh!
Just a good pickup in response from
Ah!
Lightning Fast.
Good trade, good
Death
trade.
getting the open kick,
Oh!
but then shut down so quickly. He delayed
Ah!
just a second longer. Benkai has made it in time onto site. So this could
Benkai
be
का round है.
the linchpin
Benkai का round है.
for
खत्म.
global esports.
they're aware of this, though, because they never quite cleared it.
Oh, good
God.
check, but Les now getting gunned down by Benkai. With that, the spike
Benkai
will
got
go down, however. Benkai tries to pick up the rifle, takes a little bit of damage, but not too
वो लोग क्यों क्या? मैं गन
bad.
दिला दिया
Still
उनको.
tough, though. Russ trying to wrap back around from A short, only has a
But
sheriff. The
Benkai
spike
को
is
गन
down,
दिया
and
तो
Zeta
वाला?
is holding fast.
अरे
This
मतलब
is all they need to take
normal
out
ऐसा.
potentially another
POV
weapon,
से मैं
though.
बोल
And
रहा
that's all GE wants from this. It's just more damage done. They've already caught up with the pistol round win.
Okay. That fragment's got to be used
सब
at some
हो गए.
point.
एक जगह नेड हो जाए.
Kills. The fragment saving for another round. Whoa. Oh, okay. You
George!
need to clear that out.
यार.
ठीक है. बोनस था.
Nice, nice,
बोनस
Russ is
था.
pretty good.
बोनस
Still
था.
the round win over the Zeta.
हाँ क्या?
I think, honestly,
सकता है भाई.
GE...
यार एक राउंड
quite
में उधर
happy
जाके
with that
आप करो
one.
प्लीज.
You went through the
Nice.
weapons, right? You got the pistol, and then
क्या
you went
बोल
on to the
भाई,
anti-eco. You
तो
won
नहीं
that out.
एक प्लीज.
हारना नहीं
Of
उनको
course, you
भाई.
did have the one Vandal onto Polvi this time. That will be lost, but
हारना
overall,
रहता तो
everyone
टेक
carrying
बना
over
ले
those
लेते हैं टीम
Spectres
में.
from the previous round and the Sheriff. So,
हाँ?
all things considered, GE,
अच्छा बोनस
not too
राउंड था
bad.
लेकिन.
Now, the question I had was,
अच्छा था,
I mean, with that
मर
type
गए
of
दो
push
तीन लोग.
and the trap wires
दो
on
लोग मर
B,
गए.
it's not like Showers was very well defended. So, yeah, speed up from depth. But, you know, the whole kind of like funnel them into the other
Yeah.
side.
शॉट
Well,
कैजुअल
okay,
था.
Not amazingly defended. I
Short
love
casual
Lightning
था
Fast's
उसका, casual.
utility,
Today
but
seek.
this look from depth, I mean, just
मतलब उसने जी वाले को मारा और तू मेरे को सीखने बोले बड़े बे.
it's the child of
Raze
God,
हाँ?
and with that they have claimed the site.
जॉर्ज.
Fast now trying to hold up around lamps.
Needs to stay
Manages
alive.
to take down Uran, goes back in for another
Ah,
swing,
okay,
but then shut down by
nice,
Sugar
nice.
Zero.
I got my one.
Yeah,
I got my
this
one.
this might have to be a save situation. I mean, I guess not if Blaziken gets the
3v3.
kill, because now it doesn't matter if they know of their positions. Trying to bait out contact.
Indonesian rifler, he comes in, but then the positions held by Zeta still good, still sharp.
ये
Up
क्या
around
बात
lamps,
करता
up
हूँ
around Cubby, and
वो
then
अभी आया
last from
है
Showers. They
Love
managed
the
to
work you do. Most level
like
में
the early
hard
wingman
working
attempts to just
Valorant
draw
streamer in
out
India. Thank you,
contact so you
Kelba.
know
Thank you
where to
so
be
much.
aiming, but there's just too many members
Thank you.
on that A short side. And then, of course, Laz, once he knows, he heard the TP, he's waiting for them. They hear that they've come in through Showers into the site, so he wraps around on a timing. He would have been able to clean out all three anyway without them having a chance to turn back around.
That's like such a good point, Will, because I feel like Zeta's new system
क्या
as it
shot
is,
था बे वो.
they know to take certain positions, especially in these post plants. Because if they can hold them and if they can stay alive well enough, and they make sure that they don't expose themselves to anything, they are able to take these fights very favorably. So now they force Global onto an eco. Yes, there are some ultimates, but that's not the round that you want to use them. And Euron just shoots them down. I mean, is this a firing range or what? 3 kills already. We saw that before. He's doing it again. And the entire site belongs to ZETA.
I'm going to be honest, I was impressed more with Euron during the offseason than Uran. I thought Euron was still going to have to take some time to get warmed up here in VCT Pacific. And obviously, kills like that, it was a lineup, sure, both of them kind of peeking out at the same time. He was holding the right angle.
Bhai, kya read
but at the end of the
tha
day,
iska?
I mean, he's putting up the numbers that he needs to and more for ZETA division.
With those numbers, picks up the Viper's Pit. It's a very useful piece of utility for the next round. But apart from that, just Global Esports' game plan, I guess you could say there was a bit of lineup. They were trying to just pick up whatever gun they could. But if Euron can actually hold his own when faced against situations like that, I think that says a lot.
Yeah, and I wasn't quite keeping good track of the
must
econ either. So
wala
GE obviously invested a bit more than I'd assume the previous round, but now with that save, they're able to come up.
लेकिन सामने 4 अल्टे बढ़वे
Huge rounds. We know how important that is on buying.
सामने 4 अल्टे
Peak shot Belong doesn't see anything. Seekers out onto execute.
मार ये
Lightning Fast is still here as well. The utility is happening for Global Esports.
Nice
backup
रे Bankai.
Now just trying to put a little bit more pressure on towards Lamps. And it forces Sugar Zero back. They can't get the spike down. They have to think about the teleport.
No, you see.
Yeah, but even if they do, they don't know exactly how many people
rotated
here, how many people are still on B.
Oh.
Shot.
Well, Euron just tries to press W. Push forward.
Kya?
Now they're 2 kills.
How did he kill
And then with
you?
that, tries to bait out a peek with the
1v2 है नहीं यार
spike. Doesn't see anyone. It calls a rotate over. 50 HP, and he's trying to do it all.
Polvy's already here.
Paint shells is all he needs to. Oh, he goes for the tap up top of Tube. Nades out. He knows Polvy is right around the corner. What
Plant के बाद ही जाना
do,
पड़ेगा.
Euron?
Sound सुन के मत जाओ.
He continues to tap though and jumps up again, trying to play with timing off of this.
They know he's weak.
It's way too
Shot.
He is weak, and it's
Oh,
gonna be
मेरा
a bit of a
दिल.
whisper that just takes down Euron.
बस अब एक shout out, love you.
Oh boy.
Kunal bhai,
All
shout out
right.
to you, मेरी
Yeah,
जान.
well, I mean, first of all,
G
great
fighting,
tripwire,
G fighting.
coming out
Guys,
from the
positivity
just
चाहिए,
keeps
ठीक है?
that raise.
Positivity
Locked up in
चाहिए.
the sky, almost stationary at a
Aim
certain point
दिख
as
रहा है
rubber bands
आपके
back. That's a
बंदों में.
great
Thank
swing out
you,
from Russ.
Cypher Buffs.
EG Indian team,
love
yes.
the Cypher Buffs personally. But I mean, that's
watch party बोलते मतलब हेलो.
Love to see it. I mean, great to see so many fans
Background
gather,
थोड़ा
of course.
casual है यार.
Apologies to all the fans as they did have to wait until.
Booze है bro, booze.
भाई background थोड़ा सा casual था यार वो. Watch party का. एक पर्दा हो जाता.
भाई crucial round तो जीता जी ने बस अभी और 2-3 round.
This is their map pick. They showed that they have a lot of game plans, a lot of executes, and it is kind of successful. It's just that ZETA right now
जीता तो
with
party
their
उधर ही
rookies
छे.
are performing a
कल इतना
little
delay
bit
किया ना
better.
इन्होंने तो कल
Yeah,
refund दिए
I
पता
mean,
है
I'd have to.
The true meaning of watch party. पहला watch करो फिर direct party उधर ही. Strix भाई.
भाई चलो भाई.
Next watch party जाएगा ना तो confirm. हाँ. ये लड़की.
Their pacing and their comms seem to be upgraded. Meanwhile, on GE, the benefits that I saw from this roster during offseason at Convergence are still delivering. The ideas are good, the setups are good, but
close
can
it.
you get up to that starting line? When they
मजा आ रहा है.
do, they are winning quite conveniently. But if they can't get into something like the execute or something like the healthy retake, that's when things look like they're trying to just go for one more duel to equal things out, buy a little more space, and ZETA's not backing down from those firefights.
ये वाला अच्छा है बे. ये वाला अच्छा है
Does
अपना.
not.
Full ults on the side of GE.
Yeah. That's something they could definitely use.
I mean, this is one of those rounds I think you absolutely have to. You want to catch up. It's not about trading ults one way or another.
There.
And some good ults to get rid of that operator on the other side.
Manga, thank you for the membership.
To the site, something like that for ZETA.
कौन सा वाला?
At the very least.
दोनों
what
पड़ा.
is
Oh,
this?
Belong push,
Polvy's
big,
pushing
big.
out
मारो,
way
मारो.
too far, overextended just by a second.
Blind डाला था क्या केओ ने?
नहीं.
तो फिर?
I mean, the push out is hard to read
Belong ना?
at that tempo from Polvy with an operator. But I think the mistake here is ZETA, if anything, ZETA was actually prepared for more people to be pushing out. You saw that it wasn't just Huron waiting to check for that. It was multiple people, and there wasn't the backup from GE.
That's the protocols from ZETA now.
अरे कहाँ लेने जा रहा है?
They know to watch.
Jot.
Still true.
Beta.
Able to reposition just in time to get the shot, but then not expecting depth to show up from Hookah. They have the sight. Still watching out for more
defense
players,
problems
though. He tosses up
yaar.
Flashback just in case.
And look at
Sky
Duran.
smoke blocks off Benkai.
On the minimap, Duran is coming all the way
Lightning
back around
fast
as
को
well.
कुछ
I mean,
करना
ZETA
पड़ेगा.
just has to stay out. There is no way Benkai is ready
भाई
for this.
सीधी फ्लैंक मर गया.
No sir.
इसलिए बोल रहा है लाइटिंग फास्ट ने कुछ किया जल्दी साइड में घुसेगा वरना गया.
Lightning fast, but it's not gonna happen. Oh my god, Cypher from Uran. It's just depth in his movement.
Shot,
Clean
shot.
mechanics. One clean tap. And then Lightning fast
भाई
straight through
डेप
with
का एम
Phantom.
क्रेजी है बे.
23
हाँ
HP
ना?
and he's probably
वो
gonna opt
operator
for
से
the
ऐसी
save
कुछ
at
करके
this
मारता है,
point.
scene.
Way too much of a tall task ahead of him.
The hold from Uran is great
देख
because
रहा था
if you
off
think that
lane.
they might have somehow regrouped in defender spawn, I don't know if they had all the right ideas that Lightning Fast was still over by Hookah, but then you just wait for the exits, right? Because you've already spent enough time. So I like the comms, but man, that push out from Polvi, I don't mind it as an individual move, but because ZETA was ready for it, it starts to look a little sloppy just because the backup wasn't there for trade. It wasn't a hard commit. And that's the thing. You had all ults, so obviously it's not a round where you would want to hard commit because you've got all the retake tools.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where it's off of a ZETA timeout, so maybe they were anticipating for ZETA to do something a little bit different, and they wanted just to check, but face check is a little bit too risky.
I mean, it's always going to be risky. Here's the thing. If you're ever peeking out, it's always going to be risky. But what I want to say is the
Lightning
idea
fast
is
अच्छा
good,
खेल रहा है,
right? It's an
लेकिन
off timing. You got the 0 point on Hookah. You got multiple members. I don't mind it. It's
ये
just
क्या
that,
टीपी पे डाला
right,
उसने?
it's an operator.
Right.
It's not a jet. Sure, Raze can escape, but it takes a little bit more time. And because ZETA was ready, I'm saying it starts to look a little bit wonky. So that's credit to ZETA. But honestly, the idea, you had to throw something out there to shake things up.
It is true. Meanwhile, I mean, again, ZETA, Carlisle and Junior, they're doing a lot for this team. Trying to poke and prod this time towards Hookah. I mean, not Hookah, towards Showers, but not quite finding all too much, so regroup with Laz, and then maybe just the execute off of the toxic screen into A.
I mean, either way, they know they put some pressure down. But the thing is
Global just jiggling for info.
Yeah, and they can buy a decent amount of time here with the Gecko. But how ready are they going to be? Trailblazers are traded for that. Now a Dizzy and a Wingman still available for time. Russ is arriving. No command at the ready.
Rotates are over.
God,
what an angle. But you still have Flash kind of looking around A short. So that teleport
trap
is available, and it does go through. However, it's a bit of a gamble. If Benkai can hold his ground, this is
easy hold पे एक और वो है बन गए
have control of the site. They
एक और
have to
स्पिट
push
कर
through
दिया
and fight, and now
नेट
with their
भी कर
smokes
दिया
down, the mollies are coming out. They have no way to come out, and the Dizzy as well.
Oh, 10 seconds. It's not going to happen, is it? Orbital Strike, though, still committed. They want to push through. Sugar Zero getting the frag off of it. The second one in. Hero sticking the plant.
ये round कैसे?
That's the showstopper, though. But here come the Seekers. Blaze King, we know where you are. Polvi, we know where you are. Are you going to commit? He's got the judge.
They heard the classic too, so they know something's up.
Oh boy, here it comes. Opens up lamps and tries to go for even more, but Huron, what the heck is that movement? The time peaks and Sugar Zero to hold from Showers.
कैसे? मेरे को एक बात बता 25 सेकंड है 25 सेकंड में 2 वन वे केज 2 स्पिट केओ नेड और क्या चाहिए कैसे रेस पे आ रहा अपना अल्ट के कैसे 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 ये क्रूशियल था यार
force it through because that ult kind of acts like a wall that's going to protect you on that spike plant.
That is true.
I mean,
पक्का कोच ये बोल रहेगा कि
कैसे after that previous round.
कैसे कैसे
Probably
कैसे
weren't
बराबर है
expecting
कैसे
this Zeta
भाई पॉजिटिविटी वो दो वड़ा पाव दो
that felt really shaky to me. I mean,
मैंने जी को वड़ा पाव दिया
you can feel the pressure running out of time, but still knowing exactly what their game plan was, sticking to it and making
Chat
it work.
10,000 watching. Make sure to like
So I
the
don't know what,
stream.
Global
6k
Esports
likes already
pull
हो
off with
चुका
this
है. We
time.
can
They
reach
need 4
8k
more
likes.
rounds
अभी के अभी
to tie
जिसने
things
अभी तक
up.
like नहीं
And
किया है, stream को like कर
I
दो.
mean, just
This
thinking
is
about
just
them
map
playing on
1.
the defense,
Excuse me.
with a composition like this, double initiator,
समझ रहे
clearly
हो? Like करना बनता
retakes
है.
were meant to be strong, but it's not quite happening
Like
just
करना बनता
yet.
है. Ah.
Well, the timeout to try to save this map, take it to overtime. The null command still sitting there for a couple rounds now.
हाँ रस ने ult भी नहीं मारा था last round.
Surely something that they have discussed. But right now it's going to be a push out. It's been a couple rounds since they've done this. It's an all-in from GE.
We just, okay, full commit. They did it in the
Shot.
first round. It kind of works for
Shot.
them. Oh, but the trade's just as good from ZETA.
Shot.
Russ still deep in position, able to gun down the player from the left. Tosses out a flash to try to stay alive.
boy!
Coming through, but it's not in time.
अबे
Benkai
यार,
all the way from the
Jinx
back
कहीं
of
का।
halls.
अरे ये बोला आगे
Now
कैसे
backside.
तुम्हें थोड़ा
This
बकचोदी
is
कर
all
रहा
up to
था.
Blaze King. So this was the entire idea, and ZETA is aware of this, right? They know they spent way too much time trapped up in a short. Oh, gets one. Now he knows that they were potentially looking for the rotate. He just has to hold.
Oh no! He
अरे.
did hold, but then got
1v1.
swung upon by Sugar Zero.
Benkai,
Look at how
let's
close
go.
Benkai is.
नहीं
I don't know if Sugar Hero would have hurt him.
The timings though. And it's just so close to it. Benkai a little
Oh,
bit
मेरा
more
दिल,
prepared,
मेरा
a little bit better
दिल, मुंह
and
में आ
sharper.
गया. Ooh.
Keeps Global Esports alive for one more round.
हाँ, next round हो गया तो हो सकता है, OT हो
Wow.
सकता है.
Yeah, I mean, Benkai just creeping up right close enough that it's so hard
भाई
to tell.
trades तो
And
था
that's
लेकिन हाँ. Tap
good
to
timings,
tap
right,
to
on the
tap to
flanks,
tap
one
to
way or
tap
another,
to करके
ping-ponging
सब
back
एक
and
एक
forth
trade था.
coming out from GE.
I mean, this round just came down to all these micro timings. I mean, it was an all-out brawl to start. You can feel the tension and the pressure.
hello?
The fans wanting to watch Global
Tension
Esports
में,
win. And with Blaze King holding up from Market, it actually happened. Now back into the next round though, and ZETA tries to pick up the pace. A little bit more control in the showers, but congestion coming out from Global Esports as well.
Oh
And
bye!
Kobe with the double kill.
Bikali.
A great read from GE. A lot of people said they're absolutely going to have the brains for VCT Pacific. And this is one of those rounds. The
मौली भी डाला, सब डाला यार.
It does flush Lightning out of position, but the main thing still is that the spike is down. You don't have showers control. But I'm
वो
a
आप
little
पे
bit
कहाँ पे
Cypher.
लर्क कर रहा है साइफर? स्पाइक इधर है, 1 मिनट
Where
है.
those tripwires are.
ओ टीपी मारना पड़ेगा उसको.
Well, now
मारेगा
they're
वो.
spotted as well.
Whoa, okay.
अरे ये किल दे दे, अल्टी आ गया.
Good orbital to flush him out of corner. Sugar Zero picks up the
1v1.
quad, but then what it comes down to is Alaz and Benkai
भाई
one-on-one.
नसीब वो लोग ने गलती किया बे.
His own teammate's orbital strike to try to come through.
Come on, Benkai bhai,
Oh,
Benkai
shit.
bhai.
Is he gonna wrap all the way around? Because that
No
would be one
way.
way to play this round.
That would be
Oh,
so
Benkai,
good for
1000 IQ.
Benkai.
30 seconds left.
Benkai.
नहीं नहीं 1000 IQ नहीं
Laz
है.
is ready for this. How is he
ये
ready for this?
लेकिन टाइम नहीं है, टाइम नहीं, उसको आगे जाएगा.
Whoever fires that trigger first,
Time
whoever
नहीं है.
spots each other out first,
लेकिन
they
प्रॉब्लम
know
पता है इसका कैम है
what
अभी.
each other is
ये
thinking.
प्लांट करने के बाद कैम देगा तो इसको छुपा मारेगा.
Has to stick the plan.
Pressure is on Laz.
इसको कैम क्रॉस
10
करना पड़ेगा.
seconds and the timer is counting down.
नहीं एक कर दिया, क्रॉस कर दिया.
5,
जीत
4,
गए.
3, and here comes
मार
the
ये
kill.
sexy
go,
timing,
GG.
sexy
2
timing.
rounds away from overtime.
Two.
The craziest part is
Well,
Laz
okay.
suspected it,
Let's
but
go,
Benkai
GE.
waits so long. He creeps the entire time, so Laz says, I have to plant at some point. So Laz did have a read, but
भाई ये ब्लेस किंग ने जो मारा है ना,
Benkai
ये
back in his own natural habitat.
उसने जिसको भी मारा उसने पिक क्यों लिया पता नहीं वहाँ पे.
It's nice to
लेकिन
see
जो
Benedict
मारा
in
इसने ये
action.
क्रूशियल
Now,
था ब्रो.
timeout
ब्लेस किंग का
being called by
सबसे
Zeta Division.
क्रूशियल किल था.
How do we right the
वरना
ship?
सीधा
How do we
3v1 था,
secure
सीधा.
that last round?
Well, you had a couple rounds, right, where this aggression comes out from GE.
बाप
So
रे.
you gotta imagine that Zeta, their first instinct is to say, okay, slow things down, see if they push out, right? We hold the default,
Come on,
get ready
come
for
on,
contact.
come on.
The
Power the
problem
West,
being,
British man, thank you for the membership.
Back into their old habits, because if you're spending the first 20 seconds to not take any positions, then you're going to have to start.
अब ये लोग eco है ना शायद?
Because Les is a cipher, it's not like he can really just dig all the way into a site and clear it out all on his own, especially when there's a cipher on the other side. You never know where those trips are going to be. And it's Benkai playing it as well. So, I mean, sure, they had that one rotate with their orbital strike and it worked out, but I don't remember the exact ult situation, but orbital strike was just used. So they're not going to have that for a last-minute execute.
Not to mention economy as well. And you're always thinking, you know, you only have Euron to help you initiate. So with this bit of a half buy, really just got to scrounge up or get as much info as you can for that last round.
And look at GE, another shift in position. This time it's B main, and that also denies that ult door for the potential showstopper from Dev.
Well, I wouldn't mind if ZETA plays a little bit more cautiously. But still, the positioning. Okay, Dizzy does give off a bit of info, so they are just flushing straight through Hookah. Russ is ready to receive, pops off the null command and just wants to stay alive, but then right up around behind from Tube, and then the kill from Euron. This is the site already. The retakes at this point are too slow, too late. It cannot happen on time. 5 spin as well, are you kidding me? Dep with the showstopper, Benkai just trying to do what he can. But at this point, oh my god, Will, it feels bad.
This is, again, one of those situations where GE just wanted to check a little too much. You had entire B main control, and you wanted to check in front of showers as well.
Well, Benkai's still going to try, though. Timer is ticking. HP is slowly draining and running away.
Close था हो सकता है.
Is all it takes.
Next map हो सकता है.
Good ideas from Global Esports, but
close था. थोड़ा बहुत लेकिन मिस्टेक्स दिखे हैं थोड़ा बहुत. But it's very minute. मेजर नहीं. एम था अपने पास बराबर है. एम था. एक स्पिट वाला लॉन्ग को फिटुस किया, वो लोग भी पुश करके मार गया, वो तो फिटुस था. एक गेको प्लांट और रस का अल्ट. रस बाय का अल्ट थोड़ा सा कैजुअल था.
हाँ लास्ट राउंड ना. लास्ट
राउंड नहीं रे, वो राउंड ही मार देता जहाँ पे 25 सेकंड में सब कुछ था. उसका नेट डाल दिया तब भी खोल के बैठ जाता तो भी चलता.
सीन के साथ लास्ट राउंड भी पहले ही मारता ना, वो रेज आता ही नहीं था बैक साइड से चल मार के.
हाँ, रस का अल्ट थोड़ा सा कैजुअल हो गया यार. बाकी लेकिन अच्छा खेला जी. अच्छी खेली. जिस हिसाब से कॉम सुना मेरे को लगा नहीं था कि इतना कर सकता है करके अपन. कि मेरे को लगा किधर ना किधर लीक होएगा बे. अबे एक वाइपर वॉल है बस, और वो वाइपर वॉल क्रॉस कर दे फिर क्या करेगा? कुछ नहीं है स्मोक्स. समझ रहा है? और अटैक में भी देखना, तू एक जगह वॉल करेगा सिर्फ सिटी स्मोक नहीं डाल सकता, कि वो लोग ऑलरेडी ए पे स्मोक कर रहे हैं. तो बी पे जाएगा तो भी लग गए, ए पे गया तो भी लग गए. तो मेरे को लगा नहीं था इतना अच्छा करे. लेकिन कंसिडरिंग वो सब आई थिंक वन ब्राउनी पॉइंट या आई थिंक विनेबल है अभी भी. नेक्स्ट मैप देखना पड़ेगा क्या सीन है. विनेबल है मेरे हिसाब से. हाँ विनेबल है. Minor mistake.
Given that it was a fairly weak map in the past for ZETA Division, but clearly work has been done. Carl Out Jr., they have been working with this team to improve this map that has been a bit of a bane for them in the past, but it still didn't have to be this damn difficult.
पॉल्वी अच्छा मारा. लाइटिंग फास्ट में भी होल्ड अच्छा
क्या मारा है भाई.
डेप्थ ने कुछ ज्यादा ही मारा बे.
सच में भाई
डेप्थ ने ज्यादा. बेस्ट ऑफ 3. नेक्स्ट
मैप कौन सा?
नेक्स्ट मैप है
कुछ सीख ले डेप्थ से लोड़े.
आइसबॉक्स. ये नेक्स्ट मैप कौन सा है?
पता नहीं.
आइसबॉक्स है ना शायद. नहीं एसेंट है ना.
हाँ एसेंट और उसके बाद सनसेट है ना.
आइसबॉक्स है क्या? आइसबॉक्स है एसेंट है, दोनों से याद आ रहा. पल्वी बाय ठीक है, ब्लेस की ठीक है, सब एक साथ ही है. 13, 14, 15 ये तुम लोग का, वो 3 जन तुम लोग का जोड़ी. 1 2 3 4 5 6 या तुम लोग का जोड़ी. सब लोग एक साथ है. उधर के साइड में थोड़ा सा डेप्थ, थोड़ा सा हैवी दे दिया डेप्थ में. थोड़ा ऑफ भारी पड़ गया बे अपने पे. मोस्टली वही भारी पड़ गया, बाकी तो ठीक था बे, वो थोड़ा सा भारी पड़ गया बे यार। लेकिन वो राउंड जब जी ने घुस के एकदम सिटी साइड अपनी मॉली से घुस के जो मारा था ना, लास्ट मॉली का टिक था और वो टिक यूज करके जो मारा, वो सेक्सी राउंड लगा था मेरे को। वो भी सेक्सी था। अच्छा पॉइंट्स भी है, अच्छा पॉइंट्स भी है बे, अच्छा पॉइंट्स भी है, सेक्सी सेक्सी पॉइंट्स है। ये थोड़ा सा
ये क्या शॉट था बे।
हाँ अबे वो शॉट क्यों था पता है? इसके पहले उसने एक जंपिंग किया जिसमें इसकी सिर्फ टांग दिखी, वो गलती हो गया। वो टांग में उसको कुछ नहीं दिखा, इसको सब दिख गया। हाँ
मैं कॉफी लेकर आ रही, तो कुछ चाय चाहिए?
या
ये तुरंत मिलेगा। इतना चाय पिया तूने? 3 कप?
नहीं, एक मैंने नहीं पिया।
भूत आ गया पी के गया।
अरे फेंक दिया मैंने।
स्ट्रिक्स को पिया?
अरे एक फेंक दिया मैंने।
क्यों?
क्योंकि ज्यादा हो गया था।
चैट सच बताओ।
क्या सच बताओ?
ये फेंक के गया कि नहीं?
2 ही कप पिए मैंने बस।
Where his tripwires are, he's able to time the.
इसके पहले कि मैं डायरेक्ट मुक्की मारूं, ठीक है? देख रहे हो, ये होता है, ये होता है
सुप्रीम कोर्ट।
जब से मेरा बाइसेप्स बना है, डर रही है ये।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट प्लीज नोटिस।
जब से मेरा बाथरूम बना है, हाँ देख रहे हो ना। अच्छा हुआ फेंका, बोला है लव यू यार, एक चाय मिलेगा। लव यू लव यू लव यू।
And we mentioned this literally just a couple of minutes ago. Is the bench
मेरा
versus
चैट है
labs.
तो सही मेरे
They
साथ।
need some extra
Hashtag
options
OP.
that they can choose to go elsewhere on the map, but because Benkai has
Hello,
been
my
losing
line,
in that
line.
fight, they cannot
भाई
force the
ये
issue
line है ना
elsewhere,
हमेशा
so they have to commit to this fight. The
cute
problem
लगते
is
हैं। Hello, my line.
the setup for Zeta, whether it's on defense or attack.
बोविन भाई बोलते, मैनेजर बोलते, मार बुक्का बोविन, मार मार, मैनेजर बोल दे बोविन भाई। बोविन भाई ले, मैं तो 1 साल पहले खेल रहा था यही पीसी पे। मैनेजर बोल दे बोविन भाई। बोविन भाई को टेक्स्ट कॉल करोगे, वीडियो कॉल लाइव स्ट्रीम पे। बोविन भाई बोले हाँ बिंक्स, हाँ रुक जा पहचो, अभी मत कॉल कर। बोविन भाई बोलते।
An aggressive push out of B long, ends up getting caught, and that's going to be the operator down, as well as your star duelist player taken out of the fight very early. So
lower bracket है, lower bracket है।
Moments here where they decide to go aggressive, take some space, but they have no information as far as player placement on the side of Zeta is concerned. That's something that they need to be accountable for. So they need to make sure that they know that they're pushing into somewhere a little bit safer.
अच्छा खेला,
If
कोई
they don't know that it's safer,
लो
they
नहीं
need
है,
to be
सबने
a little bit
equally
faster
मारा,
with
which
reaction.
is very
The
nice.
Icebox, and this is Zeta Division's pick, which is curious because it seems it's been a very long time since Zeta's played.
भाई लाइनअप क्या रहेगा जी का, ये डिस्कस करते हैं। आइस बॉक्स में आग बंद करके बोल।
कौन सा मैप है?
आइस बॉक्स।
केओ,
हाँ
जेट,
हाँ
वाइपर,
हाँ
सोवा,
हाँ। सेंटी बचा है।
सेंटिनल रह गया क्या?
हाँ
सेंटिनल रह गया।
हाँ
शूट भी किल जो है
मेरे हिसाब से किल जाए,
हाँ,
वाइपर,
हाँ,
सोवा,
हाँ,
ये 3 तो फिक्स है।
हाँ,
फिर गेको
हाँ,
और रेज
गेको तो नहीं रहेगा,
हो सकता है।
रश भी। अच्छा मेरे को लगा कुछ और भी लिखा है।
ऋषि सर,
वही मेरे को लगा। लेजिट नो जोक।
एक्सक्यूज मी
भाई इसलिए मेरे को लगा क्या लिखा है।
ऋषि सर, व्हाट्स दिस? हाँ, व्हाट्स दिस? जी का सॉन्ग सुन ले दो, सेक्सी था।
Again, Zeta could use, but again, this is just me guessing what could happen.
This map actually falls into Zeta's older play style really well now thinking about it, because this is one of those maps where a lot of times you do see them poking and prodding and then settling on which site you want to go to. So for Zeta, who love to do that.
ये
Damn,
का
could
song
just
सुन
poke a
लेते
prod
हैं
around
एक बार
green,
वाइट
maybe
में
even
मिलेगा
into
हाँ
towards
क्या
yellow. Oh, I'm getting racy here with that one.
Copyright
Maybe.
मिलेगा
That's a bit too much for them going that deep into a site. But you know, you can kind of just make an appearance over on this side of the map and then opt to go to the other one if you don't like what you see or what you don't see on that side. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case. We did see the fan sign there saying rush B. That isn't exactly their MO, but as we take a look at it, it's going to be the harbor coming through.
I like this. Harbor, I think, is so underrated. I think I've said this way back, maybe in VCT Philippines, that he does the job of both Viper and the Sage because of the Cove. It gives you a little bit of that safety, even though there are the changes that happen on the B side, even before this current change. You still have to have some form of safety when you plant that spike, and if you don't have the get-go, you need something to keep that planter safe, and the Cove is one of those abilities that just does that.
Still sticking in with the KO here for Global. It seems like they're really going to be relying on this one, so I'm curious to see if Russ...
बाय अभी तो बहुत टाइम हो गया अपने में डबल कंट्रोलर कब देखने मिलेगा इज द माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ना चाहिए बे अभी के मेटा के हिसाब से
पता नहीं आइसबॉक्स में नहीं रहा तो भी चलेगा
आइसबॉक्स में
नहीं चाहिए एक्चुअली चाहिए
वो लोग को एक सेट ऑफ प्लेस पे वो वेरिएशन नहीं कर पाएंगे वो लोग
भाई मेरे को लगता है कि
team just suit what they want to do, right? Get the info, then go for the call, then have these set plays. That's a nice idea, but if everyone else is still going for double controllers on some of these maps, and especially a map like Icebox, curious how this attack's going to be, because at the end of the day, you're going to need to get those frags.
And on the other hand, for ZETA too, I mean, this composition is just what DRX did before in the past. So going in on the defense now, already committing the high tide. It blocks off. It kind of pushes Global Esports into A, where, well, Laz is kind of hiding and waiting. The turret is up and ready. Russ is kind of tagged up by the decay of the toxic screen. But, wow, we're just setting up for retakes. We're trying to use the lineup, but it doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, very fast flank, though. Now, they were spotted. GE knows they have to push out.
Shot, be shot. Bhai, iska aim hai, be.
Good for some shots. Gets the first one. Now wraps back around screens. He wants to hold this position. Because if he does, then it holds ZETA off for just another second. Laz, though, up around the rafters side. He goes back down and picks off Russ.
Here
comes Step from the top. Now Sugar Zero landing some shots. A bit of a distraction. It allows for the rest of ZETA to corral and push up into the site. Blaze King able to get one, but not for long until Laz takes him out. ZETA with the pistol.
I mean, that hop over from Def is one thing, but something else you're noticing here on that retake. So ZETA commits to the retake early on. Obviously, the back out of A site. Once the flank is up, then Laz suddenly says, you know what, we don't want to push in from Rasters just yet because they're going to consider pushing out, especially once Polvi gets the first kill. So he just wants to stay alive. Now it's the main force that pushes back in, makes an opening for Laz. Lots of good bouncing back and forth, and of course, clean shots from Sugar Zero as well. Another pistol on the board here in the very first round for ZETA.
Very nice and tempered kind of aggression. But Polvi with the outlaw now, wow.
Another force.
Side पे वो कर सकते थे अपन सिटी तक क्यों push किया लेकिन
I mean, I don't mind a force if it
अगर
works, right?
So कुछ नहीं होता था वैसे.
Yeah, you got the plant. You got the outlaw. I mean, that's another weapon you have to consider for force buys now. Doesn't want to show that he has it, and
well, a bit of noise just makes the last go under the two, but guess not. It's gonna be Polvi with the shot onto Laz instead. Clean head tap, and that weakens mid. With that now, a rotation pulled over from Hiroran, and it's going to be Global Esports slowly creeping up towards A.
Yeah, the thing is now you don't have the killjoy either, so a lot of that
free plant
capability of clearing out corners with something like the Nano Swarm no longer availability.
Well, similar from before, they let them have the site. Trying to spray, but still, spike plant goes down.
Peach chalo.
Fast is watching the flank. It's a force buy, and ZETA knows that, so the weaponry not necessarily.
Bye, jeet gaye.
Although, Polvi is still favoring this outlaw.
Bye, hello!
Goes for the reload, a blinded depth tries to hop over to stay alive, but
in the chat.
4 shots, 4 kills for Polvi with the new weapon, the outlaw. Doesn't need to fire twice on a shot if it's always a headshot.
Holy sheesh.
from the duelist pick up for
Paul
Global
V, तुम्हारे पास
Esports.
step पे step होगा कर पे हाँ Paul V.
Has the angle from the window?
Oh, that was okay. He was already damaged up, and that's
ये
again
दूसरा-
one of the strengths
दूसरा कहाँ
of the
मरा?
Outlaw as well. Good pod flash from Russ.
अबे शुगर जीरो कहाँ मरा? वो देख comments पढ़ रहे 100%.
देख पीछे देख बैकग्राउंड में बूस्ट चालू है.
As we move forward into the next round now, of course, economy for Zeta not going to look too great. Polvi just looking
Come
to
on, Paul V, bye.
sound off even more
ठीक है,
shots.
बाद
A
में
bit of
बताएंगे.
information being retrieved by Blaze King, and it pushes Zeta back.
Honestly, I think this is the best gun to give off warning shots in
Tries to grab
Valorant.
traps.
It's very loud. The bass is very deep.
And it just instills fear. I
Yeah.
mean, look at how much space they got off of that warning shot.
It's almost scarier than an operator when you just listen to it.
भाई
Welcome
गन
to the Wild West, buddy.
गन का यूज तो रहा है वे वाला.
Anyone has
हाँ?
to go.
मेरे को लगा कोई नहीं यूज करेगा इतना.
Astra is going to appreciate that one. Anyway, toxic screen down, and it's going to be Global Esports just trying to play it safe because they know that any of these
hello?
pistols could be lurking right around the
हो गया
corner.
मेरा.
Benkai getting caught out by Death.
Hello?
Not what you want to have happen as Death picks up that Spectre.
वो डैमेज भी नहीं गया है. कैसे टाइमिंग क्या टाइमिंग हो गया है?
In the default position. That's a great shot, and so is Uran. I mean, they're all peeking out at the same time. One shot, one kill.
Yeah.
I need to see their POV on that one. Now it's going to be lightning fast with nothing but a stinger.
Easy.
4 barrels staring
According
down
to you,
right at
what's
him.
going
30
wrong?
seconds left.
Goes in for a bit of a quick peek.
मैं बोलूँ what's going wrong?
हाँ बोल.
Step number 1.
हाँ
उसने alarm bot डाला है लेफ्ट साइड पे.
हाँ
ठीक है.
हाँ
और वो लर्क कर रहा है.
हाँ.
वहाँ पे लेफ्ट साइड पे टरेट नहीं है. तो उसको पता नहीं है कि ये जो एंगल है ये एंगल पे कोई पुश हो रहा है क्या. समझ रहा है?
ये क्या रहता है?
जो अलार्म बॉट अगर वहाँ पे अलार्म बॉट रहेगा तो जो एंगल दिखेगा पूरा ऊपर कूदने का और वो सब. ठीक है. उसके वजह से वो एक बंदा जो ऑलरेडी पुश था वो ये राइट साइड आ गया और इसने देखा भी नहीं रहेगा गारंटी. उसने क्लासिक के 2 हेडशॉट मार. वो स्टेप नंबर 1. दूसरे इसमें
आपकी
ये
बात
लोग
गलत हो गई.
क्या
ये नहीं बोला था आपने.
क्या नहीं बोला था?
अच्छा ये बोला था क्या राइट साइड पुश करके बैठा होगा.
हाँ.
अच्छा ठीक है मेक सेंस.
और फिर दूसरे इसमें जब ये लोग साइड गए ये लोग को या फिर सिटी कमिट करना था इको है या फिर वॉल डाउन करके जो मारते हैं नॉर्मल ये कमिट करने का था. लेकिन इतना टाइम दे दिया वो लोग ने अलग काउंटर एग्जीक्यूट कर दिया रिकॉन के साथ ब्लाइंड. उसमें भी अपन ही ब्लाइंड हो गए.
Yeah, so Zeta's trying to make this back into their bonus, right? Picking up the weapons that their opponents dropped in that last round. We'll see. I mean, they have the capabilities. Oh,
shot.
Just a bit of a swing though.
Tagged up.
Shot. एक और. Oh.
Even more tag.
गोलू बोलते.
The dreamer from South Asia.
गोलू बोलते. गोलू बोलते. एक सेकंड.
Turning up the
I have the
tempo. This is
perfect.
going to benefit GE a lot, right? Because
रुक जाओ भाई साउंड रुक जाओ. गोलू बोलते गोलू. ये. गोलू बोलते गोलू. ये.
it's things like
Hashtag
these
OP,
deep
hashtag OP.
and these other ideas, the
Hashtag
different
OP.
tempos that really start to play a macro game of Valorant against your opponents.
Yeah, because it's just like you had a bit of pressure towards B from
Oh, no,
early
yeah, I
on,
see.
and then you also always thinking Benkai might lurk around corners sometimes, and we can't just always leave Depp to deal with him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, off of the next round, Global Esports just goes in for that mid play, and that's something that Zeta, hasn't really defended all too well. Remember the previous round where Polvi picked up that quad kill.
Sexy मारा बे. Sexy.
Zeta has a bit of thinking to do.
एकदम
And I like that
sexy.
Lightning Fast just commits early towards screens as well, right? Because you can't really lurk as efficiently into Kitchen anymore
नहीं
with
कर
that
सकता.
window available.
गोलू मारेगा
This
तो नहीं
team
कर
already
सकता.
creeping up into the site. They make the call, of course, as they're jumping in with the drone, that, okay, site is empty, so Lightning Fast knows
That was John
means...
Big behavior, okay? That was John Big behavior.
क्या behavior? John
right.
Wick?
I mean, it was a Vandal. It wasn't quite a pistol that we're looking at, but it was a great lurk there. Gets the triple
John
four
Wick
himself.
Part 5 में गोलू भाई आ रहे.
Very nicely done. Now we've got Polvi on the Blade Storm. And they're looking to open things up towards A. Zeta definitely wanting to back off of this. But what's curious, sir, is Lightning Fast with this lurk. Up around Hunt.
Come on, गोलू come on.
वहाँ पे आ गया backup. John backup आ गया.
Things just start
भाई
to
ये
fall
sexy
apart
round
for
था.
Zeta
ये
Division,
comms
not getting the
crystal
right
clear था ये
read,
वाला.
Peeking into lurks. And at the same time, not quite able to make this
थोड़ा
retake
fall
happen
damage
just
खा
yet.
लेते
I
तो
think
मजा
they're
आता।
opting for that save, but while you're going for that,
नहीं चढ़ जाने दो, बाद में।
Lightning Fast is trying to hunt it
वापस save
down.
होगा।
Wow, okay, that's
मैं
John
नहीं
Wick
है,
behavior.
वापस
I mean,
मरेगा।
this is,
Huh?
I mean, he's going deep. He's going on a solo mission,
Big,
just
big, big.
picking
Lightning
up
fast big.
frags. He needs 2 more. If he gets 1 and dies, he still gets a Viper's Pit as well.
Guys,
It's not a bad
It's a good
shout.
pick.
जॉर्ड
One. I mean,
Now,
eco damage
भाई
already
फॉर्म
done.
में चल रहा है भाई गोलू।
Allows
गोलू
for
फॉर्म में
Colby,
चल रहा
who's
है।
on the Bladestorm to go for a little bit more. Just now playing off of the teammates to check. They want to take those guns
Okay.
away. All right, now we've lost a
ठीक
lot.
है,
It's
बस
time to save.
अभी इससे ज़्यादा नहीं। पैसे
Yeah, we
अपने
got
पास भी
mighty
नहीं है।
close to that lockdown here from
Nice
last as
round, nice
well.
round.
But hey, damage done to the economy a little bit. Viper's
Huh?
Pit also
Team
picked up
damage नहीं भाई।
by
Stream
Lightning
sound
Fast.
हल्का सा कम
I think
करो।
you see it on his
नहीं
face like,
भाई,
okay, maybe that
अपना
was a little
मैच चल
bit
रहा है।
too much. Right?
कहाँ
We're still
करोगे
gonna
stream
get
sound कम
the
करो।
counter peak, but you know the teammates are there as well, and that's something they're going to notice with Global Esports is that obviously his team, the comms are good. They're all
हाँ,
players
comms
who are
अच्छा था
used to
बे।
calling and
ये
sharing
राउंड का
ideas,
comms बहुत
leading
प्यारा
the
था।
team in one way or another.
अरे
Lighting Fast,
अरे,
enjoying the time on the
John Wick,
stage.
huh?
He talked about how he wanted to be part of the main roster. He wanted his chance on the stage consistently. The team has now.
क्यों टाइम आउट लिया पता है जेटा ने?
क्यों?
उनका कोच ने सीधा बोला कि देखो लग गए, ठीक है, ये मैप तो 100% हारने वाले, 100%।
हाँ।
तो नेक्स्ट मैप क्या करने का है उसके बारे में सोचते। ये टाइम आउट उसके लिए लिया। ये मैप कोलू ही मारने वाला मेरे हिसाब से। समझ रहे
हो सकता है, पॉसिबिलिटीज है। बोल रहा है,
Possibilities
मैं
है।
ट्रांसलेट करूँ क्या बोल रहा है?
ट्रांसलेट करे।
भाई अभी लग गया अपने, समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या करूँ।
+1
बहुत डिफिकल्ट है।
डिफिकल्ट या
ग्लोबल बहुत मार रही है, पता नहीं क्या करा जाए।
करेक्ट।
I
क्रिस्पी
think we'll think about the next map.
या क्रिस्पी ट्रांसलेट।
कोरियन सीख रहा था, जापानीज सीख रहा था मैं।
अच्छा,
एनीमे देख के ब्रो सब
बराबर है।
Very well aware of that. Of course, the force buy helped kind of even out the rounds early on as well. So I like this timeout because now ZETA should have
Momentum break हो गया।
in the works, and it's going to be a
Momentum
push out
अभी
down
बनेगा अभी।
2.
Wow.
जिक्स मत करो भाई, वाह भाई, एक तो सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ बेंचो।
Bit of that Vandal play, but they gotta stay hidden.
ये ड्रोन भी हेडशॉट मारेगा।
Global Esports maybe
लस्सी,
anticipating such
थोड़ा
a push
बैटरी
as
रहता
well,
था ना
so
ड्रोन में।
just
हाँ,
creeping up
किलजर
onto the
बेस में
side,
जाता
Zero
था
Point
बट
clears
से।
out the entire thing. Nobody's here.
भाई देखो सिटीविटी कुछ नहीं जाना।
Yeah, now you know. Okay,
हाँ?
sights empty again.
सिटीविटी
Surely
नहीं जाने
it's
का
another
भाई,
retake
दूर जाओ, बस हो
coming in
गया।
from both
नहीं जाएंगे
sides of the
Follow
site.
by कैसे?
Holy, that did hurt a bit
Only
more
by
than you
one man
wanted.
आर्मी करेंगे।
नहीं,
Still
एक
good
को
for
मार
the
के मारा
time
तो भी
being.
चलेगा,
He
ये
manages
बराबर
to
है।
hold his position.
दो लाइनअप वाले अपने दूर
Crucially,
है।
this angle on towards
बराबर है।
Rafters,
Yeah.
because that's where
और
Lazarus
प्लस
is.
सोवा ने
And
एक भी
ZETA,
मार दिया
this
तो
time
अल्ट
they're
भी आ
not
जाएगा।
flanking early,
Bro,
right? They're just
अभी
putting
आगे
that
मार दो,
pressure
जीत
in that this is
जाओगे,
what we always do. They're looking to
Ult
go
मार
in with
दो।
the main force.
जॉर्ड
Trying to
जॉर्ड
switch around, but still Polby holds his
Jord.
ground. Manages to gun down two. A bit
Jord,
of a flank
Jord.
coming through, but not quite for long. Lightning Fast trades out depth. And then comes Uran from the front. Null command
Lineup.
sussed out position. But
Cove
then
is
you
ready.
still gotta deal with
चलेगा,
Benkai
मारने का
Lightning
जरूरत नहीं है।
Fast. I
क्या
don't know
करेगा
how
मार
much the
के?
Cove can do because they haven't quite tapped the spike yet. Those
Yeah.
lineups, they
Jord,
are making
Jord.
it work. Uran able to pick up one more,
Nice
but
round,
then
nice round,
that's
nice
about it.
मैं रहता तो
Running away.
जाके रिवाइव
holding
देता
onto
था
the
मेरे
rifle.
को।
मैंने रस को
It's
मैसेज
global
किया
esports
in-game।
fortitude.
क्या करके?
Yeah,
अल्ट
the
मार, हाँ,
KO
सुना, सुना।
utility coming
Personal
in
bar
handy
भी।
as well. Obviously, ZETA Division not able to activate their abilities
4-2,
for a long
4-2.
time. They had to fight.
भाई अपनी पूरी लाइनअप की आर्मी थी पीछे, पता है? पूरी आर्मी, रस भी पीछे, सोआ भी पीछे, वाइपर भी पीछे। मतलब कम से कम 20 घंटे लगते थे उनको डिफ्यूज करना।
Surely they will continue to release some comms throughout
Oh,
the
yeah.
year, and it is great to listen. They've
By
got
Lightning
such
Fast
good
top
energy across the board.
Two names really stand out right now. Lightning Fast
OP.
and Polby. The snake bite, the opening frags. What more could you want? ZETA is the one that has to catch up to it. And right now they're trying to put the roadblock up around pipes. Laz able to
Jord!
but not for long until Huron arrives.
मारना पड़ेगा।
Guns down with a bit of a lineup on towards Russ and then picks up the third onto Lightning
तीन
Fast.
मारा बे उसने।
Blaze King cannot do all too much now as he's up on top of Nest.
I mean, this crazy aggression from ZETA. Laz pushing out all the way up front, and then Depp just
भाई
trying to
सब
bounce
इधर ही है
around
बे।
and draw all eyes on him. He dashes out, and they
मुझे
just
लगता है
do
निकाल
not
सकता
suspect
है,
yet
Leslie।
another member like Huron hiding right around the corner.
वो लोग ने
think
क्या
Able
किया?
to hold
स्पाइक
his
भी
aim
छोड़
for
दिया।
a triple. That
Jord,
should stabilize
Jord,
things.
Jord,
That's
Jord.
fourth kill as
Huh?
well for
Jord?
Huron. climbing right back into the game. Hunter's Fury available
भाई
for him
बंदा लोग
to
अच्छा खेल
counter
रहे तो
out
नहीं
and
बोलूं
maybe
सामने
push
वाली
them
टीम
back out
अच्छी
in the next
खेली
round too.
Now we can play retake.
थोड़ा बहुत ठीक है अपन लीड पे है अभी
Still though.
I mean, this is just they got a
कैसे
sight of it, but
बचा
at
बे
that point it
अपना
was a
16
little
कार्ड
bit
टैग
so
नहीं
ready
हुआ
for it too.
थोड़ा
I mean,
ऊपर
the
गया
first
16
double
कार्ड
kill. Very good discipline. And
भाई
these are the
जॉर्ज
moments
अच्छा
we
था
saw
बे
from
चार
him just
4 के
a
अच्छा था
couple rounds during the off season as well. Very sharp
4 के
shooting
अच्छा
when
मारा
he's in
उसने
the
16 ने
zone.
That's what we need to see from ZETA as well. I mean, you gotta fight fire with fire sometimes, and maybe the answer was just to really get a good read for where Global would push out, and then to peek off against that. But here it comes now, off of those wins from before, Global picks up the operator. Polvy's in a damn good position. Here's the Aldrin, wants to shoot it down, but nothing doing for the time being.
Yeah, Zeta heard the op too, though, right? That's why they're not giving him the time of day. They just say keep him trapped in mid. A, we've still got utility from Killjoy to get information to hold a little bit of time. B, you've still got the double controllers, the patience.
ये बराबर है.
But problem being, they
एक और
haven't
jet
ever
कुछ
retaken
करेगा
under
लेकिन
tube or into tube. So
इसका
this is something
Lambot
that
BT
Zeta will have
देगा
to keep
अपने
in
को.
mind of the entire time.
Just trying to stay hidden. They don't want to give out too much. And meanwhile,
End second पे नहीं रख सकते.
B तो
they
मिल गया
managed to
बे.
get openings
अरे
before
B
because
fake
they
तो
always
करना
put a
पड़ेगा,
bit of
40
pressure
second
and
है.
mental conditioning. They
ये
pull
fake
some of these
करेंगे.
defenses away.
अरे
but this
fake ही
time,
नहीं हो रहा,
without the
कोई बंदा
opening
peek ही
pick
नहीं ले रहा है.
that Polvy was definitely looking for.
भाई पोलू एक किल ले
They're going
लेगा.
to take a little bit of time. There's 30 seconds left, Will.
Yeah, they have to go, and there's the alarm bot. Now you know what's coming.
Left,
Oh,
right हो
the
गया.
swarm does enough damage.
Oh, and a snake
भाई
fire on the other
left right
side.
हो
Have enough time to
गया.
rotate if you go now, but they're not going to.
Gotta commit, and it is time, but Les
Bhai,
just stops
galat ho
you
gaya
in the
yaar.
nick of time as well. Here comes Depp with an operator of his own, and guess what? The Reckoning committed too. 13 seconds, and this
Bhai,
has
वहाँ
to
पे
be a
भी-
save.
10
B
seconds
पे भी
left.
नहीं होगा.
भाई
sure that you're
आवाज
keeping
क्यों
the
नहीं
orb
किया
Yeah,
लेकिन
you
B
gotta
पे.
keep up that operator. Build
हाँ
towards that
बे.
Blade Storm as well, because you're not looking too healthy. But a save. I
वो लोग
mean, you got trapped
जिससे
in
रोटेट
mid.
करने वाले थे वही
And at
टाइम पे
that
अलार्म
point,
बोर्ड पे
this
चढ़
really
गए.
comes down, I think, to Zeta also just saying,
ठीक है,
okay,
कोई
we
सी
have
नहीं,
no
कोई
information.
ना, कोई ना,
So
कोई
instead
ना,
of trying to
कोई ना.
creep back out, we have all these ultimates for the
ये
retake.
गलत
Right? You have
आ
the
रहे हैं,
Reckoning,
ये
you have the
लेकिन
Hunter's
गलत
Fury.
आ रहा हूँ.
Let's actually group up and make sure we're not getting flanked at any point through mid. Multiple members watching different angles in mid. You've got
सब
Killjoy and
बराबर था.
Harvey Utility blocking off the
जब
main
40-50
entrances.
सेकंड
And
था,
then they
40
say,
पे तो
as soon as
एटलीस्ट
the
फेक
alarm
कर
bot
देना
rings, send the
चाहिए था.
Reckoning. They don't have
मतलब
enough time because
अगर तुम लोग घुस के मर भी जाओगे ना तो भी
Actually,
चलेगा.
सोने ड्रोन ना रिकॉन कुछ नहीं किया था.
लेकिन भागो. दोनों वॉक कर रहे थे पिक के लिए.
अगर
लेकिन
ड्रोन
जब
रिकॉन भी
40
तो भी
सेकंड
at least
हाँ
कुछ तो होता.
40 सेकंड में कुछ तो जाके घुस के मरा तो भी चलेगा. कुछ तो हैवी साउंड क्योंकि वो रोटेट तो 100% करते थे 40 सेकंड में. 30 थोड़ा ज्यादा क्लोज हो गया.
But the Reckoning does so much, and now with Laz's kills coming through, you're cycling through some
ये
ultimates.
round
He's
बराबर
got
नहीं था
another
मेरे हिसाब
lockdown
से.
for a good retake or two. It's it might be Zeta coming on
कोच
the up and
अच्छा है
up.
अपना. जैसे मालूम पड़ा
Yeah,
कुछ तो
there's
लेफ्ट
a
राइट हुआ है
reason
सीधा
this
टाइम आउट
was the
लिया.
comp that started to really rise up once a couple of teams showed it off, you know, like the DRX, because it's basically the harbor for the stage, right? But now you have a little bit more flexibility. It's not just force the plant, then hold for post-plant lineups. You've got a little more of a different way to
DRX का भी
take
match
the
बे.
map over piece by piece.
तीसरा है
And
लेकिन वो.
GE, they're the ones who are experimenting today. We'll see if they have finally figured
और
out
इसका
the
भी है
answer,
ना,
cracked the
Secret
code
का भी है.
enough to force
आज
a
अच्छे
shift in
मैचेस
the
है.
meta.
लिक्विड
It
भी है.
would work better if
Very good
maybe
matches
some of
today.
these
Very good
initiators
matches
can open
today.
things up for Polvy, because we are
हाँ
looking
iceberg
for
attack
Polvy to
favored
come
है
out
और
and
डिफेंस
still has the operator,
बैलेंस्ड है.
and now rears his sights.
Attack favored थोड़ा
towards
ज्यादा है.
B. Okay.
बट बैलेंस्ड है.
Recon doesn't find
Only
much,
by
but it
Mario,
does
yeah.
bait out a bit of a cascade.
Good cascade, actually. So
Very
hard
deep.
to, yeah,
60-40
clear around
बोल
that.
सकते.
Don't
60
want to
for
push past
attack.
it.
ऐसा.
So that's why they're holding so far back. And in the meantime, Zeta pushes out mid on their own.
लिक्विड नहीं सॉरी.
Doesn't find much though, but it is a good
सीक्रेट
angle
और
for
टैलेंट
them.
है.
Yeah, I mean, Dev could stay, or yeah, they could back out, because that
Liquid
means
कैसे बोला
GE,
बे?
if
यहाँ
they
का है ही
want
नहीं.
any variation, they're going to have to take
Here.
time to take over mid.
Here.
And Zeta, they're actually just banking on the fact that this is going one way or another. The Recon's not going to find anything Surely this gives the call.
Oh,
and Binks as well.
bye.
Surely this gives the
Lag
call
gaye.
over to focus onto yellow.
Yeah, they're like, that's the lurker.
अबे
We
हो
can
गया,
rotate
हो
it.
गया, rotate
So
करें.
मादा लिया
That's what they're
उसने.
doing. Snake bites out from Euron.
Oh!
A bit of a jiggle, and that's us out
Oh!
Polvy's position. They know exactly what's
Jord!
going to happen. The Cole trying to play
Jord!
it off. Shorty with the swing,
Jord,
but not
Jord,
quite
Jord.
the shots to
Oh!
go.
Miss
They
miss
are
किया.
Zeta.
मिस किया
Laz, however,
उसने मिस
managed to pick
किया.
up one from mid.
Foreign
That's
ball
all
भी
you
correct,
can really
correct.
do.
अपन
The
नहीं
kill
करेंगे
being held down
miss.
by Polvy. Hunter's Fury being
उसने कर
committed,
दिया
but
है मिस.
ooh, the ultimate's
मिस किया.
not really well timed enough.
ये
It's
ये.
still aiming down
Love
his
you
sights.
Deb, I love you.
One shot through the engine block. Global Esports 5-4.
भाई पहला मिस किया होगा डेप्थ ने.
I mean, a
इसलिए
great
खुश
round
हो
coming
गया
out
बे
from
मैं.
GE. You bait out the first piece, couple pieces of utility.
वो लगता तो
then you
लग
cut off
गए भाई.
contact, you
किलजोय
have
100
the
वोल्ट
turret
आता था
watching
पट
from
से.
mid as well. So it gets contact. You don't see it get broken right away. There's no
wanna
further
try
push, so
Starbucks?
you have to presume.
Huh?
Of course, and then you hear the upshot as well that it's
No,
going to be the
sugar
operator
and
coming through. Still on the lurk on A. You're making sure that Zeta gets split up. It's a good
161
read.
can.
Try to readjust
No
to
need.
what Zeta's doing. So now, Zeta,
need.
a new look. It's going to be the stack onto A.
Yeah, the split is good. I also do feel like it's a little bit of like Euron and Huron maybe.
ओ ये ज़्यादा.
I'll have बाद में
भाई, ज़्यादा
cheat
है.
mid
I mean, it's tough
after
for them
stream.
to hold, and now
Ah,
Polvy
Deb,
feeling that much
maro.
more confident. Deb trying to
Deb गया
cause
जीत
a bit
गया.
of mayhem, but it's not quite going
Deb
to
गया,
happen.
जीत
Deb गया जीत
I
गया.
don't know if
Simple.
they can suspect Benkai here. They have some inkling. They heard Polvy drop, but that's why they're a little scared because surely. Okay!
Huh?
Nice peek around out of the
Aye.
nest.
Very quick, but now has to back up.
अब मैं बताऊं. अलार्म बॉट की जगह पे टेरेट होता. समझ रहे?
अबे वो टरेट मिड
वही
के लिए
होगा.
भी चाहिए भैया.
हाँ.
अलम्बॉट मिड के.
So you just want to make sure
Oh.
that
कुछ
you're
नहीं कर
able to
सकते.
have that for the retakes. Now that you know the site wasn't taken over, the high tide, just trying to slow things down.
Also with Huron
backup.
and the angle around mid too, so does give them a little bit more room to push up and kind of position themselves around the site.
कहाँ
Now
पे
that it's
मेरा?
surrounded, now that it's a little bit more
किलजोय
clear,
बहुत
Huron
दूर
does a
है.
quick peek, takes down lightning fast.
And they're still aware of Benkai as well. They haven't spotted this Killjoy.
Oh, Laz is watching too.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, but now they know they have the numbers advantage, trying to force the defuse.
ओह.
अरे
ठीक है Ben का.
Oh no!
अरे
Ben
बेन
का-
का
And
का
Laz
ठीक
just
है.
turns around at the right time. Defuse comes in.
कोई से नहीं,
Let's
कोई से
get
नहीं.
it
ठीक
over
है.
to
5-5
Huron.
ठीक है. 5-5.
Got a
कोई से नहीं,
5-5.
कोई से नहीं, कोई से नहीं.
2 more rounds to go.
चुप Binks,
On a
sorry.
tightrope, both these teams
मैंने
bouncing
jinx
back
किया
and
क्या?
forth across the 2 maps.
Sorry.
And
क-
quite
वो
frankly,
करते हैं,
neither of them looking
उल्टा,
dominant
reverse.
on their
ये
own
round
pick either. Of course, GE
ZETA
lost their
जीतेगा.
pick of bind. You know, had a
Cross
double
करते, cross.
initiator comp on that first map. They brought
ये
out
round
here
ZETA
as well,
जीतेगा.
just
Cross
trying
करते
to
हैं.
change things up, but
क्या बोलते हो?
I mean, are you
कितना बड़ा हो
cooking or
गया
are you
तू, हैं?
just dawdling around in the kitchen? Because so far
Jinx
we're
कर
not
रहा हूँ
finding
एक
the
तो.
answer. I mean, it's
हाँ?
hard. It's hard to shift metas, and a lot of times the
बराबर है.
frags have to follow
Anti-meta,
up. You know,
sorry.
this time, I would say they're starting to fire up. Polvy leading the scoreboard in the server, but it's not enough just yet.
ये राउंड जीते तो
Always
सही
that
होगा.
challenge of like old and new ideas. Old spice or new spice? Still,
ठीक है. ये
Paul's
round ZETA
absolutely
जीतेगा
right.
मैंने बोला.
Polvy has been showing up, but we still need more to see that dominant lead. Because it isn't that dominant lead, both teams are actually adjusting to each other really well, and we're seeing how they play back and forth in terms of space. We still have Euron as well as Sugar Zero defending that B site. These walls are doing so much.
You have so much time right now. You still know that no one's pushed out from mid.
Blind,
or
blind,
A,
blind.
Not too
Oh,
far
no.
at the very least. Oh, if he gets
Jord.
oh, still loses control of Snowman though. If they held control of Snowman, either you plant the lurk there, or you try to force your way all the way around the pit. But now,
Oh,
Deb,
yeah, actually.
very well focused.
Yeah,
ओ
Deb
भाई.
always holding his own up
Kaise?
towards the A side, especially with
Deb
that
क्या
operator.
मार
But
रहा
the
है?
other thing is also just Euron and that Viper's pit. It covers up
तूने
just
support
enough
किया
that he
करके.
can actually peek
Wow.
out and take down whoever peeked out
तूने.
Snowman.
चल
30
लौड़ी.
I think
seconds
that's
left.
kind of the idea. And now with that space, that repositions.
अगर ये लगता.
Not quite connecting though.
अब भी काफी मैं
This
फ्लाइट लेके
might
जाने वाला था.
allow for Global Esports to get that spike down.
And both teams are so aware of the potential lurks as well. I mean, they've kind of bitten each other in the back a couple times in this first half. Wow.
ओ ये तो सिर्फ W है भाई.
But now it's just the main force pushing through.
You get a little bit paranoid, but now all you got to do is watch the front.
Jord,
Lightning
Jord.
fast definitely does. Goes in for that jitter peek, but it doesn't quite work out. Last that much more decisive, just goes in for the shot. Now they're aware that Blaze King is up on top of Belt. Good peek though, but not quite enough to gun down the second target.
ये depth का
Yeah, and it was Laz holding that defuse from the box as well. So Blaze King just trying to think that it's through the screen. He can't see them already posted up.
ऐसे वो normal shot ही मार रहे हैं कुछ ऐसा
चलो एक थिंग द जिंक्स नहीं है बिंक्स ही है
Just a peony.
अरे लेकिन अपने पास कवर ने तो प्लांट के बाद ऐसा भी नहीं जाना चाहिए था
Yeah, flushed all the way.
Yeah, you don't get fashion points in Valorant.
It's not just fashion. It peeks out over the
क्या
top.
बोला
of
तुम?
some
ये गया.
obstacles. Or some
ये गया.
ponytails. Nah, not really.
ये गया.
6-5. That's the main thing. And again, it's just how they play back and forth in terms of space. Global tries to pull some of the attention away onto the other parts of the map, trying to divide ZETA.
Dep mara.
ZETA stays
Dep
united.
100
And
mara.
back into the A site. A sudden change
Jord.
of pace. A quick execute off the null command. Russ picks up his value.
Jord.
Polvi now
Polvi
with
by
that space
heavy.
goes in and finds another frag. This is Polvi not just creating space, he is actually fragging out.
ऐसा क्या देख रहे हो उसको?
Lined up. They hesitated for a second.
ऐसा क्या देख रहे हो उसको?
Comes out, but now of course you get the detain.
एक और.
Okay, it allows for Bankai to go
इतना
a
time
little
ले,
bit
बस हो
greedy.
गया, बस
Picks
हो
up
गया.
one, knows to pull back. Spike planted. How do you
Ah.
retake ZETA?
Cove and double cascade at the ready. Now you got double structure and nano swarm as well, but GE not backing out.
Oh, they're not using util. Setting up a bit of a crossfire between 410 and the boxes. They know where Laz is. Here comes that
Love it for
Cove.
Blaze King.
Jord.
So good on
Nice.
these time
Jord,
peaks. Bankai
Jord,
off of it as
Jord,
well.
Jord,
Just to
Jord.
watch his
Let's
friends
go.
back. We
भाई वो राउंड में कॉम्स कैसे था पता है? It's like me and T-Bone. ठीक है?
हाँ
अन्ना नॉक हुए.
हाँ
अन्ना बोल रहे रेस्ट कर.
हाँ
मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेरे पास कवर नहीं है.
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्मोक डाल रहा हूँ.
स्मोक डाल. तू स्मोक डालेगा तो मैं रेस्ट दूंगा. मैं रेस्ट नहीं कर रहा. समझ रहे हो?
हाँ,
ऐसा.
हाँ.
फिर अन्ना लास्ट में बोले यार खत्म होने वाला है. रेस्ट कर प्लीज.
हाँ
फिर दोनों ने ऐसा देखा एक दूसरे को. बोला ठीक है मैं स्मोक कर रहा हूँ तो रेस्ट कर. वो वाला कॉम्स थोड़ा कैजुअल था मेरे हिसाब से.
Boom Esports.
हाँ
Now on
थोड़ा
global
सा-
वही होगा, वही होगा.
Esports,
Legit में वही
showing
होगा
us
कॉम्स.
what he's
हो
capable
सकता
of.
है. ये मेरे
A
हिसाब से
lot of
अंदर का
Indonesian
कॉम्स था.
talents in VCT Pacific,
हो सकता.
and Blaze King is just one of them. I mean, he's definitely earned his spot, and it always shows true in a lot of these
मैं
like,
revive
tiny
करूँगा.
micro
पहले तू
decision-making
smokes दे.
moments. Knowing to
वरना नहीं
push
कर.
whenever the spike is tapped. And sometimes, you know, it's also a bit of confidence. It makes you think, like, yeah, a bit of hesitation from Polvi or with the Cloudburst and wanting to
पर
pick up
पॉलवी
his
स्मोक
small
डाल के
teammate
वापस
Russ.
पीछे को देखा.
But
हाँ?
Blaze King and
पॉलवी
Bankai
ने
brought
स्मोक
things back.
डाला.
Yeah. Now with the double
तो उसका
initiator
पीछे
competition
देख
for
रहा था,
global
आगे देखेंगे
esports,
वापस.
how do they want to play that defense?
वही तो मैं बोल
Another
रहा
map
हूँ.
like
वो
mine
रेस
where
हो
there's
रहा है
a
कि नहीं
lot of
स्मोक में वो
post-plant
देखने को.
utility
हाँ, वो
lineups, a
देखने
lot
को.
of
कैसे
those
result
types
है.
of plays.
Result
So
होने के
at
बाद
some
उछलते
point
हैं
you're
ना
going to
कि
want to
वो.
at least
भाई
pressure
पॉलवी
the
का
flank so
एंट्री
they
तो
can't
है
just
भाई.
sit all the way back. But the problem is
हाँ?
if you're pushing out with your
एंट्री तो
initiator,
है
ये
पॉलवी
बहुत
का.
अच्छा खेलता
unless
है.
you're getting some sort of contact or
पॉलवी अगर
really just
शेरिफ लेगा
closing the
फर्स्ट
map into
राउंड
half,
तो
that
और
utility
मारेगा.
just, it doesn't feel like it's bringing home as
भाई
much
इनके
value.
किल जो ने
So,
शेरिफ लिया.
yeah, I mean,
किसने?
I'm curious what they're going to do.
किल जो ने.
Obviously, in the pistol, it's going to be a stack.
किधर?
The other thing is also just that they might not push out all too much because it's the
देखना,
0
बोल
pointer
छोड़ी कि
and the
तू
recon
ZETA
vault.
वालों
They
को
can
क्यों
just
देख रहा है
sit
बे?
back and, you know, let the
भाई
utility
देखना.
gather a bit more
हारेगा
information
भी,
from it and then
अलम
try to,
बॉट
you know,
भी
make
कुछ
guesses off of
अच्छा
that.
वैसा.
Obviously not the
Yes.
safest, but
Sure, so but that's my
Thousand
point, right? Is that you
likes
can
allowed.
sit back, but then your retake, if you go for all the flashes and they just hang back, then you just got to deal with the post plan. So it's this rock paper scissors, but Blaze King still on fire from the first half.
definitely
ये कौन
throwing
सी
a rock
wall
on
है
that first
क्यूट सी?
one. Here comes Hiroran. Up to
Jord.
and ZETA has found their opening. Has to gun down Blaze King. Turns back
किसको
around
support कर
because
रहा
of
है
that.
भाई?
किसके लिए जॉर्ड बोला?
Is
किसको
that double
support कर रहा है?
commands them the sight.
इतना बड़ा हो गया तू?
Lightning fast.
इतना बड़ा हो
Tries
गया?
ये
to
गया,
grab back
ये गया,
around,
watch.
checks in, but
देख
doesn't
लो
expect
इसको,
Laz
चैट
up
देख
by
लो.
the window.
यही
That
है.
new
भाई,
spot up by
कुछ
iSpot. It's
भाई
showing
सुनो,
us so much.
कुछ नया स्टैट
We're
देखा
seeing a couple
इसलिए
good
जॉर्ड
looks
बोला
around
भाई.
it. I think
वो एक
teams around
सेक्सी
the world
सिटी
starting to
वाला
show
वॉल
us
काट
there's
के वो लोग
multiple
घुस के
ways to
मारा.
work that.
Imposter.
करके
Obviously, the
नहीं
pure
माँ
threat that you
कसम
can
भाई.
watch it
कितना
from
बड़ा हो
Boiler
गया?
makes it a little
I
harder to
love
dig deep on the
Valorant
attacker
यार,
side, but
सच्ची
they
यार.
still hold under the
सच्ची
window
माँ
at different
कसम.
angles. There's
वो
a lot
ऐसा है
of
कि
ways
मैंने
you
ये
can
कॉल
use
नहीं
that to just
देखा है
plant,
कभी.
you know, the seed of
वो भी
doubt
नया है
to
इसको.
the opponent into the future rounds.
Especially for attacking teams too, I think. It's just another additional angle. Makes you think about the defensive side, like whether or not you want to
20 जन suppress.
a player to watch that spot.
20 जन suppress हुए 20.
With the buys, no force from Global. In fact, they're just kind of playing these unorthodox really.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Down and it lines up for Deb. The stack gets knocked down. Sugar
Baba.
Zero
Thoda
zeroed on.
thoda casual.
It's all down again to Benka.
थोड़ा लेफ्ट
It's an
राइट
ego.
हिलने का
You
होता
do
है
what you
मतलब
have to do.
ऐसा
Those are the
पिक के
plays that
बाद.
either it turns into greatness or you get lined up.
I don't know, like maybe you just don't peek or like hide or.
Well, you have to go for a timing, right? Because
Yeah.
I think if you're waiting, unless you have like all Buckies and such, they're gonna check. There's no
भाई
way,
बंका
right?
कैसे खेलने पा रहा
I
है
mean,
बे?
sometimes some teams don't, and they pay for
Bunka
it.
is feeling
But
a
I don't
bit,
mind the
low
peak.
to-
Here's the thing: you're not supposed to win that round, so you have to throw. If you're going to commit to something like a stack like that, you got to throw a curveball. You got to go for the wild card. And yeah, it looks silly, but sometimes it looks genius. And there's a fine line.
चलो buy round
There's a
है.
fine line, but it's
Crucial
not a
round.
round you were supposed to win. So I think those are the times where I don't mind it. You know, you let it pass. Now you got your rifles in hand. These are where GE can start to showcase
score
what do
is
their
that?
defaults
6,
look like.
6,
It's going to be the two initiators on one side, the Killjoy and Viper on the other side of the map to anchor.
When you're right, Will. And here comes Polvi. Oh, instant
Oh,
pick
nice.
off and
Sexy one tap.
tail.
Sexy, sexy, sexy.
I mean, you already have the numbers advantage. Got control of mid as well.
Might as well let the
Hello?
trickle in, right?
Let's go.
King
Love
going
you,
for
Air
it.
Blaze
Gets the
King.
timing on the peak. Sugar Zero continuing to push up front, managed to catch Russ, but how long can that really work out until Euron? What is the... I
लेफ्ट से
can't
है
see
ना
that.
साइड खाली था.
You managed to find shots with a Guardian
दोनों
of all
left
things.
है, right
Here come the
देखने
rest
का
of the
कोई
players
है ही
from
नहीं.
Raptors, though, and they are still peeking a little bit too fast, a little bit too
Right.
much. It allows for Euron to pick up yet another double. 2+2.
भाई बराबर था भाई. पॉलवी ने एक को मारा, ब्लेस्किंग को एक मारा. फिर वो लोग का कॉम्स क्या हो गया मालूम है? साथ में यहाँ लेफ्ट पिक करते.
ऊपर वाले को मार, ऊपर वाले को मार.
हाँ,
अरे राइट से मर गया.
साथ में आके लेफ्ट पिक कर दिया, राइट पे कोई देख ही नहीं रहा है.
Round from your end.
Comes.
Depth smiling as well. We often see him just kind of being zoned in no matter what.
ये देख, वहाँ देखा वाइपर, ये देख.
ZETA are good.
Oh.
लेफ्ट से घुस गया.
It's just a wraparound from both teams, right? And that's good movement from your end because you note that GE is trying to play around your double controllers. They're trying to find the timings into your smokes. So then your end says, well, I
Time out बोलते.
continuing to take over space. Once you back up, if you've already gone.
मेरे हिसाब से ये टाइम आउट में ना कुछ एक एनर्जी वाला पॉजिटिव सॉन्ग ऐसा कुछ सर्च करके ये लोग को सुनाना चाहिए. एकदम जोश चाहिए, जोश अपने बॉयज को. क्या बोलते हो चैट? अपने बॉयज को जोश चाहिए, जोश एकदम क्रेजी जोश. क्या बोलते हो? ऐसा टेंशन नहीं चाहिए, जोश चाहिए. कुछ भाई कुछ एक फनी. मैं समझ गया. 2 चीटी एक हाथी वाला जोक.
6-9 है.
बात तो है लेकिन अपने फेवर में नहीं है.
Pull on one side,
2 चीटी हाथी वाला एक जोक चाहिए था.
open, and sometimes that's an opening for Global. But
कुछ
at
एक
least for this
एलिवेट
round,
करने को. क्या
I
बोलते
can
हो?
say with absolute certainty it should be ZETA's pickup. So the timeout being called, invested into future
क्या
rounds.
लगता है?
Yeah, and GE, they have enough creds on Polvi to go for that operator in the next round as well.
सीने एक ही 2 कंट्रोल
So
लेते.
that's something they're going for, right? Even if it's the half armor. Once you get that operator, things get a little easier.
It makes you think, right? Is this Marshall position up on top of yellow something that they want to condition ZETA into thinking? But the shot was already picked off, and the cascade just gives ZETA that much more security.
He's trying to just get one
Whoa.
hit.
Excuse me.
All right, just a quick reaction to that.
उनमें
recon.
भी है
Yeah, they're
क्यूट.
trying to push off of it, distract him.
क्यूट
Enough
उनमें भी
investment,
है.
they pulled the rotations over. Laz might have
क्या है?
heard or
क्यूट्स
sensed it.
क्यूट्स.
Well, this is,
Cute
yeah, and this is just good
lineups.
timing from Laz, right? Is that you can at
cute
least
lineups.
ensure
Ah.
that you'll be ready for the execute.
Oh,
if,
Ben.
And if they already did shift over, it's not like they're going to have time to flood the site without checking everything.
And they really got nothing.
But you can't move from GE's
Oh,
position.
pura side
I mean, I don't
खाली.
blame GE. This is just Laz making a great call
लेकिन
from
eco है
Zeta,
ना
right? You saw them marching, you saw them back
ये
up,
तो
you saw
gamble
them
play
shoot out
वाला
the
है, इसमें तो
recon,
कुछ नहीं
which
बोल
tells
सकते।
you that they want to hide information, they want to try to stay on the B
30
site,
seconds left.
and now it's just the site free.
That's exactly what I mean. Everything orchestrated perfectly to the mastermind of Carlisle or Junior or Laz. The call from it, you're on with the timing on the poison cloud towards mid as well, so that Benkai doesn't see anything on the cross.
Sexy legs on the
They managed
floor.
to cut noise just enough to clear out the entire site. Now, a full pistol plus one marshal retake. It is near impossible, virtually impossible for Global Esports to win. Well, even with the Reckoning too?
भाई
We really
ult
want
मार
double
दी
digits, don't we?
बे।
Yeah, you have the lead. I don't mind this at all.
Base में ult मार दी बे।
Sure, it can seem a little crazy, but this is also a different Zeta division. Continue the lead when you can. We've seen so many teams in Pacific last year that try to save it for the match point, save it for the grand win, and it just never happens. So why not just extend that lead just a bit further?
So decisive. This,
बाप
again,
रे।
I gotta say it.
Zeta ओपा तो है।
Brand new Zeta division.
4 मर गए, 4।
Global Esports dying to get that round loss bonus, but it does, again, extend that gap.
Please, 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 prayers हो जाए, prayers हो जाए, Strix।
हो जाए, बंक्स भाई, I'll follow you।
हो जाए।
आप बोलो, मैं रिपीट करता हूँ।
हे भगवान।
हे भगवान।
7 राउंड मुझे दे दो।
7 राउंड मुझे दे दो।
मैं आपको hugs and kisses करूँगा, love yous।
मैं आपको hugs and kiss करूँगा, loves you।
इतना बड़ा हो गया तू किस करेगा भगवान को? ये गया मेरे को देखने का था, टेस्ट था इधर, ये गया।
If they want to go for a stack
गया।
round.
ये 100% गया ये।
A bit of a guessing game this time.
102%, ये गया।
Zeta not able to retrieve all too much.
This is it's a great angle to hold on that far angle, but if they're coming out of garage, yeah,
7
that
round
flick is not
चाहिए
an easy
यार।
one. So Polvi's really playing for maximum contact and maximum info.
I don't know if Zeta's gonna push all too deep into B yet, though.
ये round जीता, then we have like a Killjoy and Soiled for the next round. But this round is like a little crucial.
So without finding all too much this time, they're kind of assuming and setting up for that execute into A. I don't know if it's the wisest decision.
Yeah, the high tide doesn't cover all of rafters. They have to be aware of that.
Okay, well, the frag's still just as good. Yuran just walks up and takes down Russ. Lightning fast answers back, though. But look at the positioning from Death. He's already making it up on top of screens. And with that, Circus Zero conceals the plant, gets it through. A bit of a wall back. Doesn't quite connect, but Yuran's still just as good on the Guardian. Similar to Yuran from before.
Surely you save. I mean, it feels bad, but yeah, it feels bad, but you need this off to make anything happen in the future rounds.
Oh, he's going for it. Doesn't know the angle from below. Lick spotted. Okay, now we save.
If you're Zeta, you chase. You got so many creds. Trap him in.
Polvi tried to pull a sneaky.
Tap करके ऐसा save करने का क्या था?
Who is on the hunt. They are out for blood. They find the shot. Huron's already here. Oh, he heard him.
Nope.
Well, he was ready for it, but he just wants to run away. Just wants to buy time.
Nah, okay, he's
बच गया, बच गया.
The greatest escape. Well, will it lead to anything? It's the one ray of hope that GE has now.
I mean, do you push out with it, or?
It's an option, but I think it's an obvious one. And
I think
there's got to be some sort of stack, some sort of push out.
भाई लेकिन मैंने Benkai को तो कभी ये form में नहीं देखा है.
They will just buy up with half armors as well. So the operator's still there. So that just means you're still able to hold this one angle. You are going to push out onto pipes under actually an overrunner setup here with Russ.
वहाँ पे भी कट्टा है.
हाँ, मेरे को भी कल ही पता चला. वहाँ पे क्यों को फ्लैश डालते पता है?
Shift the weight. Very greedy from GE with lightning fast pushed up this far.
Oh.
No one's gonna watch this
भाई
back.
अकेला भी है.
Just hold the angle, maybe.
Lightning fast का round.
He has no escape.
Oh!
He gets the spike at the very least.
Good heads up duel,
Look at
good
him.
information. The rotation's coming through, but Zeta being able to anticipate these movements is just so
इतना
good.
जल्दी trade आता है ना इनका?
now with that spike goes down.
Guy.
Blaze King tries to hold it off with the shock darts. But out in the open, gets caught out by Deb, who I will not mention with the play storm.
कैसे
Moving
जिंदा
forward
ये
now still,
अशुमादा
the retake's
कैसे?
underway. You got mid, you got snow.
अरे
Not
यार
Snowman any longer, just mid. Benkai tries to open things up. The Viper Spit committed to secure match point. Do you still go through or do you save? I mean, so much to consider.
It's this or match point. No matter what, you're not going to have a great round the next one, but you're not finding the early picks. It's just not doable anymore.
Kobe's gonna do the same thing, trying to hold on to this operator. ZETA can definitely chase.
एक सेव कर रहा है, एक अंदर जा रहा है,
Should
डिफरेंट
be
टैप
alright.
करने को. क्या सीन
Should
है?
have it going off here soon. So the operator stays alive, and Benkai sacrifices himself for a shot.
प्रॉब्लम ऑप सेव का नहीं है. ऑप सेव इज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम. द प्रॉब्लम इज अपना डिफेंस. अपना डिफेंस का जो कॉम्स है, दैट इज वेरी 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 लेफ्ट राइट. बंदा साइड पे आ गया, वो रिकॉन विकॉन पूरा लाइनअप कर रहा है, समझ रहा है?
टेप भाई थोड़ा कैजुअल खेल रहे भाई.
Defensively and you don't find contact, it just kind of becomes diminishing returns there.
Oh, they had just enough.
rounds now.
Yeah, they had just enough to sacrifice a couple utility as well.
क्या लगता है
Just go for the half
होगा?
armors. You got the Hunter's Fury too.
रिकॉन हो गया, वो लोग पूरा इन्फो है.
So
ये
trying
देख,
to sack the play, trying to push through, get info,
थोड़ा
and then
over
fall
aggressive
back,
है.
set up for the retake. It's a bit risky, a little bit gambly. Rush tries to stay a second longer to find that tag, but not quite able to make it happen. ZETA very controlled. Getting pinged and then
Defense
just holding
अच्छा
back
नहीं
for a second. Laz now watching mid for any crosses. This is ZETA on a whole
Killjoy को
new
देख किधर है?
Level. Laz is on the move. Lightning fast
Killjoy?
hurt him.
हाँ,
Gets him on the
God.
flank as well.
Nice,
भाई
nice.
गोलू अच्छा खेल रहा है.
pick up
Nice,
and
got it,
then
got it.
Depth to come back in. The spike is down. They know they're
ऐसे
good.
बोला गोलू अच्छा खेल रहा
Everyone's in
है.
position, not to mention Euron, who is holding such an angle. But good swing off of the recon. Blaze King
Come on!
managed to shoot them down. Rush trying to dance back and forth. The spike still being used. And
हाँ हो गया
Ben
हो गया
Dismiss हो
able
गया.
हो गया.
एक
through,
और
manages
चांस
to make
मिला.
use of that
डेप
space from
को
Russ and
कोई
Blaze King.
रोको यार.
Okay, so you get the round, but at
Yeah,
what cost?
dude.
कोई रोको
Dropping
इस बंदे
all
को
the weapons all the way
भाई.
to the end.
You buy up.
Nice round, Ben guy.
Oh.
Nice.
Love you,
I
Ben
mean,
guy.
you
Love
have to buy
you.
whatever you can every single round now, but
I mean, you can't afford full buys. What
no, you can't. I mean, because you barely bought.
बेनकाई को लव यू से अच्छा उसको लव यू जिसने अंदर साइड प्लांट किया था. लव यू. किसने प्लांट किया था वो?
पता नहीं भाई.
इससे पूरा गलत प्लांट नहीं हो सकता था.
A retake.
कौन था वो जिसने अंदर प्लांट किया
Well, you
था?
do have the null command and the Viper's Pit, but how long can you really extend this map? That is the question.
भाई, गोलू
12 to
अच्छा
7
खेला
right
है.
now.
गोलू
All
तेरे लिए
ZETA
बड़ा
needs
पाव.
is one.
गोलू अच्छा
And they
खेला.
are looking mighty decisive. Depp 1 point away from the Blade Storm. Goes in to take that space up around yellow. Timing peak off of the recon. Clears out the early half of the site.
So Pulvi's aware that a lurk is still on the A site. It's either him or Lightning Fast that can hold that. Pulvi's going to leave it up to his teammate, regroup on B.
5v5 retake.
Shock darts to clear out utility or just to fend them off.
Oh, Pulvi
Last-
Nice.
he was ready for it.
Last wanted to make it happen though. If he
Conte.
did, then there may have been some rotations. But here comes Pulvi and Lightning Fast now.
I don't
This
know
guy.
if Depp suspects that this is going to be a double. Oh, Lightning just a jiggle.
Sorry.
I don't mind it. Doesn't
Meta.
greet for the kill.
Oh.
But that means they're trapped in B.
Exactly.
Defense knows.
They have to push up front. And as long as Russ, Benkai, and Blaze King can defend B well enough, they're going to run out of time. The pressure is on. And off of the cascade, they push up. Euron and Hiruron. How do they make it happen? All three players down. Death now coming through. All that's left is Lightning Fast. And a Russ that is running out of battery, running out of juice. Finds the angle, finds the shot. But oh god, Blaze Storm now propped up. That's a tough target to hit. Okay. Just a bit of a whiff here and there, and then you're on to secure that final nail in the coffin. 13 to 7. ZETA defense clears this out 2-0.
One of the
I
teams
think
that
it
just
is bleed versus
भाई
G.
अपना इतना अच्छा उधर स्टैक है. एक ऐसा फ्लैश के साथ पीक करके छुपने का कुछ कुछ तो यार
एंटी यार एंटी कोई नहीं नेक्स्ट गेम पे करेंगे कमबैक
भाई लेकिन वो राउंड यार कैसे वाला राउंड था वो केओ रिवाइव वाला कैसे
ZETA कैसे
एंटी जीजी वेल
भाई डेप का नाम अभी
that's
जब अपना मैच रहता है ना एक
why.
बंदा नाम रहता है जिसका नाम याद रहता है डेप का नाम याद रहेगा मार का
Who are still firing off. Yeah, I mean,
गोलू
that's
अच्छा
the
खेला
thing is
भाई
that
गोलू
now
अच्छा
they're
खेला
a little
कॉलवी
bit
भी
used
अच्छा
up.
खेला
They don't have to hard
आई
carry
थिंक
every single
जाना
map.
चाहिए टूर्नामेंट में
भाई अभी कुछ एक बातचीत होनी चाहिए एक तो
फेड
थैंक यू
ये फेड कितना भारी है
फेड
क्या है ये भारी मतलब क्या होता है
कितना अच्छा है
तो ये क्या लैंग्वेज है बहुत सड़ी के
कितना अच्छा
हाँ?
कितना अच्छा
ये क्या लैंग्वेज है बे
कितना अरे मतलब
हाँ?
कितना अच्छा है
तो ऐसा बोल भारी क्या होता है पता है ना तेरे को ये गया
अरे बाबा
ये गया फेंचूद ये गया
गाइस लाइक कर दो
गाइस
लाइक करो गाइस
लाइक तो करो लेकिन 2 राउंड कैसे में मेरा दिल कैसे
Like
कैसे
करो।
We have the same shoes.
हाँ
Thanks so much, people.
ये
Yes, congratulations, lad. It's good to see you back. 네, 오늘의 우승.
ये भी
개인
cute है
첫
ना,
번째
Laz?
우승은 제타 디비전이 가져가게
Laz,
됐습니다.
हाँ?
라즈 선수
Laz
만나보겠습니다.
क्यूटी है ना ये
So, Laz, you've been picked as a key player from the coach right before
Laz,
the
Laz,
match started. So
Laz.
you definitely proved it today.
Laz.
So I want to ask you, what was your most satisfying move for today's game?
今日のやった
ラスカバットから
一番自分的に納得感が高いものみたいなものって何がありますか？
そうですね、まあ個人的という
よりはやっぱチーム
मैं सारे एग्जाम टॉप मारता टॉप
動けて連携も取れてで相手に対してしっかり対策
मराठी के अलावा कुछ आते ही नहीं है
भाई कितना प्यारा बात करते हैं वे लोग हाँ
So it's more of a team movement kind of way, but we were able to sort of connect with each other, make movements, and work towards what the opponent is doing to us. So
जेटा वाला का रिवील थोड़ा कैजुअल था हाँ बे
a lot of teamwork.
वो लोग भी 2 रिवील
with the new members.
एक रिवील मिस किया वो लोग मेरे को
네, 개인적인 전략보다는 팀워크가 정말 돋보였던 게임이었던 것 같은데요. 팀 내에서 서로 많은 협력과 함께 대화도 잘 통하고 그래서 이 게임의 승리를 이끌어낸 것 같다고 말했습니다.
गाली
So,
नहीं
I'm seeing new players,
शान
new vibe, new strategies also. So
Like
how
तेरे
the
को?
teamwork is with
हाँ?
जाके देखने का है ऊपर से झाकड़ी मार के
मैं जाकड़ी क्या मैं देख रहा था क्या डिलीट हो रहा है मॉड्स बराबर काम करे कि नहीं लव यू
today's
मॉड
match.
新しいメンバーの2名が入って、特に今日、どういった面でその連
आराम से
細かいコミュニケーションもうまいしその
बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है
やすい意図を
ये जे एलिमिनेट नहीं लोअर ब्रैकेट है
強みですしあと少人数戦の打ち合いの強さが光ったなと
क्यूट तो है
So the new members, we were able to communicate a lot more in detail, and it's
बराबर
easier with the new members, and it works really well to sort of
क्या समझा
communicate
पता
what
क्या
we're
समझा
actually thinking.
मैं
and
मैं
they
समझा
understand.
मैं समझा कि जो होस्ट है
हाँ
जो इंट्रोलर उसको इंग्लिश आता है ये मैं समझा सो आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क हाउज यूज समझ रहे हो हाउ डिड योर डेज गोज हाँ वैसा ये मैं समझा
강하고
이거 호스트 한 번 부탁해요.
전보다 좀 더 소통이 아주 활발하고 더 이야기가 많이 되고
호스트.
있어서 조금 더 쉽게 게임이 풀리지 않았나 싶다고 답을 했는데요. 그러면
बराबर.
또 이번에 또 새로운 전략을 봤어요. 좀 차분했던 제타 디비전이 이번에는
야.
좀 기다릴 땐 기다리고 아주
मैंने कहा
매서울
अगर
때도
जीत
매서운
जीती
전략을 가져갔거든요.
और
어떤
अगर गोल
변화가
आता है यहाँ पे
있었는지
इंटरव्यू को
알아보겠습니다.
रुक जा मेरे को
We're
समझ रहा है
seeing, like, new strats, you
Yeah.
being more aggressive.
पूछ मेरे को क्या समझा
हाँ
कुछ।
बता
कि इसको इंग्लिश के साथ जापानीज भी आता है ये मैं समझा दो चीज मैं समझा क्या बोलता
सुधर जा बंक्स भाई वॉच पार्टी का एक्सेस चलाएगा
まあそうですね、カルラコーチが知識を持ってきてくれたり、あとはまあアイスボックスに留学入ったりして、まあどう戦ってくるかわかんないっていうところで、どのチームがどう戦ってくるかわかんないっていうのもあるので、まあ自分たちでいろいろ試しながら、まあ
हेलो फातिमा जी हेलो हाउस यूज
本番でうまく出せたなっていう感じです。
हाउस यूज
So because we have
ये
a head
डेप की
coach,
कोई
Carlo,
पकड़ा कैसे नहीं लव यू बंग्स
takes
बाय
a lot of,
वो नहीं पता
he's brought a lot of
ये
new
राज
insight to our
उसी
team,
के साथ चला
and
गया
as well, especially for Icebox, we've got Yuran doing moves that we haven't had before, and because in the situation right now, we don't know what other teams are doing.
मेरे हिसाब से calls में problem नहीं था यार.
But
It was
we were able to sort of figure
after
out
calls जो
how to be
comms
strong
है
on our
और
own, and
गलतियाँ हुई है,
that
गलतियाँ
we
हुई
could
है.
become stronger without relying on the data that we don't have yet.
네, 아직 팀에 이제
But अपने को वो भी दिखा है, ओपा भी दिखा है.
없어서 조금 더
समझ रहे हो?
차분하면은 거기에서 나오는 것 같고 또 코치님
गोलू भाई भी दिखे, love you गोलू भाई.
ये फातिमा ये कहाँ मिलेगा?
바뀌면서 좀더
Wingman.
공격적인 면도 나오지 않았나
अच्छा
싶습니다.
wingman.
So thank you for the interview.
वो देखो
And
उसके
we
हाथ
have
में
a special
wingman है.
present for the fans.
मेरे को भी
네, 이제
दे.
인터뷰에
파티마.
맞춰서 이제 선물을 또 팬분들에게
क्या मिलेगा ये?
Do a little sign on the-
Sign?
Yeah, I got
मेरे
it.
को भी दे दो यार.
इधर स्ट्रिक्स विंगमैन मांग रहा है, इधर तू विंगमैन मांग रही है. हाँ याद रखना, when two people ask for
Signing also.
when two people ask for wingmans, there are always legends in the chat.
कहाँ करे वो भी confused है इतना
Oh, okay,
cute.
on
माथे
the
पे
back.
मत करना प्लीज.
Nice signature.
विंगमैन भी लाइक ए मेरे माथे पे कुछ लिख रहा है, दिखा है कि नहीं? हाँ मेरे माथे पे कुछ लिखा है क्या?
Can we hear a shout?
Right
लास्ट
score.
है लास्ट.
I think that part is the most.
फातिमा.
अबे लास्ट में फैन से
And
बे.
from the back also. It's something.
मजाक से
भाई लड़की को देगा कितने की बेट लगा रहा है. लड़की को देगा.
मजाक से
कितने की
हटकर
बेट लगा रहा है.
रुक जा.
कितने की बेट.
वो मैं समझ गया, लेकिन मजाक से हटकर तेरे को पता चल गया कि लास्ट के फैंस है बराबर.
भाई देख क्या बोला.
मेरे बात सुन. जब मैं बचपन में नंगा पैदा हुआ था, हाँ जब बचपन में मैं एकदम नंगा नेकेड एज फक मैं पैदा हुआ था, तब नर्स ने ऐसा हाथ में लेके यही बोला था, तुला लाज वाटत नहीं लाज. समझ रहे हो?
उल्ले था
बाय.
उल्ले. ए तू जा रही.
बचपन से ही मुझे लाज बुलाते थे, पता है?
तेरा वॉच पार्टी
बचपन भाई मैं बोल रहा बचपन से ही, मतलब दैट्स व्हाई आई एम लाइक सो क्यूट. बराबर है चैट? हाँ
लास्ट का मीनिंग क्या रहता बता.
ए तू जा रही.
हाँ शर्म.
हाँ
अब भोसड़ी के मैं यहाँ पे ही रहता हूँ, मिल पूरा मराठी का डायलॉग मार दिया, बोलते मीनिंग बहुत अच्छी होती है.
Gonna look at fans
इसको
of
मिला
India
क्या?
and buy for global esports.
क्लियर कट एम एंड कॉम्पिटिटिव जी फाइटिंग 4th ईयर.
And the fans.
अभी
in
खत्म
South
नहीं हुआ
Korea.
भाई, मैच है, रुको ना जरा तुम लोग हेटर्स लोग. ये लेट्स गो जीई, लेट्स गो जीई.
Let's go
Shouting,
GG.
shouting way back India.
ये कोई अपना बंदा दिख रहा है क्या?
नहीं कोई नहीं दिख रहा है.
Yes, thank you fans. And for the second match of the day. we are
लेट्स
waiting
गो जीओपी. एलएफ बंदा मारा. मेरे लिए कोई विंगमैन बन जाओ, पीटी से बात कराओ. ए तुला लास्ट वटत नाही
Oh
का?
boy, you know, the global esports fans,
अबे
I
eliminated है
love
या
them.
नहीं,
They've got
नहीं.
so much energy and they just keep powering through no matter
हम
what
मिले थे ना.
the result.
Plus
And
one.
honestly, global esports
हाँ?
has some really good foundations. They kind of just need to harness that energy and that power. They
Man, bro.
Because अब तो आदत से है मुझको ऐसे जीने में. ये कौन सी खिचड़ी का हंसा वाली बात थी भाई, दिमाग तो
यार
था.
वो विंगमैन कितना अच्छा है. कहाँ से
Binks
खरीदे
choose one, Valorant और Pinky.
पता है क्या.
Why will he choose? Obviously he'll choose. मतलब ये करने की कोई बात है?
Obviously choose what will I choose?
That only.
What that?
That only what you thinking.
What? You tell me. You guess.
No, that only.
You guess.
सोचना पड़ रहा है. वही यार.
You guess, no.
मैं कुछ भी बोलूंगी अगेंस्ट ही होने वाला है.
नहीं तो एक बोल फिर मैं दूसरा बोलता हूँ विद रीजन. कोई भी एक बोल चलेगा. दोनों का रीजन है मेरे पास.
देखो 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 इसने शाना है ये शाना.
हेलो.
हाँ
बोल.
ये विंगमैन का प्लस कहाँ से मिलता है?
थोड़ा कॉस्टली है वो. मैं लेके आ सकता हूँ तेरे लिए चाहिए तो.
लेके आना
कॉस्टली लेकिन $4,500 का.
दे दूंगा, तू लेके पहले.
नहीं पहले तो दे दे. मैं सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ. सच्ची में लेके आऊंगा. सच्ची कसम से. अब भी ये वॉच पार्टी एंड करके जाके लेके आऊंगा.
दे दूंगा.
मेरे को भरोसा है. तू दे. मेरे को तू दे. मैं लेके आ रहा हूँ. मैं अब भी निकल रहा हूँ. मैं यहाँ से ट्रेन से जाके लेके आऊंगा. अब भी निकल रहा हूँ. तू दे. पीच
बेनकाई का 69 है.
कितना बोला? कितना?
Icebox.
इधर चैट में लिखा किसी ने तो मैंने देखा यार.
ऑक्सी स्ट्रीम कर रहे बे.
मेरे बाजू वाले हेटर को किसने देखा?
सॉरी
बेनकाई का 69 एसी से बोलती. 6
क्या बात कर रहे? 69 है.
बेनकाई भाई ट्रू फैन. लव यूज.
Brought this to the forefront in a considerable amount of time, and clearly
Valorant क्योंकि बैलो के
Shooter
वजह से
Zero as well.
पिंकी
Props
मिली.
to him.
ये
The
मेरे
scoreline
पास आंसर रेडी था. Valorant
tell the
वाला.
whole picture, but I
ये
like some
ही
of the
आंसर
setups that he
रेडी
was
था
going.
मेरे पास.
Clearly, he's been
Valorant
putting
वाला.
some time into learning this harbor, which is something that I think he's only played twice
नहीं दोनों का
in
आंसर
any
था.
sort of track.
लास्ट का
capacity
मतलब
coming into
शर्म
this
है
series.
तो
So this is
आप
his third shot
बेलाज
on that agent
बुलाना चाहिए.
ever.
क्यों भाई?
And
हेलो.
overall, I think that his util setups were very much on point.
वैलो ने करियर
Absolutely,
बनाया है.
especially
पिंकी
with
ने
how they
बनाया
were
है.
playing
बात
just
तो है.
with
बात तो है.
that cove again, either to plant the spike or defuse the
Baat
spike,
to
whether
hai.
it's attacking or defending. They really played around that so well that you saw how
अभी bleed
pressed
क्या
Global
against है?
Esports was
Next.
just to kind of counteract that, and it's still.
एक सेकेंड.
क्या?
लौड़े लग गए. स्ट्रिक्स.
क्या?
नेक्स्ट अपना ब्लीड के अगेंस्ट है. लौड़े.
हाँ पता है भाई. वो छोड़, ब्लीड के आगे जीते हैं सीधा D1 के साथ.
अच्छा कावात. ये अपने को नीचे वाले ग्रुप में भेज दो ना. टैलन और वो TS वाला DFM वाला. यार ग्रुप B में डाल दो ना यार. ये क्या है?
ग्रुप C देख RRQ पेपर X. अच्छा है ग्रुप A में है
यार. ग्रुप B देते थे यार.
And it's already successful here. How is it going to deal with the T1 that we saw from yesterday? That even though it did go to
फनी करना
the
पड़ेगा.
very
आउट
limits
ऑफ द
up
बॉक्स.
against Bleed Esports,
ऐसा
it
करेगा तो
still
ब्लीड के
was
सामने तो नहीं
them
जीते.
having a really big
ZETA से
showing in that
काफी
first
गुना ज्यादा
series.
अच्छा ब्लीड है.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that I would love to see, because I think both teams are very happy to play on the map, is Lotus. But after seeing T1 really picking apart Bleed,
यार मैं
yesterday,
मैसेज भेज
is
देता
that
यार.
something
मेरा
they still
मोबाइल
feel
चार्जिंग पे
comfortable
है.
on? Does this identity of ZETA Division still feel comfortable on Lotus?
करूं?
If the answer is yes, then
Binks.
good
Hello.
God, give me the chamber matchup right now. Show me Laz versus X-Grid, but that's for a future matchup.
That is definitely, that's very exciting, and I would love to see a Lotus match. Give it to us, give it to us. That said, guys, those of you watching at home, those of you access to your chat, tell us what you think, your reactions to all the games that have been happening so far. We're going to go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're finally going to see a bit of Group B.
अब कौन सा मैच है ग्रुप B का? उससे काफी सुपर चैट मिस किया. मैं बताती हूँ उसको आती हूँ. बाको, a lot of super chats miss. I read.
I don't have to be specific.
मितुली क्यों लिखा है इसने?
हरियन भाई क्या है? हेलो.
मितुली क्यों लिखा है उसने?
हाँ?
मितुली.
मितुली क्या होता है?
मितुली. या स्माइल बनाया हो?
स्माइल बनाया वो फैन था मेरे को बोला उसको अभी।
हाँ?
हाँ तो बोला सर मैं आपका अभी वॉच पार्टी देख रहा था आई लव यू। तो मैं पानी लेके आया। जस्ट सेइंग बहुत लोगों के एग्जाम्स आ रहे हैं लाइक करो जस्ट सेइंग आई एम
सबके सब पास हो गए डोंट यू वरी। Hello.
भाई
फाइनली लेकिन बंग भाई को एज तो नहीं तो यूसी करता रहेगा उधर। अपने को क्या, अपने को सिर्फ यूसी लिखना है। हेलो सेक्शन बी वन साइड लव में क्या करते हैं? लव सिक्स बुला रहा है। हेलो बुलाया क्या?
ये लो
नहीं बुलाया।
मैं पूछ रहा था मैं बंक्स को कि आज क्या खाने वाले हैं?
वो आज उसका चीट है ना तो उसने डोमिनोज का प्लान किया हुआ है।
हैं?
हाँ आज चीट है उसका, संडे चीट है। ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट गॉगल्स। सिल्वर है वो, व्हाइट नहीं है। गाइस थोड़ा लाइक्स में हो जाता तो। और कैसे जा रहा है आपका संडे वो बताओ। बंग्स भाई का तो हर डे नहीं रोहन ही इज सिंस माय बर्थडे मतलब 10th से अभी तक उसने सिर्फ हेल्दी खाया, नो शुगर टी, only consuming a lot of fiber and protein, less carbs खा रहा है पर कम थोड़ा तो है। I saw it। छोटा डॉन ने फिगर डॉन। Increase your mic volume। अभी ठीक है? Sunday just because we didn't sleep। हाँ?
ओए
हाँ
डोमिनोज चीट मील रात को 11 दी 1 मील चीट मील। ओके
ओके
ये ले।
कब से डेट
अरे साइड तो हट, मेरे को तो बैठने दे
यार। डेट हम लोग 2021 4 साल हो गया।
सोचो
डेट शादी नहीं, डेट कोर्टशिप शादी।
सोचो भाई 4 साल सर को गए बैठू कैसे।
मैंने भी लो वो वाली कॉफी मंगाई है,
लो कैलोरी।
हाँ
लो वो वाली कॉफी मंगाई है। लोड़े लग गए।
If no sugar milk, ask him to have black tea with 1 teaspoon of honey. That is much better. Milk removes good properties of tea. हाँ ना? Try करना एक बार.
एक सेकंड. क्या था?
बिंग्स भाई क्या सीन आपका लंच में क्या सीन है आज?
Black tea with honey.
आपके लंच में क्या सीन है आज?
लंच में डोमिनोज. हाँ.
Black tea with honey.
नहीं.
बिंग्स भाई थोड़ा हेल्दी खाओ. ये सब क्या है?
भाई हो गया भाई, एक हफ्ता हेल्दी क्या है? एक मील चीट मील बोला है मेरे को अनुज भाई ने, ठीक है? एक मील चीट मील डन सीन है. हाँ, कौन सा सुपर चैट मिस हुआ? कौन सा मिस हुआ? धन्या भाई के अगेंस्ट वो तो पढ़ लिया. बंक्स भाई कल शादी है लेकिन बीवी पिंकी दी जैसे नहीं है, तो क्या करूं? भाग जाओ.
मेरे जैसे नहीं है मतलब.
यार उससे अच्छा एक आइडिया देता हूँ, भागने से अच्छा. समझ रहे हो? एडवेंचर अगर चाहिए तो शादी में जाओ, ठीक है? जो होने वाली है उसके बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स तो आएंगे ही आएंगे. समझ रहे हो? वहां पे लव एट फर्स्ट साइट होने का चांस है. क्या बोलते हो? भागेगा तो तेरे को वापस पूरा प्रोसीजर स्टार्ट से कौन ढूंढेगा बे? क्या बोलते हो? लड़की वाले भी ऑलरेडी फ्रेंड्स रहेंगे. जी वाले लूजर्स ले. बंक्स भाई ये लोग अच्छा खेले, कुछ राउंड्स में गलती हुई, जितना चाहिए हम लोग को. कोई ना गाइस, नेक्स्ट मैच जीतेंगे. जी फाइटिंग सेम ओल्ड जी सेम ओल्ड बंक्स भाई. क्या कर सकते हैं यार? मैं सच्ची चाहता हूँ कि जी अच्छा खेले, बट वी आर स्टिल एट वन कंट्रोलर एंड स्टिल हैविंग मिस्टेक्स बिकॉज वी कीप चेंजिंग रोस्टर्स फुली. क्या कर सकते हैं? क्या कर सकते हैं? बताओ.
होगा गाइस, होगा.
क्या कर सकते हैं? क्या कर सकते हैं? हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
होप्स रखो, होप्स.
यहाँ पे कोई भी ऐसा बंदा नहीं रहेगा जो चाहता है कि जी हार जाए. वैसा कोई नहीं रहेगा. अपनी एक ही टीम है. समझ रहे हो? मैं दिल से चाहता हूँ कि जी जीत जाए. और लाइटिंग फास्ट ने तो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है. लास्ट टाइम उस बेचारे को खेलने नहीं मिला था, इस बार खेला भी और परफॉर्म भी किया है उसने. समझ रहे हो? तो अपना बंदा कर रहा है, अभी बाकी बंदे नहीं कर रहे, तो क्या कर सकते हैं यार? मैंने कभी देखा नहीं है बेंकाई को ऐसे, कभी नहीं देखा. हो जाता है बैड डे बैड गेम, अपना नसीब खराब है. रस भाई भी थोड़ा कैजुअल थे, कुछ नहीं कर सकते. समझ रहे हो?
ब्लीड और डेंजर यार डूड.
बहुत जगह था जहाँ पे रस भाई कुछ कर सकते थे, बहुत जगह नहीं हुआ. वो जहाँ पे दो बंदे कोने में बैठे हुए थे, डेब भाई उछल उछल के जेट को मारे जा रहे हैं. जेट को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है पीछे से कोई मार नहीं सकता है करके, फिर भी कोई तो मार रहा है. क्या कर सकते हैं? पॉल भी be like, मेरे को पड़ रही है. कहाँ से पड़ रही? पीछे. पर पीछे का टेंशन मतलब, हम लोग है पीछे. वैसा वाला सीन है. बीवी की बहन अब मेरे को ज्यादा पसंद है.
एक्सक्यूज मी, हेलो.
हाँ
क्या चल रहा है?
अरे वो शादी हुआ नहीं है, जिससे होने वाले उसका बात कर रहा हूँ.
स्टिल चीटिंग नो.
हाउ इज इट चीटिंग? हुआ नहीं है शादी तो.
डेट तो कर रहे होंगे ना.
डेट कर रहे हो. पसंद है तो पट से ब्रेकअप करके बोलना पड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो?
हाँ, पट से.
पट से. पट से.
Healthy mix is what we could say, as far as talent is concerned. But yes, it's been big changes. We just saw, another team that had monstrous changes in global esports. Couldn't get the win there. Talent, there's been a lot of eyes on this squad. We did get to see them a bit in the off season. Weren't able to win the tournament they were playing in. That was the ESL Clash of Nations. But we're putting up a solid fight for a team that had recently come together. It seemed like there was going to be some strengths there. So now with more time to develop, we should expect a much stronger performance out of them here today.
भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ
here.
Black
They
tea is
offloaded two
healthy.
of their previous
Milk
players,
tea
which
is
one of
most
them is
unhealthy
actually
drink you are
playing on the
having.
other team, so there could be something
हाँ,
happening there in terms of
but
the narrative.
ठीक है
But yeah,
यार, मतलब
excited to see what the
considering
newest
I was
player
having with
addition for Team Secret
2
is in
teaspoons of
NEG.
sugar,
He's
that
been
also
on the free agency
2-3
for a couple
teas
of
a
months
day,
now. Team Secret were
and
happy
now I am
when
not
I guess
having
he
that,
got through
and I am just tea.
the vetting
It's
process, and now
healthier.
he's here in the Pacific League.
Full
We
healthy
can
भी नहीं
see
आने
the
का भाई
players
एक
now.
ही लाइफ
You know,
चलो
Team
बस
Secret, they looked
Healthier
really
बनूंगा
good,
मैं.
especially in the
हाँ, healthy
early
नहीं
part of
बनने
the
का मेरे
season
को
last year. And they ended up finishing around 5th or 6th, and they actually faced up against ZETA during LCQ.
भाई ये लोग भी
lost that spot
खतरनाक
to
है भाई.
champions. So we're
Team Secret.
really excited to see this
हाँ.
new iteration of Team Secret.
जेसी
Yeah,
बैश
I mean,
जो
that was-
मारेंगे एकदम.
Unfortunate timing for Team Secret because that was
Talon
right when that chamber came back through last.
सबसे
Just had an
oldest है
absolute
ना,
top
Jesse?
performance depth as well. That duo was going crazy to be able to get them through that
Gone.
LCQ. So
Jesse.
Secret is catching
Jesse कौन है?
that power spike that Zeta had hit right
जेसी
at the very.
जेसी कौन है?
क्या?
There is a
Jesse
hot
Vash.
pizza, hot.
हार्ट पिज्जा ये क्या रहता है?
भाई मत पूछ भाई, मैं भी सोच रहा 4 साल हो गए. हार्ट पिज्जा.
हार्ट पिज्जा?
Oh, it's thin crust cheese burst pizza, huh?
देखो चाहिए मैं खाऊंगा. मैं सिंगल हूँ ना.
क्या बोला स्ट्रिक्स? क्या बोला?
मेरे को खाने का मैं सिंगल हूँ करके. That was Valentine special.
Yeah.
अरेंज मैच के लिए लड़की देखने गई और लड़की बहन ज्यादा पसंद आई तो फाफा मम्मी को बोलो ना.
One surprising
मुझे
game.
क्यों बोल रहे हो?
Obviously,
मैं
one
तो
map that they
फाफा
took
मम्मी
off
को
of
बोलो ना
Paper
भाई.
X
हेलो.
last year, but it was on Pearl, which is one of Paper X's strongest maps.
Look, I mean, as much as
ओ
we
भी भाई
can
थोड़े
compare
से
and contrast
बासुंडी
how
की
last
गैंड
season
हो.
to this season, it's ultimately it's not really worth it.
बेकार है.
because A,
I
the
tried.
team is
Crushed
so
मजा
very
नहीं आया
different.
without
There's
cheesiness,
plenty
है
of new
ना?
faces that are coming into this talent lineup. I mean, coaching
thanks,
staff has obviously
Asham.
been changed as well, so it's basically a completely different team. But the other thing is that, yeah, talent, like they had some moments last year, but they also had plenty of blunders. There was tons of series that Talon were playing in where it seemed like it was going to be
भाई
winnable, where
ये
if they
क्या
had just
spray
done
transfer है.
one thing a little bit differently, maybe they could have closed out that map, maybe they could have won this round that would have then given them this momentum. But so often we were seeing them experiment with random things. Patty Pan was playing
भाई अपना group
17
तो group
different
of
agents,
death है
never
बे.
really getting to play anything twice in a row.
बहुत अच्छे से
Changes up on who was going to be playing in the lobby at a given time.
ऐसे पे कि
as well
बीवी
as
की
just
बहन भी मुझे पसंद करती
wild
है.
and bizarre strategies with the triple duels attempts
Hashtag
over
OP.
on split and that sort of thing. So
भाई ये सब
with
सिर्फ
all of
पिक्चरों में
that
देखती
going
थी
out the
मैं.
window, hopefully, I think that we can expect a very different display. here
देख
from
जेसी
Talon.
वैश
Somebody
बोल रहा हूँ
they
तेरे
faced
को
off a lot last
बासुंडी.
year, but you know, like you
जेसी वैश.
हाँ हाँ.
ये ओल्डेस्ट
गवर्नर
है.
याद आया
भाई
मेरे को,
सामने.
याद आया.
कौन है?
गवर्नर. भाई बहुत अच्छा खेलता है.
क्रूज मालूम है, जिड बॉयज मालूम है, बैंड मालूम है. गवर्नर मारता है क्या?
हाँ भाई बहुत मारता है.
बोरकुम मारता है. जिसी बैश का एकदम मूड पे. और मारा तो ऐसा मारता कि मालूम नहीं पड़ता कैसे.
टीम सीक्रेट से यहाँ पे आई है.
मेन आईजीएल एट टैलेंट esports बे. उधर से आके.
Fits well with what the team needs now.
भाई
And
सब
now
से
we're
सीधा
looking
आईजी
at
लग
Lenny.
गया.
You had mentioned this. He was a sub at
मेरा
Team
वाला
Secret, and now
और
he's
main
the
IGL
IGL of Talon.
भाई अपने टीम में तो मेन ही
Yeah,
रहता
I
है.
mean, this
सब आईजीएल ये सब
भाई
खेलते नहीं.
इसका मतलब पता है? जो PRX मेरे को उठा सकता है क्योंकि अपने टीम में सब मैं ही हूँ. तुम लोग पांचों खेले थे. आई एम द सब. क्या बोलता है? PRX भाई लव यूज.
Now he goes over on
मैं जा
Talon.
रहा हूँ.
He's in an opportunity where he can get some revenge on his previous organization, but he's IGLing, and we don't really know what to anticipate from this whatsoever. Whereas Jesse Vash, a much more known quantity as far as like what kind of strats he likes to go for. You know,
दिमाग
fairly
तो है
loose.
बे,
We know
लेकिन
that he
Jesse
likes to
Vash
play
में
the
है
Sova. He
भी.
likes to garner information for his teammates,
क्या?
but we don't really know what to expect from
तू
him.
देखा नहीं क्या उसको
I
खेलते
mean,
हुए?
Aster, how
नहीं,
are you
नहीं,
feeling about this?
थोड़ा.
Jesse is, I mean, he is so well known, not in just Valorant and Esports, and it's, you know, he's facing off against Lenny as IGL.
Yeah, true. And again,
sexy
it's already said there in the graphic that Lenny might know the ins and outs of how Team Secret are thinking about, but Team Secret, they're a team that I feel like still has some great mid-round calls, so might not be as clear-cut for Lenny here to find that counter against.
Guys, 9k likes को only 200 remaining है. आज भी हम 10k likes cross कर सकते हैं. Like करो पट से.
Soaring with talent today, but the rest of us is on the Team Secret train. Shout out to Binks, Team Secret streamer, definitely streaming this right now. All right.
Oh.
Achilles, why are you voting for Team Secret this time around?
I think that Secret still, you know, even with the flaws that they had last season, have a solid enough foundation to build off of, and they don't have to make too many playstyle changes to basically integrate NEG into this roster. So I think that they're at a higher jumping off point compared to Talon. But I also think that this could end up being a very close series. I think that, you know, Coach Frost here for Talon, he has just been on the grind, so he has been working these guys hard to try to get them ready for this series. And, having spent a little bit of time with the team, they are all getting along incredibly well. It seems like as far as the vibes are concerned, everybody is very much on the same page with one another.
थोड़ा calm, composed और talentful firepower है.
Strategies that maybe we'll get to see here today. So I'm really curious if that's going to come into play.
मेरे को सबसे talent का memory जो याद है ना, वो ये लोग का retakes था. मतलब ऐसा retakes मैंने कभी नहीं देखा था
talent. I think the Secret is just a little bit ahead of them, but I could be wrong.
I mean,
so I think I'll go with talent.
K-pop moves. There's a lot of like synchronization happening with talent. But Team Secret, okay, we're gonna put all the biases aside. Team Secret is a really strong team.
Yeah.
But I want your hot take on who the key player is from Team Secret.
Talon.
Okay, so when all of the other teams,
you will go where रे भोसड़ी के?
Talon Esports.
You will go with Talon.
Yes.
तेरे से rank push हो रहा है क्या रे? You will go with Talon. हाँ रैंक पुश हो रहा है तेरे से.
इंग्लिश नहीं आती क्या?
Go with Talon. टट्टी की गैड. अस्कांडे में बेंच I will go with Talon. हाँ?
भाई
ने कोई पूछा तेरे से. ने पूछा. God bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
To Pacific.
Okay, they're not quite ready at the moment here, but it's fine.
I'll send my welcomes ahead of time.
We'll get to those guys.
Let's talk about this actually anyway. With Frost and Boy came in a little bit later in the season as an assistant coach. What kind of like stylistically, what were we expecting from Talon?
It's hard to say. I mean, Frost, I haven't watched too many of his previous teams.
I'm going to interrupt you, even though I asked you, we're going to go over to the coaches.
Before we head into Team Secret versus Talon Esports rematch, let's have a chat with Warbirds from TS and Frost from Talon.
Hello.
Oh, that was a sweet hello. Okay, from first, Warbirds from TS. That's your rematch with Talon, so how do you feel? Because you have won at the previous season, at the first match. 그래서 이번에 또 탈론과 TS가 다시 대결을 하게 됐는데요. 어떤 감정이 드는지 묻겠습니다. 왜냐면 저번 시즌에는 첫 경기에서 이제 TS가 이겼거든요.
Yeah, we're pretty confident in the matchup. Obviously, it's a whole different team, a whole new staff, whole new everything. So we're just focusing on ourselves and hoping that we can have a nice, close, and fun match.
모든 게 새롭게 바뀌었지만 더욱더 자신감이 있기 때문에 더욱더 재미난 경기를 할 수 있을 것 같다고 답변을 들었습니다. Now let's ask Ross from Talon Esports. What do you feel about meeting TS as your first opponent?
सब समझ आया.
On a personal level, I think it's really unfortunate for me because I was formerly GM. I hired Warbirds. I have a lot of love for Warbirds and the players, me and Jesse Dash. I love the ownership of Warbirds.
GM
on Team Secret. They're super great. So it's unfortunate that my first matchup
unboxing
करना है मेरे को ऐसे. But at the end of the day, we came here to do a job. We didn't come here to lose.
일단 월버스과 감독과 개인적으로 친분이 있고 전에도 함께 있었기 때문에 첫 번째 매치로 만나게 된 게 조금 안타깝긴 하지만 그래도 재미난 경기를 풀어나겠다고 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, I'm sure both coaches have high expectations for the match. So let's also ask about how you prepped for today. So how did you prep for the match against Talon?
Yep, so a lot of it was just focusing on ourselves. There's new maps in rotation, there's new patches, so a lot of it was focusing on us and trying to draw what little we can from like solo queue and stuff like that.
네, 새롭게 바뀐
ये
맵과
तो
전략들이
अरे वो
많기 때문에 우리 팀
glitter eyeshadow
자체에
लगाया
집중하는 것에 더 핵심으로 삼았다고 답변을 들었습니다. 네,
What they do is they
우리가
apply it
사라질
over
것
here and even under the eye.
So for me, I
हम लोग
kind of
जो
had a little bit
Indian
of
है
an
सिर्फ
advantage
ऊपर
because
लगा
I'm so close
नीचे
with
नहीं
him.
लगा
So for our perspective,
Makeup.
we basically just
Glitter,
focused
glitter.
really heavily on the picks and bans, and since we know he's like a very good coach, we kind of had an idea of trying to be a little bit
Must
more tricky than normal. So I'm
ये
very
forehead
curious
पे क्या
to see
pimple आ रहा है
if he can
वहाँ पे?
figure us out.
네, 월버드 감독과 좀 친분이 있기 때문에 저희 팀은 이제 좀 더 맥픽에 집중을 했는데요. 이런 좀 다양한 맥픽에 대해서 TS가
Cutie,
어떻게
yeah.
반응할지 또 TS는 어떤 걸
So
준비했을지 좀
cute
궁금하다는
now, like,
답변을
so
받았습니다.
basic,
Yeah, we're
simple
all
things.
excited for the upcoming
cute.
match, but do you have anything to say to each other? Last
सब
moment.
सिम कर रहे
You
हैं
were still the homie.
फोकस करे क्या
But not this one. Not today.
Oh,
Today's
okay,
not your
okay.
day.
네, 좀 친한 친구지만 오늘만큼은 좀 어려울 것 같다고 경고를 했는데요. And for Warburgs?
Yeah.
Smile तो
I love a lot of the people on the team, but I'm sorry, we got to take it today.
I
है ये
respect it.
सोच रहा हूँ कोरिया जाओ प्रतीक जाओ
저 친분은 인정하지만 오늘만큼은 아닐 것 같다고 두
All the
팀이
best.
이제 피스펌프가 함께 경고를 날렸네요. Thanks for the interview, both
उसकी
coaches.
स्किन भाई तुम लोग ने
Thank you very much.
कोरियन स्किन केयर देखा है कभी क्रेजी हम लोग यहाँ पे हजारों रुपए खर्च कर रहे हैं उसके लिए वहाँ पे तो बॉयज भी इतना स्किन केयर करते हैं वो लोग की स्किन भी हमारे से बेटर है
I'm really excited for this. That was so cute. The little banter between the coaches. I didn't realize how close they were. But of course.
This is like when you like are in like a minor baseball league and your brother's on the other team.
Yeah,
and you have to play against each other. That's kind of what the vibes felt like between that one. I think I need to get in there and maybe coach both of them on their smack talk because some of that was a little bit weak. But I think maybe they're trying to maintain the friendship. But you know, all fair and more. But I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go down because I mean. Like Frost was kind of alluding to there, it says that we have some tricks up our sleeve. As long as that's not triple duelist nonsense, then I'm all for it. I'm very curious to see what kind of tricks they do have prepared, if they have a solid read
आप
on
लोग
teams.
सो रहे हो या
I
मैं
always for me,
सो
I'm
रही
just
हूँ मैं कल
doing another one of
फर्स्ट
my
मैच
guesses where I feel
देखी
like I
Loud
mentioned about how
versus- score
Envy's
क्या
going to
था,
be
by
the
the
big
way?
star player here for
Loud
Team Secret.
versus
It's going to be their mid-round calls.
Or
Talon, when I saw them in
मैंने एक
classifications, and
match
thankfully I was
देखा,
the
फिर
one,
second
one
match
of
में
the
मैं सो
talent
गई।
talents that was
फिर
covering
अभी
that,
उठी।
they
G का
really
first
put a
match।
lot of emphasis on Governor. Granted, that was
आज
a
मेरे
couple
घर
of
पे
months
heavy
ago, so
lunch
it might have
बन रहा है यार
changed
संडे
within
इसके लिए
that
ही
span
होता
of
है यार
time.
फुल
But they
फैमिली
really
एक
put a
साथ
lot of emphasis
खाएंगे
on how
Heavy,
very
heavy
aggressive
lunch. 2-0
this import from North America is and could be playing through that strength coming into this one because, again, I don't really feel that Jeremy has really proven himself from last year specifically.
Whoa. Sorry.
I was just gonna say
ऐसी
a little bit
glowing
bold. I
skin
mean, I
कैसे
don't
वापस
necessarily
कोरिया
fully
जाना
disagree with you,
पड़ेगा?
but I mean, Jeremy did
यार एक
also
थोड़ा
have plenty of highlight
humidity का
moments
भी
and one
सीन
of
हो
them
जाता है
maybe
जब हम
the
बैंगलोर
fastest
गए
save
थे
of all
तो
time
मेरी और अंकित
with
हम
that
दोनों
play
की
on
skin
Haven,
इतनी
which
अच्छी हो गई थी
of course with the
क्योंकि वहाँ
draft
पे
coming
कम
up, we should mention, of
pollution,
course,
कम
the
ये
Haven is not in
वो
the
सब भी
pool
scene हो
anymore
जाता
for
है यार।
Secret. True.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we were talking about this.
Humidity कम थी
Haven
वहाँ पे।
being such
बॉम्बे में humidity
such an incredible map for Team Secret. What kind of maps are we expecting this time
100 वाला
around?
मैच
Again, if I'm just
मतलब
looking
बीच
at my
बीच में ना
memory
मैं उठ
on
जाती हूँ
what
मैं
Team
सोती हूँ ना
Secret
जब भी
was known
ऐसे
for
सो रही हूँ
before
आराम से
Haven,
सनम
it
पीछे
was
से आवाज
bumping
आती
and split. So
मैं
if
उड़
they
जाती
could
हूँ
maybe
वापस
gravitate towards that, but
वैसा
again,
scene
with the
है। तो
addition
मेरे
of
को
NEG,
समझता है कि
them
कोई
being a
तो बहुत
five-man
अच्छा
roster
खेल रहा
now,
है।
there's
crazy
so
match
many
हो
other
गया।
things that they can focus on that maybe they have another
पुणे आओ
some
आएंगे।
different maps. I
पुणे shift
didn't
हो
remember
गए।
the last tournament
पुणे
that Team
shift
Secret
हो
didn't
गए।
play, and this is the reason why I am still kind of up in the air about what statistics I have for them in terms of
पुणे
maps.
तो बाजू में ही
Is
है।
they
पुणे
only
is like
played
थोड़ा
Haven
ऐसे।
in that one particular tournament,
आगे
only
जाके
Haven, and when it went into a best of 3,
Hi,
that's when they
thank you
only
so much
changed
for the
up because you know there were more maps to play.
Yeah, well, maybe it was on purpose.
It
right?
probably was.
It was last month or weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I can
Binks की
understand
शादी कब
why
करा
they
रहे
would
हो?
make such a decision.
I think this Haven, Haven being out of the pool does affect both
अभी वो
teams to a
शादी
certain
करेगा तो
extent. A
जेल
lot of
भी
the
हो जाएगी
highlights that I
उसको।
think of when I
Hi, hi, hello।
Cruise especially
इस
comes
तरह
to
feel
mind,
करते हैं, हाँ।
also take place on
Best
Haven. Some of
lenses,
those moments where
खिचड़ी
he's
and कढ़ी।
sneaking
And
around
it's
out of A
been so
main, gets
wild
himself
since I
into
had
window and just mows down 3 people in B.
to open.
That was
हाँ।
also a fairly comfortable
तो वही
map
तो
for
बोल
them,
रही
but
हूँ।
I think widely, I'm not sure what to expect whatsoever from Talon because as far as I'm concerned, the slate is wiped clean.
Did you
Last
wash
year,
your
I don't
hands?
think it's harsh of me or unfair of me to say was a bit spotty.
Gee, you touched the bottle also.
2024. Here to take take the winner's ticket. It's Team Team Secret.
साबुन से धोना प्लीज, बॉटल भी धो दे प्लीज इधर से आके लेके। रुक मैं देती हूँ। No, there are germs. नो वो कचरा फेंकने के लिए गया था ना, तो कचरे का germs. Bagged kachra, but still.
Unique strategies and witty techniques. The Pacific Jesters are back with
reinforcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, TLN Esports.
बच्चा है वो।
भाग गया।
मैंने एक कॉकरोच यहाँ पे पाल के रखा, किधर गया पता नहीं। हेलो कॉकू। बेटा कुछ सीख, देख के कुछ सीख।
भाई मेरे को लगता है टैलन जीतेगी भाई, सारे यंग प्लेयर्स हैं सारे।
मैंने टैलन ही बोला है, ठीक है, चीटिंग मत कर।
मुझे पता है बूमर्स वर्सेस जेनजी है।
ये जो बोला है ये बंदा स्ट्रीम करता है अपना वाईटी चैनल।
सॉरी माफ करो।
ये जो बोला हाँ
फर्स्ट पार्टी का एक्सेस ना चले जाए।
ऑलरेडी एक मिल नहीं रहा है, दूसरे का बकचोदी कर रहे हैं बड़े से।
भाई टैलन का जर्सी बहुत मस्त है।
हाँ 100 थीव्स का सेक्सी है भाई, भाई लोग को भी सेक्सी है।
अगर T69 का जर्सी होता
हाँ
तो कौन से कलर का?
ब्लैक।
सभी का ब्लैक है,
मतलब वैसा वाला नहीं, फेडेड
ब्लैक। और सेकेंडरी कलर
रेड। जॉर्ड कॉम्बो।
Both teams are here. We'll begin the map veto for the second match of today. We'll be doing a coin toss to determine the higher seed.
उसको ऑलरेडी नींद आ रहा है।
Will be TLN.
क्या?
वो बंदे ने ऑन किया, ऑलरेडी नींद आ रहा है उसको।
It's going to be tails. So team secret.
All right. Well, now we can get into this one. See
उठाते
where
हो
exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban. A lot of curiosity about this because, as I was saying before the walkouts came through, I think widely the slate from last year should be wiped clean because it's a very different team, very different coaching staff.
अपना Xbox देके पहला बैन कर दिया है लोग।
Taken away. You were referencing Asarai that split might be a comfort here for the side of Team Secret, but they're actually banning it away.
Yeah, now that I've
भाई
actually
Sunset
gone
डर दे यार।
checked my notes, Team Secret's
Yeah,
there we go. Last
Sunset
year's
ban होएगा,
most,
Sunset ban होएगा।
highest win rate map
Team
for
Secret
them
ban
was
करेगा
actually
लेंगे,
Ascent. It was the
देख
only
लेना।
map where
क्या
every
बोला था?
single time
क्या
they played it
2-0
for
कर
like
दो
5
प्लीज,
seconds.
मेरे को नहीं देखने का है वो बवासीर यार। 2-0 कर दो प्लीज।
Breeze for a talent selection here. They might be looking
Huh?
something to spread out this defense that Team Secret has. Again, they haven't played this map in a
मैप
long
अच्छा
time,
बना है,
so
गाड़ी जाती
everything
है
is
वहाँ
up in
से।
the air
देखने के लिए मस्त है।
The Lotus is another one I'm a little bit surprised to see
देखने के लिए
Secret ban
मस्त
away
है।
because they
Stats
did
पता
have
चलेगा
some
ना।
very solid proficiency
मेरे को
and
देखना है
Jesse
sunset
Bash's
में।
जैसा फ्रैक्चर बैन किया था
opting to run
सनसेट
that
में बैन
solo
कर
on
दो,
that
मैं
map
बोलता
every single time was catching
Huh?
teams off guard a lot of times when it came down to his timings with
बहुत अच्छा मैप है
the
भाई।
darts and whatnot. And not everybody really understood his timings nor his lineups that
मेरे
he
को
was
बहुत
going to have.
पसंद है सनसेट।
भाई मेरे को बात बता, फ्रैक्चर में क्या चेंजेस हो रहेंगे?
फ्रैक्चर वापस नहीं आने वाला।
क्यों?
राइट ने मेरे को बोला एज अ राइट नंबर 1 इन्फ्लुएंसर बोला उन्होंने।
अरे बड़वे राइट्स मिल नहीं रहा है तेरे को, हाँ काहे बज रहे हो बीच शूट, हाँ स्ट्रीम हो नहीं रही तेरे से, हाँ रैंक पुश हो नहीं रहा। तू वो हो सकता है क्लबिंग का नंबर 1 इन्फ्लुएंसर, वो बोलेगा तो मैं मान लूं। पुणे में कौन रहता है? ये रहता है ना स्ट्रिक्स, कोई भी क्लब में
फोकस तो कर रहा है बे।
अबे तू तेरा ये लास्ट है मेरे हिसाब से, लास्ट
अरे अरे
एकदम फाइनल वाला है।
he's going to be maybe soldering sights as that Sentinel, they could be looking at to spread him thin and try to make him the weak point of Team Secret on that Breeze map.
But I mean, it is just another one here where you have these long sight lines where that operator can find an immense amount of value. Marshall, you know, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long range scoped in gun, it's going to find value for you almost no matter what. So Secret need to be prepared to try to pilot around that one, because you can be damn sure that we are going to be seeing that very likely in his hands as well.
Well, the first map is going to be Breeze. I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into the comfort picks. I expect Jesse to remain, you know, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense amount of value. I mean, even just yesterday, where we had Breeze is the opening map between Bleed and T1. We saw those Sovas on either side.
या फिर ओपा होएगा या फिर वही होएगा कि नहीं लेते नियॉन. क्या लगता है?
The most shocking thing if we go into Breeze and Jesse Vesh is not playing that Sova, but it's more about what is going to be going on.
यार लेकिन जेन्युइनली बोलो ये एक ही मैप में मेरे को लगता है कि अच्छा है बे.
नियॉन ना?
हाँ.
मेरे को भी लगता है.
सिर्फ मतलब ब्रीज में. बाकी इसमें फील नहीं आता है कि भागते भागते ना इतना बॉक्स और इतना एजेस रहता है ना, सर टकरा जाता है स्लिप होके. ब्रीज के एकदम खुला मैदान में वो भाग सकता है, प्लस मिड डोर स्टन करके भी और डाइव करके मिड ले सकता है. समझ रहे? हॉल्स में भी स्टन करके डैश करके दरवाजा खोल सकता है, बहुत कुछ कर सकता है. क्या बोलता?
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically lacking from Talon last season. But again, there was that foundation. It was just the decision-making from coaching staff, whatever it may be, to try.
Wow!
Okay. Well, screw it. I was about to say, 'cause it's not important anymore. All right, we have a big blend coming through here. Talon.
भाई ये क्या कॉम्प है ये? हाँ?
सिंगल कंट्रोलर टीम सीक्रेट
और वो भी केओ सिर्फ. कहाँ पे सिंगल? हाँ सिंगल कंट्रोलर पे.
हाँ और यूरो और नियॉन.
केओ कैसे बोला? इनिशिएटर सुनाई दिया हमने, वही देखा 2 इनिशिएटर है, सिंगल्स कैसे बोला?
आई थिंक टेलॉन इजी विन.
नहीं लेकिन नहीं ब्रीज में ओनली वाइपर चलता है, क्योंकि पहले का मेटा यही था, ओनली वाइपर वाला, क्योंकि दूसरे साइड पे केज वेज रहता है. समझ रहा है?
बेटर है हार्बर के साथ. देखो पता ना,
हार्बर के साथ बेटर तो है. हाँ हार्बर
लीड वर्सेस स्टीवन के साथ
एनी टाइम आज के डेट पे डबल कंट्रोलर एनीवेज बेटर है. समझ रहे हो? डबल कंट्रोलर सबसे ओपी वाला स्टैट है जिसने भी चालू किया. ओपी.
Touched upon some of the hints, the ingredients, right? We've seen why some of the agents individually have been picked up on Breeze so far.
पहला राउंड मेरे हिसाब से टैलेंट जीतेगा.
Together into one nice dish.
Still, I mean, what Asarai said definitely makes sense, because on the defensive side, especially with halls being opened up, if you're not watching that with the Sentinel, how are you going to make it happen? I guess with just gunshots peeking in the shop, they managed to start things off with a double kill.
भाई मेरा हो गया भाई.
Your debut
भाई मेरा हो गया.
Governor, a lot
मेरा
of
हो
people
गया
had
भाई.
questions about
खत्म.
the pickup, but trying to silence the doubters from the pistol round in the very first match.
Already finding something, but still Ban
क्या
kind of
था
progressing a
वो
little bit too much. Does get fallen down by Borkum. So with that, a little bit more space. Team Secret gets to recover for just a second, maybe setting up for that A split
आपका
push.
मॉड चैट में सिंपिंग कर रहा है, देखता हूँ मैं उसको.
Yeah, good back out from Governor. Of course, a bit of a
ट्रिपल कंट्रोलर नहीं, डबल इज फाइन.
From Halls, but I mean, they should still be able to find some good shots. Cruz will eventually clean up that kill, and that makes it a lot easier. The door open is a good sign for Governor as well, and just Jesse Vash left spotted.
भाई वो लोग कैसे घूम के मारते हैं बे? भाई क्या घूम के मारते हैं बे वो लोग?
Thinking about Governor, and I think that's one of the main things that this entire roster was built around. Asarai mentioned it a little bit as well in their ESL Clash of Nations games, that this entire roster was built around him. They want to support him. He's the duelist, and he's here to frag. And this first round says it all.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Emerge video, Lenny talks about how he was actually impressed with the playmaking and kind of the smart decisions that Governor is able to make. Now on the Neon, some extra utility to work around as well with things like the fast lane.
मैं सिर्फ यूरोस के टिपीस देख रहा हूँ रोड के साथ अलग-अलग कर रहा है करके. कौन?
CRWS.
In terms of his own performance, Governor another kill. here in A main, trying to say this is my home for the first half on the defense.
All right, supported by Cruz as well as that Cascade. I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2. You're just looking to hold on to that thing to maybe secure the bonus round as well. It's just so much going into this. Lenny tries to hold up Tunnel, able to take down one. It's information enough for Talon.
Yeah, and only the Ghost as well. I don't mind it at all. In fact, I like it, right? They're very aware of the fact that, okay, you're the one with a pistol. You could push out a bit. Yeah, you might have questions about its Sova, etc., but at the end of the day, this is an anti-eco. What matters is you win the round and that you're not giving away any extra weapons. You want to carry over rifles.
भाई बैन घुस गए पीसी में.
Shot from long range, NDG.
भाई पीओ ही देख उसका.
This deep
Strix.
hit from Envy though. He's already all the way
वो
through.
बात कर रहा है मॉनिटर से बे.
However, he's only got a classic, so you gotta close in the distance. You gotta be
What
able
the
to
fuck?
double tap in or something, because if not, Envy might not be able to do all too much. High Tide blocks off so much. Governor spots him out. Easy cleanup. Easy second round win for Talon.
Yeah, if he had a Sheriff, I think we'd get a lot more excited for the potential there.
अबे
But
वो बात
also
कर
gets
रहा है
spotted right at the
वो.
end. Doesn't have the long-range weaponry, and things go as planned. Dropping just the Marshal by, so the importance with the Phantoms, and then you actually have the overdrive on Governor now as well. You pass over the rifle, you have some good capabilities to push out even with the overdrive. Really tighten up the map here on a bonus.
Not to mention, Lenny was holding onto a Ghost. I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to maybe potentially carry this forward for a bonus. So the question is for Team Secret, I mean, what is their game plan? Because so far, out on the attack, it hasn't worked out so well, especially when Governor continues to push out A-Shot.
They're not going to push out right away. I like the patience from Talon. Wait for some early contact. You know that the opponents have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take any big risks just yet.
Okay.
Crazy strat, na?
They've adapted to this already.
Oh, and look at this. They pull back. I mean, second Cascade used maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility, but the point is they pressured and they let them know that it's a Neon there with a relay bolt. Now they're trying to really just funnel them into A main.
Just checking around. Nobody's here, though. Team Secret just waiting things out. Yes, you've picked up the overdrive, but that thing can burn out as well if it doesn't find any kills. So that might be their idea. However, you are running out of time, so it might be sensible to make a move. Ban, however, seeing that they made a move, tries to look for another, gets gunned down by Envy instead. A little bit sharper, and with that, maybe a bit of an opening. Cruz hiding inside of the cove, though. Turns back around, doesn't expect to play Pauls. Here comes Governor, picks up the Vandal, tries to wall bang, can't quite find all too much.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy so low. Still a very doable round for Talon, trying to lead with a dominant 3-0 half. The comms just not there about Jeremy potentially still being around the switch.
Just a bit of that mix up of the 50-50 angle or something. I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's all down to Governor's shoulders right now. And with the 1-on-3, even with the Kuronami Vandal, it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, we don't want to read into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how
भाई लोग straight भी push तो नहीं करेंगे. ये लोग को पता है 2 जन भी है और यूरो टीम भी है.
Try to catch up to this language barrier as they've
Mid
switched to a
लेके जाने का hall से
English calling. Everyone else has experience calling
ये
in
option
English
बहुत
and
अच्छा है.
communicating. So it could be part of that.
Secret
But just something about it, maybe being pressed for time. Bit of a mishap, but at the end of the day, bonus round, you're still getting away with a Vandal.
Bonus अच्छा
so
था.
Talon, the result is not poor. But we'll see if those kind of hiccups start to show.
Oxy माहौल था यार, हाँ. Oxy
On the other hand, for Team Secret too, I mean, what a way for Envy to really break open this site. It was some trades going off back and forth, but at the same time, just a clear idea of how to set up this split. And that's the other thing too, because although it's great early round aggression from Talon, they leave a lot open, and you can see that Jeremy exploited just right that on A-Halls.
Yeah, a very aggressive dig into Halls as well. Of course, now opened back up. So props to Jeremy. A big risk you take as that primary jet. Oh, it's a little too high. He sent it up from a little too far. NDG, welcome to VCT. Gets shut down on that first death. He's going to have to reconsider how he sets up those tripwires from long range.
Well,
that's a rude awakening. Team Secret just trying to find ways still, but feeling some of these old patterns. They're not quite able to find all too much unless they get the
इवन भाई
information that
लॉगिन
they
कर दिया
need.
क्या गलती से?
And with so many early aggressive plays coming out from TLN, they're
भाई
starting
मैंने
to
एक
feel
सब
like
मंगाया इतना सेक्सी है भाई.
so just trying to escape that for a second. I mean, they keep
कौन सा वाला
holding
मंगाया?
back, but TLN's just gonna keep pushing out.
Yeah, and Talon has the read now, right? They've pushed out. They knew it was the Cypher. They didn't see any other further info from mid or on B main. Good shots from Lenny as well.
मैं एक चिली वाला मंगाया था.
Nowhere to go for Team
भाई
Secret.
ये वाला उससे भी बेटर है. खा के देखने हैं. अभी आया.
अब भी just आया तेरे घर के
So
बाहर
they know
घुस
it's
के.
very much so an investment into the A site. As long as everyone here stays tucked in, it's probably good
And
enough.
it's a sixer.
However, with the Aldro being committed, it's an easy frag kill for Envy. With the
no
pushes
idea.
out though, yeah, it's just way too much. Ben coming up from behind too.
अबे वो DC हो गया वाइपर.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Ban's been
हाँ.
this guy who's just
नहीं,
walking
wall कर
out
रहा है.
every round up to a
नहीं.
certain point.
हाँ,
Game
बे,
crashes
DC हो
back,
गया
then
है.
scouts out the other side. Almost just like a deadly drone. And so far, I would say successful. Even if he
technical
doesn't get
timeout
contact
होगा
on a
अभी
map
2
like
घंटा.
Breeze, if you're able to dig
ये round
deep and then
repeat
game
होएगा
crash
ना,
back,
शायद?
a lot of information gained. Works very well in timing with Governor's pushouts in these first kills as well. I mean, whatever.
क्या लगता है राउंड रिपीट होगा कि नहीं होएगा? मेरे हिसाब से नहीं होएगा क्योंकि साइफर उधर ट्रैप वैप डाल रहा था. पता नहीं बे ऐसे सीन में क्या कर सकते हैं. फेयर तू रहता तो क्या है फेयर?
क्या क्या क्या?
तू अगर होता तो फेयर डिसीजन क्या करता तू?
देख अगर राउंड के स्टार्टिंग से AFK है
हाँ
तो आई थिंक इट्स अ रीमेक.
राउंड का स्टार्टिंग में नहीं, वो उधर जाके AFK होगा आगे
तो
जाके.
नहीं होगा रीमेक. नहीं होगा.
मैं रहता तो देख टेक्निकली वाइपर उधर ही जा रहा था और साइफर मर गया
नहीं होता remake.
टेक्निकली. मैं दोनों टीम को पूछता डू यू वांट अ राउंड रिपीट, और क्योंकि esports है दोनों वो एग्री करते हैं. हाँ करते. बिंक्स बिग फैन, थैंक यू.
मेरे फैन कैमरामैन तो है भाई.
क्या लिखा ट्रांसलेट कर. क्या ड्राइंग है भाई. well. अगर ये आधे घंटे के ऊपर चला नहीं, आज भी मैं 2 ही मैच स्ट्रीम करूंगा. नहीं आज मेरे हिसाब से सब मैच कर सकते हैं बे स्ट्रीम ना.
कितने बजे तक आज?
6 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगा.
हाँ करेंगे ना भाई.
ना जोश है तो रात को आएगा फिर.
हाँ 3:30 को ना.
हाँ
आऊंगा.
मिला तेरे को?
नहीं
ऐसे आएगा. ठीक है. लव यू पक्का आएगा.
देखते हैं. लेट्स सी.
क्लबिंग का कॉल आया.
कल छुट्टी है ना इसलिए देखता हूँ. आ सकता हूँ.
बात है.
But you love to see it. Obviously, a very passionate group of fans that we've come to know
Valorant
and
लिखा उसने.
love.
Valorant.
And Team
उनका
Secret, they
language में
talk
रहेगा
about
ना?
it themselves. They were so close, and not necessarily in terms of
Valorant का spelling
scoreline
कैसे
at the
बदल
very
सकते हैं?
last match that always mattered, but they always
उनके लैंग्वेज में जो बोलते हैं उसको उसने इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेट करके लिखा रहेगा. तो
मतलब बोला Valorant को Valorant बोलते हैं.
हो सकता है.
year, and then we want to push in. We want to
Six
make
by
it to
Big
those
Fan.
international stages and how we
ऐसा लगा.
see how we do against a lot tougher competition.
It really makes you think, like, is that one change enough, though? I mean, we're all banking a lot on this first kickoff match. There might be a lot that changes up.
मैं भी पिज़्ज़ा खा रहा हूँ. Just saying.
हम दोनों साथ में खा रहे हैं.
मैं भी पिज़्ज़ा खा रहा हूँ. Just
दोनों
saying.
साथ में खा रहे हैं.
Just saying.
Yeah, there's pizza at the pub downstairs.
उसके लिए
Yay,
So if you're
pizza!
for some reason listening to us on your phone here at the venue, definitely go down,
क्या
grab a
हरामी
slice,
है बे?
grab a drink, grab me.
भाई हरामी क्या? सच्ची का पिज़्ज़ा मंगाया मैंने. सच्ची का. हाँ हरामी क्या है इसमें? It's
Let's
just a
go for it. I've
coincidence.
done my share in my past years, so.
Sure enough, and then I get rewarded with pizza. I think that's a pretty good deal, right? Right? Okay.
Listen, your
future
standards,
film,
it's
man.
up to you, man. that's not quite what I'm looking
It's a
forward
big
to.
risk. Yeah, you're just gonna push me to deep end of the pool. But I mean, main thing is still, yeah, is it going to be enough for Team Secret? There's so much at stake. I mean, there's that team revamp storyline. Is it just enough for Team Secret to pick up one new player, or is it still their old ideas? Or, you know, on the other hand, for Talon, is this whole new team revamp enough for them to kind of show us a new performance? Because we have a new coach, who used to be
Bhai mayor tu be same.
How much can change around?
Same mayor tu be.
Yeah, I'm curious, and again, it's still early on in the half that Team Secret can't answer back, and we're starting to see a lot of teams experiment. I'm pretty convinced that no team.
Hey Strix, it's time for some games. अरे भोसड़ी के अच्छा बोल रहा हूँ.
क्या?
It's time for some games, yo.
कौन सा गेम बता? मैं खा रहा हूँ पर.
सोचने दे. कुछ नया अपन वो करते हैं. इन्वेंट. हाँ? क्या बोलते हैं?
Blueberry sounds nicer, actually.
Value
giving out names. Look at what I named myself. All right, but I mean, yeah, it's really a good composition because what we're seeing with the aggressive plays that they can put out, the pressure that they can apply to the attacking team, it makes you. It kind of forces you to play fun games. Timer runs down. It just doesn't feel comfortable, but there is that gap. We saw it in round 3.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's not like this looks like an absolute impeccable thing. It doesn't look like necessarily that, oh, this is absolutely the comp that is going to run everything through. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, I'm just very curious because again, Secret.
मेरे को याद आया क्या खेलने का.
बता.
Old days. Name, place, animal, thing. मैं तेरे को एक लेटर दूंगा, तू मेरे को एक लेटर देगा. क्या बोलता है?
T.
हाँ? T. Name रहेगा तनिषा. हाँ, तनिषा नेम.
ओके.
ठीक है. प्लेस है टोरंटो. ठीक है. एनिमल है शेर. टाइगर्स.
टाइगर और शेर अलग रहता है.
शिट, जो भी है टाइगर.
टाइगर को क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में?
अब तक तो मैं शेर ही समझ रहा था. भींच क्या कहते हैं? जो भी है टाइगर बोल दिया ना मैंने.
ठीक है. डन.
थिंग. टिश्यू बॉक्स. शेर लायन होता है. फक. बाग बोलते हैं. अब मैं तेरे को दूंगा. जल्दी खत्म कर. 15 सेकंड है. के
फॉर
कांदा. बहुत सड़े के कांदा.
कार्तिक.
हाँ अच्छा वैसा कार्तिक. ठीक है.
नेम प्लेस के फॉर कोलालमपुर.
ठीक है.
नेम प्लेस
जल्दी.
कंगारू.
ठीक है.
थिंग ना.
हाँ कांडम मत बोल देना.
केटल.
For Team Secret, and of course Talon now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
Start हो गया.
New composition. Now they've started to play things a little bit more slow as we move forward into the next round. Team Secret trying to set up for that execute.
ऐसा घुसते हारना फिक्स है. फिक्स बे.
Governor doing God's work.
ऐसा घुसा तो हारना फिक्स.
And that's just a huge wall right in front of Team Secret. They cannot break past B.
मैं एकदम दूर से देख लिया था मैं.
You can just tell Jeremy wasn't quite expecting that one. Not really sure where to hold his angle because he's not going to be able to swivel on a beat, which he's very well known for. Shuts him down. And Governor now already taking mid-control as well. NDG just can't find a beat against the duelist of Talon.
वो डर गया. साइफर डर गया बे. कहाँ से बड़ी कर गए.
Even more heads. One more.
भाई गवर्नर मूड में.
Combating that wide swing as well. Just the reset. Doesn't hold for the spray. Knows that it's still Jesse Vash going for the wide peak. Governor, we've heard his confidence. He is 10-0-2 in his debut at VCT Pacific.
Not just some pickup from NA, not just some tier 2 guy, whatever. He's here.
Heavy Radiant
and
player,
he's
yeah?
definitely fitting in on TLN Esports.
Don't repeat.
Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds, but 0 deaths to that as well. He's taking fights and taking names away from Team Secret.
I think that's the other thing too. Right? He's not overheating all too much. He could have, pushed even more into B, but he just held his ground and then peeked back out towards Elbow. Now onto the next.
मतलब last round
to do the same thing towards a different site, but still leaves all too much all too open for Team Talon to take them down. Jit Boys, Lenny finding a double of their own.
Sure, a weaker round from Team Secret, but if your weak round only, by the way, it's not that late into the game.
ये राउंड का कॉम्स ऐसा था, लास्ट राउंड थोड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट हुआ पुश करता, स्मोक अप स्पिड स्टन आया, इस बार ट्राई करके देखे, इस बार भी हुआ, अब इस बार भी ये लोग बी के बारे, इस बार अगर सेम पुश किया ना,
तब तक करते रहेंगे,
इस बार वापस अगर सेम पुश किया ना, मेरा हो गया.
It's fate that they're able to figure this out in the server.
मेरा हो गया.
ये लोग पुश कर रहे हैं.
They're gonna have to try something different at some point.
Hey Batu, how's this Batus?
Make it work. Just a wide swipe.
क्या कर रहा है? और free है, आने का तो you can join.
Can't compliment him, and it's gonna be Jesse Vash finding yet another. B site is open this time.
Batu with big tattoos.
Not gonna bite either, but man, that does allow him to continue to flank back around if he so chooses.
Portal closed.
Just saying, मैंने talent बोला था.
There is, can't go for the flank anymore. Toxic screen is an obstacle, and they're trying to make their way through it, waiting for it to drop down. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret just holding their angles. They haven't been exposed all too much. NDG jumps up, and that reveals a little bit more. Snake bite, however.
Snake bite.
And that means Borkamaster. However, timer is ticking. And given what Team Secret has, it's just a little bit more.
Ban!
Bye, crazy clutch निकाला
this
बे.
guy, he's been waiting
Crazy
to
clutch
get
निकाला.
back
मैं बोला ना ये लोग का retakes है.
And even here, Governor still given that primary duelist position, but playing with confidence.
एक साथ
Get some
घुसने के लिए
frags
ना.
on the board.
हाँ, और rotation में भी
Pushing up,
टीपी मार देता
playing
है
off of his teammates' contacts. He manages to
हाँ,
find all
ये
those
अच्छा,
frags.
ये अच्छा.
I mean, we saw him on T1 last year. He was very capable as duelist,
Mod
sometimes
for Buttu.
flexing off the different
Buttu को
agents.
mod देके करेगा क्या?
But
वो
maybe
घूमता
freed
रहता
up to
सबके
do a
यहाँ पे
little bit
regards
more on
करते
this
रहता
Talon
है.
Esports roster.
Ask him to pull me.
Playing
आया.
to his role strength, right? You're there to scout, but once you're on the retake, Governor down, now you're the one who's
Yo,
there for the
Bakel.
trades. You're the one who wants to go in and finish the
Good
job.
afternoon.
And now timeout
क्यों
does
feel
come
कर रहा है?
out.
मैं अभी उठा. अरे mod से क्या फर्क पड़ता है? बिग्स भाई का नंबर है मेरे पास, कुछ चाहिए तो फोन लगा दूंगा.
बात तो है. फोन लगा के उसको जो चाहिए वो मिलेगा नहीं, लेकिन फोन लगा सकता है. Love you.
वो तो अलग बात है. वो अलग.
बट्टू अब भी उठा तूने?
वो कल रात को थोड़ा हेवी.
मतलब इसके वजह से जी हारी आज? सपोर्ट नहीं किया. एवरी सपोर्ट मैटर्स. अपना देश का मैच था. देश
हो सकता है
ये वाला मत करो बिग्स भाई.
ये गया बट्टू, गया पैंच.
बिग्स भाई ये वाला मत करो यार प्लीज.
अपना गेम खेल के साला अपने टीम को सपोर्ट करने वाला सो रहा था. कनेक्शन है
यार. ये वाला कनेक्ट मत करो यार प्लीज यार.
और बट्टू भाई गर्लफ्रेंड कैसी है?
गर्लफ्रेंड इमेजिनरी है वैसी.
इमेजिनरी. एक बार मेरे को देखा सा लगा था. क्या सी?
क्या बिग्स भाई तुम नया शर्तें मत चालू करो. नहीं है अभी तक.
He's just ready to just pump out the information any chance he gets for the players. The question always becomes, can they digest it? But it seems like they have a lot of faith in each other for kickoff.
बट्टू ने आज तक आपके लिए कुकिंग नहीं किया ना. नहीं.
We're seeing another outlaw.
बिग्स भाई आपका चैट में से मैसेज नहीं है.
Half armor, you get chewed right through. Relay bolt now just to keep them at bay. And he still takes away on the overdrive. It does tag up Morgan for a little second. He's down to half HP. The rest of them all pinned down and stuck inside of this cave.
I mean, if you watch the video that VCT Pacific put out, Benkai tried to tell him he's not the governor around here, but I think Talon's governor is here to stay.
भाई
He
बंदा क्या ही
looked
खेलता है
pretty
भाई.
menacing in that video.
Governor's a pretty decent actor. That's what I found out in all these extra content. If you look at the surf
क्या लगता है बट्टू
announcement video from
predictions?
Talon, Governor's
TLN
shot
2-0
face is
bro.
like legitimate shock.
हैवी खेल रहा है.
अरे मेरे को ऐसा सीक्रेट लग रहा है. ऐसा पता नहीं. ऐसा बिना इंटरेस्ट का खेल रहा है. बार-बार
आवाज इतना ज्यादा कैसे?
ऐसा इसलिए
Big
खेल
brain
रहे थे कि
and
उनको खेलना
everything.
है
I mean, the
ऐसे खेल रहे
mastermind.
हैं।
Excuse me.
Yeah, but so far, he's not going to need that backup plan for his career because this is a great first showing and a good call on the Outlaw buy as well. You have so many creds, but yet
नहीं,
you want to
लेकिन ये
make
लोग का
sure
combos भी
you're
बहुत
really
प्यारा है
snowballing
बे।
the economy. You know that they don't
वो
have full buys
expected
this
वाला
round.
combos नहीं बे, ऐसा
Yeah.
push करेगा
Also, just a
तो क्या
good call.
करेगा?
Like previous rounds, you know, Team Secret went B. It doesn't work out. They're execute. So
ये देख।
probably they're going to go A.
13-1
And it's a good call.
हाँ।
It connects onto a third. Jesse Vash now trying to go for the close range. Oh,
भाई मेरा हो गया।
and Lenny
भाई
swapped over the
मेरा हो गया।
You can still shoot
भाई
for
मेरा
Jesse
हो गया
Vash.
भाई।
छोड़ रहा हूँ मैं चिट छोड़ रहा हूँ
Oh, it
मेरा हो
doesn't
गया।
matter if the Outlaw only
मेरा
has 6
हो
shots.
गया
We'll just
भाई।
add 2 more to the shorty. That's
मेरा
4
हो गया।
shots always
Hey,
at
क्या
Unity
मार
for
रहे हो?
governor.
क्या था?
It's another 2
अबे
plus
गवर्नर
2.
क्या मार
A
रहा
little bit
है?
of a theme
तुम
today.
लोग पहले नहीं देखा था इसको
That hurts.
अरे इसका खेल ही रहा है पहला टाइम esports पहले कहाँ देखेगा?
This is just what a read from Talon.
कंटेंट क्रिएटर है वो भाई।
अरे कंटेंट क्रिएटर अलग होता है लेकिन दिस इज esports at a level
Micromanagement of it.
But normal pugs पे भी ऐसे ही खेलते हैं।
Pugs is different no.
हाँ, but he's playing against more better players.
15.0 KD, 7
He's
rounds
playing
into his
at a
first
level
match.
for the first time.
भाई। और 15-1 है।
Next
Yeah.
ultimate ban on the operator now.
15-1.
Jeremy opping as well. But we've got that dimensional drift available. So that kind of cancels out any potential Viper's pits.
good hold.
15 KD घर
tapping
जाएगा।
the pause for talent.
इसमें तो
Oh
यूरो
no,
खेलेगा
but it
next
allows for
time
Jeremy to find an opening.
Minion.
And then the
Minion,
trade.
Minion.
Yeah, that's her right back. And
Menu,
Jeremy was
menu.
trying to get ready for it too, but Ban's just half a step quicker.
कल तो बोला था यूरो खेलेगा इजू को देखने के बाद
This guy is NA player.
Yoru.
It's going to be that much more difficult to push through. I mean, not unless, you know, I would
Governor
have to
ज़्यादा
think
अच्छा खेला,
it's
Minion.
down to Envy.
ठीक है मैं
Yeah,
इजू
it's
जैसे
always
खेलूंगा
so
ठीक है।
rough on Breeze. If your Jet is still the main
Nice,
operator, if you're
मैं
trying to
तो
pick that
Havoc
up for the
जैसा खेल
attack,
सकता हूँ।
obviously it's a great
कौन?
wild card, it's a great weapon
Havoc,
to try to get the
बंदा
first
0-12
pick,
तक
but as soon as they get picked off or
ये
you spend
गया।
too much time,
ये गया
you just
भाई।
don't have a great way to break into sight.
मैंने नहीं
You're
बोला
right, the null
लॉर्ड
command's
बतूरा
still
नाम।
available for Envy.
Bro,
Six
you
ने
are
बुलाया था
such a
बट्टू
The
को।
KOs, they've gotten aggressive
बेचारा
before.
5
Oh,
round
Six
के
का
साथ
निकालो।
वो smoke को तो मारा ही
Flash
मारा
out. Oh, but the toxic screen time.
भाई क्या सीन है इसका?
Flash allows for
भाई मेरा हो गया बेंचोज मेरा हो गया।
Yeah, by the way, no extra shots from Cruz on that because there's no assist, so it was just
You
Governor getting Envy right through the toxic screen. He's
Oh
like,
my
oh
नसीब।
my gosh.
That went a little bit too haywire.
उसको लगा कि stun हुआ
Back
शायद।
under Team Secret's control. They picked up the players. They picked up the spike. But here comes Ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this quick switch up? Back to the shorty, but then shut down by Jesse Vash, the veteran, the experienced
अरे
player.
गन
And
देने
he's
मत
still
दे।
here to frag. Cruz, though, tries to fight back with the op. Has to reload.
अबे
I don't
डर
know
के
if it's gonna
खेल
be
रहे
good
क्या
enough.
नहीं डर के नहीं
Recon
जैसी खेल रहा
just
है।
makes him think about the other angle for just a second. Swapped over to the
Oh.
Vandal. A simple
Whiff कर
burst
दिया रे,
close
कितना-
things out. Jesse Vash's reactions. Not quite enough up against Cruz.
भाई
Cruz, a good
गवर्नर
read in
क्या
that very last
मार
second.
रहा
Expects the
है?
possibility of Jesse Vash trying to get ahead of that cascade. He wins the 1v1, but that was a potential Jesse Vash moment there, the hero moments that we've come to know from the leader of the Filipino squad. Good shots
साला
from
वॉच
Governor.
पार्टी कर रहा है
Decision
उसको अभी
from
तक नहीं
Ban.
मालूम
The
जैसी
quick
खेल रहा है
swap
डर
over
के खेल
for
रहा
the
है
operator over to Cruz, immediately ults, and then just comes out of it, goes for the shorty, and if he dies, he's still there for the trade. A great decision.
मीनवेल बट्टू
Definitely
Sorry, sir.
makes your
मैं
opponents
भूल
feel
करना
a lot of pressure. Because you're not expecting him to come out of dimensional drift that quick.
Yeah. I
यार,
mean,
मैं end होता
I've
रहता
heard
ना।
that this team is very vocal, all individually.
भी
I've heard
नशा
that they are always ready to speak their mind. They talk about it in their own videos as well. And that can always go two ways, right? I mean, you could really gel, but you could all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there. But so far, they are in sync. This new Talon roster.
Yeah, and look at these ideas too. Viper's Pit.
अगर बाजी से ड्रोन ये गया
It's a little bit risky given the Aldro now. He tries to back out of it, but still lands a shot onto Envy anyway.
But that's the problem, isn't it? It wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up. But oftentimes,
ये होता है बे
the Viper
Viper
gets a
setup.
little greedy,
क्या
pushes out, you
दिमाग
take
ना?
them out, and then you think you're able to push through, but just another sentry there to get one kill. And Ban now in mid. I mean, look at Talon's movement. Neon's all the way out in A main. They have full control of this map.
भाई
And the
पूरा
double as
टीम है
well.
भाई
Full control of
पूरा
the fight
टीम है
too.
भाई ऐसा
pretty soon Governor's going to come up from behind. Jesse
Shot,
Bash trying to do
bhai.
what
Bhai,
he
Jesse
can.
hai, bhai.
But how much is going to be enough?
भाई
Oh,
ये
Governor's
VCT
just going to
Masters
let
तो
them
बड़ी
up.
Yeah, I mean, didn't
खेला
spot
तो
him.
ये.
And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that
यही
this would have
team में
been
खेला हो secret
the
में.
Neon pushing all the way out, but now they say we don't really have a choice. Yup.
भाई मेरा हो गया.
Spotted him as well.
Tab
Now
मत
it's
दबाना
3-on-1.
बस.
Jesse
Tab
Bash
मत
might be picking
दबाना.
up the spike plant, but that's about it.
17-2 17-2
So he needs high from the operator. He needs to get the plant.
18-2.
Yeah, he's trying to get the first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not enough.
Look, because he was watching the angle towards the entrance of Cave. He had no idea that Governor was already onto the other side. The high gear sprint just kind of throws off the timing for a second. So 8-1. Talon has not dropped a single round since round 4.
An incredible streak from Talon Esports. Now, some Talon fans, you know, this might be a little deja vu from last year where they also had a great showing at lock-in, and we had high hopes, but I would say...
इसको कोई ना कोई उठाएगा भाई.
Yeah, you are insane. I agree.
भाई इसको कोई ना कोई उठाएगा.
So sharp in their decision-making. 18-2-5. The number just keeps going
लेकिन
up
consistently खेले है ना.
पहला मैच है
उसका अबे उसका presence of mind कितना sharp है बे.
I gotta really think about.
वो तो मालूम ही पड़ता है ना बंदे का movements और
you know, in their group they might have to play against DRX, and still they're now suddenly dropping thanks to the pacing from Team Secret. Borkum going up on the aggressive. Jeremy trying to go up front, shut down by Cruz thanks to the recon, but then Envy on the trade. Numbers advantage has been gained.
ये भी sexy खेलता है बे.
Secret finally answers back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well. And this time it pays off. Jeremy not getting picked off right on the entry. He's able to jiggle out.
Jinx करे back. Governor best player in the world.
And that's a good answer. Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4, still a solid shot on Breeze.
Just getting an idea for Talon's game plan again. I mean, because some previous rounds...
Delhi Tiki.
First,
wait, what?
First of all, I would like to... Strix bhai, first of all, I would like to apologize to my audience. ये गेम चालू होने से पहले हुआ, मैं बोला था काश जी का मैच टैलेंट वाले के साथ होता था.
अच्छा.
Take my words back. Secret ठीक है यार.
Deliver on the expectations.
Talent
But Secret so far, a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side again. 4 rounds. I don't think that's too bad.
Secret चलेगा.
They have the Cypher on the defense.
Of course, always very useful, especially up against players like Governor and Ban.
Jinx by Opa.
But right now, Talon switching things up a little bit. We've still got that op on both sides.
लेनी भाई देखो उधर.
Yeah, and Secret also used an early drone just...
मैं चली
that's big
देखो चार गली मेरा टूटे ना
So you know how to just
कोई.
target them. Oh man, nice try, Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for info outside mid, but here comes Ban to do that job instead. Lenny
थोड़ा सा देखा सा लग रहा है.
Going for the Hunter's Fury in towards B instead.
Same है भाई.
Still many people in sight though. Backup's all here.
Ban just trying to hold the
सब
offense.
साइड में भी गए लोग.
But just as good. Plays for the recon instead. Wait for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Cruz getting a bit of a trade. And then comes Governor.
दो बार में बराबर
Numbers
नहीं
came prevails and Talon continues
to
win.
I mean, the backup's just way too quick.
वो जो execute level का execute देख रहे थे ना अपन इतना टाइम से.
Info gathering on the side of Talon. The previous round as well. This one, he gets some solid pings onto Envy. And Envy tries to pop flash around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the smoke. Backup already. There, Governor wrapping all the way around the back of sight. Talon's comms are good. I mean, I don't know what else to say. But all the concerns that I personally had about how does this team gonna gel at the very beginning of the year, they've thrown that right on the bin.
कीबोर्ड अच्छा है बोला वो लोग यूज कर रहे हैं.
Looking really good, and if they can secure this first half 10-2, that would be even better.
Jeremy's alone, the reckoning.
But here comes Team Secret. Oh my
Bye.
god, even alone. I mean,
Bye.
MTG all the way from B main. They managed to gun down so many of these players.
3 बार के बाद मेरे को लगा अभी भी कुछ होएगा लेफ्ट राइट में.
And all of a sudden, it's
अडैप्ट
down
कर
to
लिया बे.
Governor. Only an op, maybe a bit of utility, but no ultimate.
The way he's playing today,
अगर इसने क्लच किया ना मेरा हो गया.
मेरे को 50 गिफ्टेड.
तेरे को 500 गिफ्टेड दूंगा. 500.
निकाल दे गवर्नर पे मैसेज किया.
He doesn't have that much
और
time.
सेव अगर इसने किया तो तू
5
मुझे
seconds left. If he wants to wrap back
100
around
gifted
B main,
देगा.
that's not gonna be enough.
That's just too many with the op, but we'll see what he can do. Jeremy shuts it down.
दोनों को नहीं मिला.
Jump peek. That feels old. But here we go. 9-3.
एम पे था
Still
बे.
a good half
वो गन
nonetheless,
की वजह
but
से उधर गया.
Great recovery from Team Secret towards the end.
Talon, we talked about the positives they've shown, and Team Secret, I think a big part of it is that they weren't quite sure of how to deal with Governor being so hot right off the rip. I mean, obviously in the pistol, it's just a kill through the smoke, and another time it was another kill through the smoke on A main, getting these first kills, and then the fast rotates from both the Neon and the Euro. It seemed like they just didn't have quite an answer for that. The couple of times they went for the execute, I mean, we saw it in the last round as well, but what I will say is that last round, the Reckoning comes out, and they recognize, if we don't just pile through right now, Jeremy's dead. He's
But तू stream कर रहा है क्या?
नहीं मचा मिला नहीं.
तूने पूछा नहीं था क्या?
ना मैं पूछा था वो बहुत लेट हो गया था तभी पूछा था.
पहले पूछ लेता 2 हफ्ता 1 हफ्ता पहले.
My bad only.
Trying to adapt to it because in the past, if Jeremy just dives in alone, that's the entire plan failed. And you can definitely see that there are some issues that they're trying to figure out. How Talon plays, especially now that they're going to swap over onto the attack. Warbirds looks serious.
See if Governor can do the same thing on attack. 19 for mod.
I mean, I think attack is where the Neon fast lane can provide that much more value. And on top of that, you've got Crews, you've got Jit Boys, 2 more walls to work with.
Governor बच गया तो ban भी है.
So again, Governor has been our MVP for this entire match. Ben a close second, everyone else following up on it. And you're just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this match.
Crash has ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and that's what the Euro can do, right? You can really start to toy with the
मतलब viewers का भी इज्जत नहीं है, पैसा इतना होना चाहिए life में.
Put the pressure.
मेरा stream क्यों देख रहा है?
Draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without one trip, one spy cam, things like that.
I like Jeremy's position though.
But to healthy get
in case anyone does peek out or if he wants to try to find Van.
I know. Sucralose.
अबे पानी पियो ठंडा.
Rendezvous with his team.
No, but once
setting up for the A execute now. They think they've managed to buy enough time away from B site. If they can pinch down onto Envy, that would be great. But lock it Envy. 180 degree flick, and he gets Governor 2 kills.
निकाल रहा हूँ. 6 रुक जा.
And then Jesse finds one more. Borkum, however, feeling the pressure, has to back off. Tries to find a better position. Close range duel with the Classic. Tries to right click. But you know what? It doesn't even matter because only Lenny is left.
Bye. Come back
over.
GL
not able to frag out. It's going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol.
हो सकता है.
These are the clips we remember from 23 Envy. Yeah, it's just the 180 headshot as well. Lets the Neon pass and walks out on a timing. Through, just guards that fast lane. Good mind games around the Neon.
So controlled. I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your utility. I mean, I'm not bothered by it whatsoever. Nice. Jesse finding shots too all the way from the back of bridge. That's what you need from Team Secret. Now they've got the outlaw at the hands of Jeremy, and they can definitely dish out more damage.
Yeah, that's one of the big questions a lot of us had is Jeremy, he has to now play primary duelist, he has to play primary opper, and of course the outlaw and things like that. See if it comes to fruition, but not on the A side just yet. We'll have to give up the plan. Oh, sees
Excuse me?
Snake bite stinger combo, spike dropped, and the rest of Talon scrambled.
मेरा हो गया.
Playing around the toxic screens too, though, it just gives up a lot more space.
बॉल गलत नहीं है. वो ये साइड देख के बैठा करके स्पाइक दिखा. उधर देख के बैठता तो नहीं दिखता था.
To find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too, and that's Talon just burned to a crisp.
उसने गलत वो किया.
It's far from over. Obviously, they're able to carry over the 4 weapons that they did purchase into the bonus. Now, not all the greatest, but you got to remember, again, this is a different comp. They've got the Cypher. They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips and the cyber cages, things like that on one side. Then you've got the Outlaw potentially on the other. A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a grand difference in the scheme of things.
हाँ बे जैसे
Yeah,
कहीं
it just
में
came down to the buy still, and Team Secret knowing
उसका
how to play so
experience
far
भी है
back. The onus is on Talon to really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to do so given the current weaponry. But now, on to the next round. Team Secret's got to watch out. Talon's got to watch out for Jeremy still.
Aggressive push out from mid. He's just going to try to stick around. No contact.
Ooh.
पड़ी क्या नहीं पड़ी
Okay, good recon from Jesse Vash as well.
Yeah, but this, I mean, Jesse Vash simply trying to let them know, like, if you want to come into B, you're going to have to use a lot more utility. And if they're not able to find the Cypher utility off of that, obviously it gets a lot tough. So Jesse Vash with a great read that this is going to pull them into A. It's a bit of a gamble, but one that might pay off.
Yeah, it's going to cost you. If not, we're just going for that 4-on-5 retake. But we're also banking on the fact that NDG can anchor. That's something that Asterai said.
Envy holding close as well. Oh no!
Wow.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The decoy!
Still manages to burn down Ban.
Huh?
But just trying to go full auto with all these weapons. It's not quite enough. The close range duels. Somehow Talon losing out in terms of numbers advantage. Still though, trying to go back to a little bit more safety. Lenny just holds out and swaps over to the high angle, gets down. Wow, through the toxic screen though. Jesse Vash with the Sheriff still able to fire off shots.
Yeah, caught one glimpse of a Spectre, not the weapon you would want in a situation like this, but already damage done. One more kill and even the entire round possible, but no, Cruz watching from double doors will barely save the round. Or Talon carrying over 2 rifles.
Talon जीत गया.
You can anchor, but can you
दिखा था
clutch?
उस में
With the Spectre, it's just that much more difficult, so it is what it is. But Team Secret managed to put up a bit of a fight. Talon, on the other hand, though, still, I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, Ban as well, I mean, pushing up front. Just fighting with all that force. And you can hear those communications again. It keeps the team alive, keeps spirits up. And look at this, Governor up to 20 kills now.
Slow creeping up, not as quickly as we saw in the very beginning of the map, but obviously a lot more for it to do on the attacking side. Oh, a bit of a mishap on the flash there as well.
He tried to make the movement work though, but Borkum just managing to react that quickly. Another shot coming in from Jeremy as well, and all of a sudden Talon has to reconsider this entire round.
देखो ना एक बार है तो मेरे को देख के बताओ है तो मैं लेता हूँ.
No, they'll spot at least one on halls, so Jesse Vash, no reason to greed this. You have control of double doors, you have control of the site. You can keep them trapped in the halls, it's not the worst scenario.
Yeah, if anything, Jit Boys has to
भाई नजर लग गई बे.
either lurk or push up front. They're thinking about making use
Chat, only 400 likes remaining for 1 million likes. जल्दी से जल्दी जितना like ने किया है.
Oh, I don't
like
mind
करो
this.
पट
Shock
से.
dart,
पट
right?
से like करो.
You already showed one person up in halls. You send the shock dart to let them know that we're still thinking about taking over the space. And you just say if we can keep that occupied, we should have a shot. But no, it's going to be a save. I mean, they don't have any explosive entry into the site. And of course, the Cypher most likely anchoring on B.
Yeah, 30 seconds. And look at the setup.
क्या? क्या गाया तूने? हाँ? क्या गाया वापस गा? क्या? दिया?
वो गाना था वो.
Rounds ago, we saw Jesse Vash just playing up around tunnel, around elbow a little bit. So they're still thinking that Team Secret setup might be 2-on-B, 3-on-A. So we don't want to toy with that too much. At least for this round.
Yeah, and you don't have the KO either, right? No way to just shut down that utility. So you have to really use everything you got. Start to scout it out. And as you mentioned, haven't spent too many rounds figuring out NDG's preferred default setups. But if anyone's going to do it, it's got to be Ban on that Yoru.
Pinky cute से.
Got it during the pistol round.
Easy burger दो उसको pizza burger है
shock darts. Again, information first. So back to the drawing board for Talon now as Team Secret starts to catch up. Jesse Vash kind of catching up in terms of kills too.
Oh, very aggressive shark dart into elbow. And Jesse's making the same call again, right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognized the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-1-2 default.
Hashtag OP.
Swapped over with Jeremy too.
That are chidde.
Good to anchor, just as Aster I said. Crash past the cyber cage, but now suddenly pushing it.
Bhai, ye log ne sexy
Cruise.
Adder bola
Crash
tha,
allows
switch ho
Ben
gaya.
to sneak and infiltrate onto the site, just as you mentioned, Will. And apart from that, look at what's happening on the map. He gets out. Jit Boys still holding up around elbow in case anyone crosses over from mid. Cruz, as long as he stays alive up over by pillar, he uses his utility. He's still got the reckoning available.
अपनी टीम एडप्ट क्यों नहीं होती पता है?
कि
अपनी टीम वहाँ तक पहुँची नहीं अभी तक.
Jesse Bash out in the open.
बुलेट आया था उस दिन.
Revealed by Ban. And that's Talon back into the game just where they left.
Envy had full utility ready to go, but Cruz just gets it right before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates. Obviously, the distance from each other, not exactly the ideal, but this gate crash was brilliant. Man, gate crashes into the site, so NDG has to wait, but then Cruz holds before pushing out of the cyber cage, as he know that he now has to pick and choose the 50-50 between the Yoru and the decoy. And they just pinch onto him. During all that, Antec will still get the first kill on site as well.
I thought you were eating.
And now, because they have that successful B execute, I mean, Team Secret, they can't really rest on their laurels on any part of the map.
Yeah, just trying to change up everything now. NDG swapping up his setup on towards B side as well. Jeremy trying to explore mid a little bit, maybe pull off something cheeky. But again, this high tide just makes him question a lot.
रात को मैंने कल रात को खाना खाया था. 8-9 बजे. उसके बाद अब भी खा रहा हूँ मैं सीधा.
A good read, you have to imagine on what the potential is from Team Secret, right? Because they just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get info.
Apart from that too, I mean, that's what they're playing off of. Now they want to get their own info past enough time. Dimensional Drift does clear out a lot, so NDG has no choice but to relinquish the site.
Relay boats corralling him.
Bhai, फिर भी
comboed with Ben and the dimensional crash. He gets out onto another
one.
Jesse Bash making a trade happen, so not impossible for Team Secret to come back.
Jeremy on the flank, but so is Lenny. Now this cuts the timer for Lenny quite short, but I don't think they're aware at all. So if Jit Boys can stay alive alongside Governor, this is huge.
Voice line भी पूरा नहीं करने दिया था उसको.
All right. Managed to pull attention away. Envy turns back around. Toxic Screen back up, and Jit Boys still trying to keep things alive. Governor and Envy though suddenly pitched down. And with that spike available, they knew where Lenny was. They knew where he was about to show up.
10 बार संडा हो जाओगे.
collects
इतना
another
अच्छा
round
खाने के
for
बाद
Team
मेरे को
Secret.
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है संडा जाने में.
Team Secret
एक good luck के लिए भी जाऊंगा
immediately
चेता
ups the
11
tempo
बार.
as soon as they recognize
Yum
that Lenny
है
gets the
लेकिन
first kill on
Yum.
the flank. Instead of trying to say, well, one person watch for Lenny, and the rest of us will go in and go for 1v1, so you just say, well, he's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup. So let's just push in and win these fights. And Jeremy's lurk, I mean, he catches sight alongside Cruz. They see each other in mid, and Jeremy just follows all the way. Good call.
Is it kind of just like forgetting for a second that although, yes, they might have been pushing out on defense, Team Secret, to get more info, they could also put themselves into deeper positions to lurk like what Jeremy did. And that gives them that 7-11. Talon now calling their first timeout.
You'll have to play.
Trying to collect on those last 2 rounds.
200%.
200%.
Talon, they seem to have the number, especially in the first half, but the attacking side, I like the attempted hit onto B, that success.
No, but it's not 200%. It's different for different saman.
But not quite as much control around the map just yet. I mean, on defense, they were running amok. They held mid, they held pillar, they held both sides, they held A main. Sometimes they pushed out a B main, get that early pick. Not attack.
Bro, you are telling me if I order PS5 from Bar, I have to get it for 1 lakh 10?
From UK or US से किया तो हाँ आपने directly order किया तो
हाँ डायरेक्टली ऑर्डर किया तो डबल
यूके और सिर्फ यूके और यूएस से ये कीबोर्ड सिर्फ यूके में मिलता है वो जो
नहीं मैं पीएस मंगाया तो
एक सेकंड
क्या ग्रोसरीज में आते हैं क्या लौड़े वो
UK or US
NDG was ready for this too. I mean, Ban got pinged by the cam, so he has to slow down. He can't just go in,
UK or US, it's a different
wreck the setup, and then gate crash out.
That far out.
PS पे चाहिए आपको?
मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा
lost a little bit of info
था
gathering.
चंद्रा लैंग्वेज
Binks, आपके बेसन में कोई है
Thank you for the 19.
हाँ ऑफिसर
Well, two-pronged attack.
तो प्लीज
always got a backup
करा
plan.
देना प्लीज
Okay, all the way
मुझे
up.
पहचान में ही है
Balls, Jesse Vash is right on the other end.
मतलब मैं उसको
Gets the
देखूंगा तो
information.
मैं पहचान लूंगा
Jeremy
उसको
still
समझ रहा
staying
है
tucked away
पहचान
and hidden.
So Talon seems to have heard and or seen Jesse Vash on the rotate back over to A. Now, the recon just comes out, so they're both stuck in their own position. But the real question is can they break into B? Because otherwise, Jeremy's just holding mid. And Talon doesn't have proof that Jeremy's here.
Oh.
Not even a guess, it looks like.
comeback हो
Thought they
सकता है
might have had an idea, but guess not. And with that,
भाई
now
comeback
Team
हो
Secret
सकता
very
है
much
bro
in control over the map.
प्लीज ना
Van trying to fight
comeback
back.
हो भाई
but
गवर्नर
not
पे
for
नजर
long.
लग गई ब्रो
5
comeback हो
HP.
सकता है मैं बोल रहा हूँ
नजर लगा दिया नो
Teammate and
जोक
the spike dropped.
सबसे फन फैक्ट बोलूं
हां
जब मैंने बोला जी का मैच टैलेंट के साथ होता तो टैलेंट जीतने लग गए फिर मैं जब बोला टीएस के साथ होता अभी टीएस जीतने लगे मेरे में कुछ तो दोष है
And we've been trading rounds back and forth, so not quite
Comeback
at the
है लग रहा
maximum
लेकिन
loss streak bonus.
heavy
Talon carrying one Vandal over, losing a lot of steam. And this one, it could have very well looked different had Lenny been alive, right? They could have pressured a lot more with the Soviet utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up, a bit more confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
Yum.
That's what we need to see them do, especially on the defensive side. If they can repeat that formula, it's going to be that much more difficult for Talon. NDG going back to the slightly different setup still, but heavily anchoring on the B side. Game plan has swapped back up to what we saw just a few rounds ago.
Yes.
A solo NDG on B.
Yeah, but this is a retake from Team Secret. And they get the ping onto pretty much everybody, if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So backups now arrived as well. I mean, Talon, yeah, you have to reset at the very least.
Yeah, retake setup too.
मत कर
Talon has to reconsider their options.
Garlic
but
bread with
given
khichdi.
the time passed, they never quite know who might be on the other side. And it's going to be Jeremy with an operator.
They suspect something.
1 pixel is all it takes.
Whoa.
Shot hasn't been fired off. Oh, the movement from Governor. A sudden, he jumped over and carried the momentum through.
Talon.
Jeremy repeats though. Is that good? The cascade pushes him away, and Governor wants to pressure it.
Oh, bye.
Right click, and then Lenny with the shorty.
भाई जेरेमी में दिमाग तो है भाई कुछ भी बोल दिमाग तो है
It's enough space
मैं
for
Black Dog
Talon
and
to potentially take the site. High Tide blocks off so much vision.
garlic bread
But
to said hi
First plant, not bad. You could even go for a rotate, even the pin.
She said hi, she
Sure,
said
I
hi.
mean, this is going to match point for Talon.
Huh?
Batu went clubbing yesterday.
Protect
हाँ?
right now, up around
वो
the
लड़की
edges of this Viper's pit.
क्या लगता है
Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh impossible.
So many
मैंने
layers
तो
of
talent
safety.
बोल के
Cruz
रखा
dies. We still got Jit Boys. We still got Ben and Lenny on the other side of Cave. So it's the call for Envy
by
to
the
save
way,
instead.
bro, I was wrong, I think, bro. I was wrong with the...
Yeah, looking at their
only
creds, I
40
don't
dollars
mind that they
in
attempted to
India,
go into the pit.
Custom
You
charge
just
क्या
don't
पता?
want to
वही
give
तो
over
बोला
map
it can't be
point.
200%.
And you still had another flash drive, a 0 point. You know, you get the first
Hey,
GG pick. Sure, there's a world. There's a world where a story could be told, but not in that one. And Talon goes up to map point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half, but it was only a couple steps up to here.
Yeah, picked it up again. I mean, again, it might just also be Breeze on defense, and you know, you got to figure out those openings, and especially with Talon. I mean, Team Secret now starting to peek out a
भाई
little
कितना
bit more.
प्यारा
They had
खेलता है
to
बे
adapt.
Talon
And
हाँ
adapt they did.
Well, this is
कितना प्यारा
actually
खेलता है
giving
भाई
me a bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out how to attack on Breeze on an international stage. And a lot of it comes down to they keep tabs on the actual setup, and they're just trying to combat the setup itself on a site ban. Great opening kill, takes out the operator from the opposing side.
Don't just combat the setup, right? Combat the players.
Well, okay, sure, yes, combat the players as well. But what I'm trying to say is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay, well, they hide in this cubby, they have this strip, let's go in and break it and break it and break it, you still, at the end of the day, have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one change in timing, and it throws the entire thing off.
Big or big,
I would say Talon, a bit more flexibility here in the second half. Also, they didn't need to win as many rounds, but this time, Van's operator is the one who really shakes things up.
भाई क्या सीन है हेलो
Nice.
ऐसा क्या घूम रहे हो
And then the fast lane, they think it's going to be an 8-hit, but look at where the spike's headed towards.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin pretty much. Now, a pretty early call from Team Secret. They recognize this as they don't hear any more footsteps, but whoa,
Bro,
Governor
what the
flying
fuck?
high off of the boxes.
No way.
Haji!
What a great debut on the Neon and Jit Boys to end it all.
Right,
yeah, pick up the kill, 13-8. This first map goes to Talon.
A huge showing from Governor. Obviously, ex-teammates with Rossi from T1, 2 members coming from Portal Troop from the Challenger scene in North America. And they're here to say that talent is not lacking on the other side of the globe. A great debut for Governor, but it is a best of 3. I think a lot of us perhaps expected a bit.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता जितने भी सारे नए प्लेयर्स है सभी नहीं मार रहे उस दिन ऑक्सी मारा ऑक्सी के पहले एक बाद एक और मारा फिर अभी ये मार रहा है 3-4 नए प्लेयर्स दिख के 3-4 ही मार दिए भाई कोई बचा नहीं है शायद क्या सीन है
बात तो है
न्यू कमर्स चाहिए न्यू कमर्स मैं तो बोलता हूँ नेक्स्ट इसमें ना 5 सारे नए बंदे लाओ जिसको कोई नहीं जानता खेला भी नहीं रहेगा कभी स्पोर्ट्स
बिंक्स भाई हाँ धोनी जी क्या पी रही है
कॉफी
क्या कॉफी
पी रही है
हाँ व्हाइट मोका
भाई स्टारबक्स का है वो स्टारबक्स
जस्ट क्या तो वो कलर में थोड़ी आता है
तो नाम लिखा हुआ है
मितुल ली
व्हाइट मोका कैसे बनाते हैं
compositions right from the
तेरे को चाहिए तो मैं दे सकता हूँ स्ट्रिक्स
अरे मैं आज सोचा ही था ये बोलने वाला है
कॉफी वाला व्हाइट मोका चाहिए कॉफी वाला
डांस इन कॉफी प्ले डांस इन इंतजाम करता हूँ मैं 4-5 दिन लगेगा कुछ ट्राई कर सकता हूँ मैं ट्राई कर सकता
हूँ वॉच पार्टी गया है तेरा
किस नहीं
to find openings into the site. Unfortunately, you saw he was just dashing in.
Now it's time for some PZ!
To or taking extra damage from the Viper utility, and then Governor's just there to say 3 kills for me, and then it just kind of happened over and over again until we end like a 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, just
cheating करता है.
Team Secret granted
देखा है मैंने.
a map that they're the most proficient on, obviously with the Ascent coming.
ये देखो मेरे को इतना दे रहा है.
Out of the pool, so I think there's still certainly an opportunity for them to rally back in this series. I don't think it's necessarily done yet, but I mean, if Governor is going to be playing like that, playing like this with the sniper coming into his hands, then Ascent is still a very scary prospect because he can very easily just flip over onto that jet. Hell, you can even have Ban play the jet and Governor play something else going into Ascent if it's not a double kill setup. Talon continue to cook. If they continue to have some unique looks as far as the strategies are concerned on certain maps, maybe they have something different for Ascent as well.
Now, what kind of improvements do we want to see from Team Secret? Jeremy was on the jet there, but I think there were some critical moments that he missed. And what's gonna take for Secret to step up going into Ascent?
The thing is, I think Secret before already had some really good entry setups, and that's why I think they were so feared, you know, when they had those good days back in 2023 for Pacific League. But this time it just feels like they're letting Jeremy do everything by himself. We don't see the kind of backup he has with Jesse Bash, no support utility from Borkum. It's just the standard setups you kind of see with these kind of agent pickups, and that's not going to be enough against Talent. So they, at least in terms of improvement, they really need to have that support system for Jeremy. He can't just be alone when he's going to be having to go up against a possible double duelist in the form of Ban and Governor.
Yeah, I mean, also when he's going into these sites, I mean, we see 4 first kills, 4 first deaths for Jeremy. It's very much the same for Governor on the opposite side.
आपका डाइट था ना भाई आज मेरा वो है भाई.
Secondary, not initiator, but
आज
secondary
मेरा
there
cheat
in
meal है,
You're able
cheat
to
day.
capitalize a lot more if Governor does go down.
2 दिन से खाना नहीं खाया ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Governor was entering and no one was able to stop him at all. Jeremy when he's getting traded, it's the trade back hasn't really been there in a lot of these rounds from Team
कल
Secret.
मेरा
He's
डिनर
going
क्या
out
था?
trying to get a
थेपला,
live
2
operator,
थेपला
he
खाया
ends up
मैंने,
getting picked off.
पतलू सा,
Also
वो
just
मेरा
some of
डिनर
the
था
shots
बैड.
that he absolutely should
इससे
have.
ज़्यादा healthy
When he
मेरे से नहीं होएगा
set
भाई.
up over there in A main, staring down over towards the defender spawn. Governor swings that
आज
corner.
cheat day.
Jeremy
और ये
should
तो
have
सिर्फ
that
lunch
shot
है.
pretty much
इसके
100%
बाद
of the time,
evening
but the whip
snacks.
comes in, they manage to hound him down,
और फिर बाद में
and then
dinner.
they close out the map from there. It's just, we need to see those shots
एक
coming through.
हफ्ते
I
का
mean,
calories
does Jeremy
एक
look
साथ एक दिन
improved when it
में.
comes down to the offense compared to what we've seen in the past? Yes, I would say that he has, but I don't think it's at that top level right now. And there are so many great offers in this league that you're going to have to contend with at some point.
I'm really liking this iteration of talent, whatever it is. The crew's also very different kind of energy this year. You watched him on the cam, on the player cam. He just looks cool as a cucumber throughout the entire match. He's not overly, yes, very zen, not overly, no overheating happening on,
Guys, thank you so much for the 10k likes. Love you. खाना खा लो सब, खाना खा लो, lunch binge कर लो.
What they kind of want from an IGL, right? You were talking about how the green room, wow, it looks like they were overheating a little bit, you know, chasing the kills, both Bad and Governor. If they have somebody like Kuz to reel them back in, it's perfect for this Thai team roster.
Yeah, I mean, having sat down with these guys and talked to them extensively, like, they were so excited to finally just have their match, get out on stage. They wanted to debut their compositions to the world, you know, finally play against the other teams that are in this league. Because again, everybody has been hiding strategies away from one another. No one within this tournament has been turning against each other, maybe barring a couple exceptions. Wiley, they've been keeping everything locked away, hiding it from the opponent's eyes. They wanted to put it out on display, and they finally have done that. And I think that did lead a lot towards them getting a bit overzealous, having a bit too much fun, like we said, chasing in for those kills. There's a couple times where Governor was very clearly just trying to pad the stats, and he ended up cutting down his ACS a little bit there. But as long as Frost in this downtime, as they get ready to go into map 2, if you can rein them in a little bit more, if they have that kind of hot start, then I think that they're going to still be in a really strong position. For Team Secret, right now it's more about
bro.
Second half, you started getting the gears shifting in the right direction. Can you carry that momentum forward going into your map pickup?
वो नहीं पता. फायरी चिकन मंगा के 3 वेज टॉपिंग्स डाला मैंने.
क्या
चिकन पिज्जा मंगा के वेज टॉपिंग्स डाला मैंने. कांदा,
कांदा,
बेल पेपर,
कांदा नहीं उसका
कांदा, बेल पेपर और कैप्सिकम. ये मैं हमेशा नॉनवेज पिज्जा मंगा के वेज एक्स्ट्रा टॉपिंग डालता हूँ.
तो नॉनवेज पिज्जा में ये सब टॉपिंग्स ऑलरेडी नहीं आती.
कुछ पिज्जा में नहीं आती.
Thank you,
वो ब्लैक ऑलिव्स वो सब आता है, एलोपिनोस और वो सब, वो नहीं पसंद मेरे को.
Full initiator with the Sova and the KO and so on and so forth. You get yourself the jet and everything. But I mean, at this point, they might just have.
और ही खराब भाई.
एलोपिनोस खराब लगता है. एलोपिनोस उल्टा अच्छा है. ब्लैक ऑलिव्स का टेस्ट थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट है.
नहीं,
एलोपिनोस खराब.
ब्लैक ऑलिव्स इज गुड फॉर योर this gut. Not gut. It's good for your cholesterol.
But it's not good for my heart.
This is very good for your heart.
Yeah.
Cholesterol heart का ही होता है.
So Chintu piece.
To do so, Ascent as a map, whether it's attacking or defending, allows you to have those more individualistic plays. So I feel like they have a lot more opportunity now to influence the game compared to this first map, but still is to be seen.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, you know, as well for Secret, do they have something up their sleeve when it comes down to Ascent? Because there is plenty of tape of them on how they like to play this map. So either there needs to be a big compositional difference as far as what agents they're selecting, or a really big change in the pace, the setups that they have.
तो ये टाइम पे मैच स्टार्ट हुई थी.
हाँ. आज अच्छा है, सब टाइम पे चल रहा है. आज अच्छा चल रहा है. मैचेस भी अच्छे जा रहे हैं.
Very good at this. Then Talon could be the ones who are hyper-analyzing. They can sit down and just really review how you've played this across the last several years and then break it down and really find your weaknesses.
Right, and on top of that, the coaches from both sides have been made very clear how well they know each other, and they're definitely trying to, you know, break down each other's mental and into the mind games of what they may or may not do, and that is definitely a lot of fun to see Frost and Warbirds.
And again, it just puts a lot more pressure on Warbirds because he is the one that's working with a much more known quantity here, so he has a lot more more onus on him that he has to try to really reinvent this team as far as what they're going to be doing. And we'll go ahead and take a look. And, well, look at that. It's good old Ascent.
The old meta.
They do not change the status quo, so it's going to be about
the old
how
meta.
the approach will be. I will say this though, at least looking back at Jeremy's performance, not the entry fragging anymore, his lurking on the second half, he was actually pretty successful at creating those 1v1 duels that favor him.
So maybe he was able to isolate a couple fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into multi-kills, you know, following the footsteps of Governor. Really is something that is going to be so beneficial. It just goes back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's got top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of hoping for that will get them that game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison, just that impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for Talon.
Alright, let's go into our second map of Ascent. We got Team Secret versus Talon. Are we going to go to a map 3, or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess that is the question, right? Chubby Ninja asked, right? Kilios, I mean, it's going to be Ascent. We've seen this so many times. It's the exact same composition for both sides. What do we think, Will?
Well, there was a part of me that hoped. You know, we saw the Neon and Yoru on Breeze, and I saw, all right, Talon's cooking. And they said, even Ascent can't be cooked anymore. It is perfect. We got to just let the steak rest forever, as it is just the same old composition. But, I mean, even whether it's the shots, the confidence, maybe even the comms, the backup, I mean, everything Talon looked better in map 1. Now TS back in comfort zone. Isn't enough to change it up. Waiting for a mid push out. I mean, you know, these days Ascent is really just kind of this rock, paper, scissors among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's playbooks. Everyone's reading from each other.
Well,
Killjoy को support में देख पूरी army आ गई
pushing out B main that way, not quite finding the shots, now re-peeking into it. Governor still with that Sheriff trying to make it work, managing to take down NDG now.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action. He can't land enough shots to get the assist there, and Jeremy just cleans it up, but not quite safe in the sight. Chip boys.
Q मेरे को बता Q
Good enough pickup that it
और है ना दरवाजा बंद
even though Governor is pretty low. Spike plant goes down. And at this point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Oh, the turret just doing a little extra chip damage. Everything counts here in a pistol round.
Oh, the
ping!
क्या बोला था?
He was ready for it. He was crouched.
क्या बोल रहा था तू? Governor क्या?
Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Jeremy would come in this
Governor
year
का
and
लो और
fire
कुछ सीखो
right off the bat, because I mean, he kind of needs to for himself. He needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments from the young player on Team Secret, but the operator looked a little rough and shaky on Breeze, and not finding it just yet in the pistol, but still many rounds to go on Ascent.
Yeah, Lenny jumping back into definitely throwing him off a little bit. Now we've got the setups from Talon though, and it makes you wonder, are they going to push out again?
With these weapons, surely not. Although maybe inching forward on main, they do have the Ares, they have the Paranoia, lots of setup.
Governor. Paranoia to support.
Oh boy, set play.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a discussion about greeting and overheating for stats. Obviously just a second round. Need for a skill.
पूरा setup है ना, Omen भी तो है.
And they know that there's still members here. Talon has no reason to
Plus
give
eco और
the
Illuminous
entire area
guns
for free, and even if they do, turret and nanoswarms there to just chip away at every member.
Killjoy same मेरे जैसा setup dude.
Just wanting to make sure they don't give away too many
weapons.
Boys, there we go. Nanostorms available. However, the 0 point does connect.
Yeah, and they were also all pretty much through, right? A little bit of scratches here and there. Actually, Nimby taking a bit more than I thought he would have. The smoke gives it away, but at least they get the spike plant.
He did that smoke.
So it's a good enough win for
भाई ये smoke नहीं मालूम था बे मेरे को.
Make this a flawless win. Surely not quick enough. The rest of them trying to wall bang through. We do have an Ares, so might as well try to make it happen. But here comes NDG. A good shot from the back of Boathouse. But Governor is just that much sharper as well.
भाई अलग मारता है बे वो. वो बेंचो अलग मारता है भाई. भाई ओपा वाला बंदा है वो बे, नॉर्मल नहीं है वो.
He's continuing to put up highlights for Talon. putting them back on the
पूरा
board, putting them
montage
back
बना
in
के जाएगा
discussion
यहाँ
for
से.
VCT Pacific.
Episode 1, Episode 2.
We'll see if he can continue. You know, the desk talked about a little bit of overheating towards the end, trying to pad those stats. But I mean, with these kind of performances, as long as it ends on a happy note, I don't know if you can blame him too much.
Smoke वाला
At least
strat
for
तो अच्छा
today,
था,
he's
कुछ
riding
बोल.
that momentum. And this is a player that came in and just started confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks he can fight everybody here. He's been very outspoken in all of their videos so far, building up to kickoff. And now he's here to back up the talk.
He's got that confidence. 5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from the
वापस
Blade
5-0
Storm.
ना ये?
Not much of the same can be said for
It's not
unfortunately,
governor welcome to
Jeremy
Esports.
for the time being.
Esports
They are
welcome to
trying to
governor.
attack
हाँ
them, so
ना.
we'll give them that.
वो देख.
But Governor continues to wreak havoc outside of B main. NDG was
5-0
not
हुआ.
expecting that.
6-0
Team
हुआ
Secret
शायद.
needs to
6-0
find another option into a site.
It's going to be a smoke
क्या
shred
one
block
tap
off
मारा
main,
बे
but they do know that it should be a split here.
Ooh, okay, Jeremy got the movement. Tries to bypass the space. It does allow them into the site, although the wall banks from Lenny are just firing off. At the very least, we've got the site now.
I wonder if it's going to be at least one person going for the long wraparound. Doesn't look like it, so just a two-way retake coming in through tree.
Fuck, सोवा लर्क के लिए आ रहा है. ये लोग 3-5 है साइड पे.
Be the one wrapping around.
नहीं फिर भी
Instead,
जीत
has to
जाएगी.
make it quick enough, though. The rest of the team
सोवा
has
के
to stay
ऊपर है.
alive enough.
कैसे जीतेगा
But
अभी?
here comes Governor. Blade Storm available. He goes up and at the ready.
Oh, man.
3rd kill under his belt. Now he's looking for the last.
ये
Doesn't quite
थोड़ा
get it
ज़्यादा
to
था.
Jesse
क्रॉस
Bash, but
खेलना
it's
चाहिए
enough
था.
for
लास्ट
Ben
को लेके
to stick the spike. Gets up almost at the half,
थोड़ा
but just not quite.
थोड़ा
Short enough
ओवर
to
हिट हो
pick
गया.
up
वो
Jesse
थोड़ा
Bash.
ओवर हिट हो गया.
Round 3 is not the round you want to
भाई
overheat
क्या
on for
मारा
kills. I
बे.
mean, listen, quite frankly,
overheat हो
he
गया.
was definitely feeling the momentum.
+1.
His movement was good. On to the retake. And if he did get the kill, it would have been the thumbnail of the highlight for this match for sure if they end up winning the entire thing. But it gives just enough room for Jesse Vash. And this is why Team Secret was always getting so close last year. Even if they had a rough match, even if they had rough rounds, they have these players who are able to just kind of calm things down.
तेरा लोडिंग हो रहा है?
नहीं.
Shit. मेरा नेट गया क्या?
Good. I could still bring things back.
मेरे को लगा मेरे नेट. अबे!
क्या?
बहुत सड़ी का तेरे भी अटका ना गांड.
नहीं.
हाँ?
नहीं.
चूतिया बनाता है भड़वा.
नहीं.
Now with that 2-1 score, we're looking to turn it to a 2-2 hopefully.
Lenny
अभी
has
तेरे
no
स्क्रीन
way.
में क्या हो रहा है बता?
When पे मारा अल्ट.
किसने? भाई हेलो क्या हो गया मेरे नेट को? Excuse me?
क्या नहीं हुआ तेरा बीबी?
It's right around that spot.
हो गया भाई नेट का स्पीड पता है घर जाएगा.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it's safe. Sure,
घर जाएगा नेट का स्पीड है.
नेट का स्पीड.
Fair enough.
5000.
Yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back if you don't want to get spammed out as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have needed to jump right on it. No flashes as well. No information on tree like you mentioned. And NDG was there. So good positioning by NDG. Very quick on that backup should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from 2023.
I mean, when it's that much rehearsed, the executes are fast, they're decisive, they're impactful. Meanwhile, for Talon, it does feel as though some of this carries over from the previous map on Breeze. When the pace gets switched up against them, and when it's a rush coming out from Team Secret, they can't really hold it down all too well sometimes.
Yeah, and this is actually why Team Secret had such a good win rate, right? If you think back, this was another team that used to just say, okay, once we figure out where they're weaker, we just keep going.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't fix what's not broke. The same thing happened on Haven, of course, a couple of times, especially against teams like DRX. Happened on Ascent. And they know. They just know that if you're going to still go for defaults, we will always have the numbers advantage. Let's see if that continues to be the trend today.
Right here.
I mean, again, we keep talking about one of the teams that made the least changes.
दोनों कंट्रोल है बे, A main B main
So you
दोनों.
imagine the calling, the philosophy, the speed, everything should be similar.
जैसे का स्मोक देख.
Well, they are switching up the pace just for now.
वन वे स्मोक को भगाने के लिए एम इन पे स्मोक डाला देख.
Put some pressure. See if he can get sight of those alarm bots. Not gonna dig deep enough, but he has no idea that there's so many members wrapping all the way around him.
ओमेन मारेगा.
From short, they don't peek out all the way.
Still trying to find that opening pick though.
Borkum.
Just trying to push through a little bit, but then smoked off immediately by Cruz. Talon controlling the map for the time being.
I mean, great save.
I
was going to say earlier from Jesse Vash to keep Jeremy alive, but Governor will find a kill nonetheless, this time on main.
पागल बंदा है बे. एम में जाके मार के आ रहा है.
And with that now, just might be able to prevent Team Secret from smoking things off. Lenny, sensing that the hit is headed towards B, sends out the recon. And then everyone's ready to fire Shit boys. Triple kill back to back. Governor getting the last one to Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Great hold, the recon at an angle where you'd have to get pinged to clear it out. And then you have someone still holding close, a bit of an off angle with that Vandal, not holding close to the wall, not holding far out with an Odin.
ए हमारा उसका मैच का क्या हो गया? हम लोग जीत गए क्या?
Good reset after the first kill for Jit Boys. And he was one of the members that we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good value for talent to build upon. It's great to see him return in form.
Get out of my way.
Especially on this Sentinel role. On this map too, he had some great moments. Still though, Team Secret very much in the game. Jeremy with the Blade Storm. Let's see if he can make some magic work. They're headed towards A with another A split that execute.
Start नहीं हुआ अच्छा.
Didn't see him on the minimap, so his teammates get the trade, but gets stuck on the door.
A little bit unfortunate, but here comes the Shrouded Step. The decoy play for Envy to peek out, but it's just a trade. 3-on-3 now, and although there is space for Team Secret, it's still a little bit risky to get the spike down. Okay, they managed to make it happen. No wall banks just yet. We also have NDG just kind of lurking around mid, so that's the idea now.
NDG is the big one. The timing is going to be so crucial because Jitboy suspects it, but NDG just needs to be patient. His teammates are still alive. He doesn't need to be the one that gets first contact. Oh no!
Peeked out a little bit too early. Now Envy might have some utility, but he's just pinched down. Recon in, has to make his shots ring true, but Lenny just sprays it down with an Odin. And that's Talon with the fourth.
Talon team
I held my breath on that one. Envy's had some nutty highlights last year. So there was a possibility, but it's always, those are things that look like miracles. And so far, Talon still looking like the team that's just put together a bit more, which is the crazy part. An entirely new roster, right? Only 2 members, so not exactly a core moving on from last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of performances from Governor, and now a little bit more from Jit Boys. I'm telling you, don't doubt Lenny. And now he's got this Odin. There was no way that Envy could have made it out of that one, especially if Lenny's just spraying as he falls down. On to the next round, though. Again, Talon switching out their positions. A little bit more of a stack on A, but reading things wrong. It's going to be Team Secret that's able to...
Yeah, well, of course, the null command on the other side, and they have their own lockdown. So this is a read for read.
Retake.
Yeah, now their own null command coming out first. I like it. Denies the potential response from Envy.
Have a smoke. Yeah, there it is for B main. Governor gets an opening shot. 2 players isolated on the other side, and it allows for Governor to swing up on towards B. And then Cruz just to decimate anyone hiding inside B main. Talon makes it a quick round, a flawless round, and a retake.
ऐसा retakes
I
मैं
mean, forget
कभी नहीं देखा है.
frags itself. Lenny's calling has been very solid on the defensive side of both maps. I mean, this one, it's one of those very standard things just because Ascent is such a known value now across the entire world.
का गेम देख, हर एक मैप
on the ultimates,
only retakes करके जीते हैं लोग.
The ping pong has been across the sites, and you say MTB site, we've got more tools to go for retakes. Now, obviously, if Envy had used null command to start with, it's even more valuable to get out of it. But since they don't, they immediately pop their null command first a little bit early to deny that response, so they're able to go in a bit stronger on the retake.
And that's what they needed, especially with that pacing coming through. As soon as they secure a strong lead, that's great.
This time it's an AMD as well, because that null command is still available. They're just letting this happen. They still have the lockdown for the retake on A. I mean, Lenny is reading Team Secret's habits.
great anticipation. Null Command doesn't connect onto anything, and as soon as that timer runs out, Talon's got the sight surrounded. You've got the lockdown, you've got the Hunter's Fury. How does Team Secret respond to this?
If he gets this, oh no, it's so clean. He finds one more as well. Does get traded.
And even with the one-way, it just enables for Governor to find a little bit more, jumps back out, another shot through. Jeremy tries to spray transfer over, but it's pressured into shutting down this lockdown instead. Legend goes in for the chase, and it's Governor with the short chance instead. NDG all the way from A main, can't find the angles.
You know, it does seem like
shorty wala movement क्या sexy था ना लेकिन
isn't quite able
full
to get
anime
a
fight
hold
this
of
abhi.
You know, it looks like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things moving too fast. A little overwhelming, perhaps. Obviously, a big debut stage for him. Coming up onto a big land stage against VCT teams here in Pacific. But we're not seeing moments that live up to the hype and expectation a lot of people had.
They're not quite enough. I mean, we've seen him able to anchor, but not quite so much with the clutches, and especially with Talon now retaking sites. The post plants, it's a little bit shaky, and with the score 6-2 right now, if Team Secret doesn't fix things, this match could be over.
Sure. I mean, yes, again, Ascent, etc., defensive half, but the way things are looking now, it looks like they're well on their way to at least another 9-3 half, which is what they had on Breeze. Starting on that defense.
ये लोग का
from Lenny are good.
लास्ट टाइम मैंने देखा था
Jesse Vash.
ये लोग बार-बार ऐसा रिटेक कर रहे थे
I mean,
तो बाद में टीम और पुश करने लग गई
for Lenny.
वो लोग कंफर्टेबल होने
this
नहीं दिया
five-man roster all year last year, only getting one chance, and not exactly a fair one. When you had to play the one map against
रिटेक के लिए
DRX.
कंफर्टेबल हो गया ना ये लोग खत्म है
Yeah, he's finally getting
But TS नहीं कर पा रही है.
I mean, round 7 and 6.
अबे रिटेक बहुत खतरनाक है और वो वापस 14-2 है उसका स्कोर देख
What does Team Secret have?
क्या अडैप्ट करेगा ऐसा बंदा जो मारते जा रहा है?
First of all, they gotta quiet down Governor once again. 14-2
मेरे को पता मैं अपन D6 में भी तो बात बाकी अडैप्ट हो जाते थे.
14-2 नहीं देखा मैंने कभी.
Okay, oh Lenny, oh Lenny, IGL for IGL.
Yeah, and that spam, it just comes up every so often enough that you almost forget about it. Right? The B main one is there every day, all day, but the one in mid, like everyone knows it can be done, but it just doesn't happen every round.
It's another read though, because he knew there was going to be that Aldro being committed. As soon as he saw it fly out, he waited for that spray. But here comes NDG now, trying to open things up against Governor. So Starduel is gone. Jit Boys with a bit of a trade. And we're back to a 3-on-3. Space created, and all of a sudden it's a mid to A adaptation from Team Secret. Can Cruz play against this? Cruz holds his ground, and all that's left is going to be Envy on a 1-on-3.
I saw.
He has time. He wants to make these 1v1s.
Bye.
मेरा हो गया.
The best option he's had.
40 seconds.
ओए इसको भी मार दिया. मैं क्या बोला गवर्नर मारने के बाद बैन भी है क्या करोगे तुम लोग
I want to see that swivel from Ban because it just looked like Jeremy was going to have the kill if Ban didn't peek out with a pre-fire. Not sure if we'll get a chance to see.
Please मेरे को वो वाला बात मत करना चुतिया जैसे.
Rating beating वाला. On the KO, right? So it's not necessarily about putting him on the jet. Last year it was only.
वो वाला बच्चा मत बन जाना लवड़े.
Something about the comms, the chemistry on this team. We got to remember, Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this roster of Talon Esports, and it's paying off.
There's that bit of a duo, and it certainly works out well.
बस मैं एज अ पर्सन आप बहुत सारे लाइफ लेसन सीखते हो आपको जादू की जप्पी लव यू आइस भाई हो गया भाई भाई हो गया भाई उनका हो गया पहला शॉट देगा क्या मारा बे
You know, not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or whether you overheat or not, but the style that Governor is playing, he is playing like a world-class duelist. He's playing as if he just simply cannot lose fights.
Actually, really mechanically insane. I mean, there's so much that he's doing, jumping around, updrafting.
The interesting part is the team backs him up. I mean, if they didn't, a lot of these rounds would actually end up looking like overeats. There are
अबे
rounds where
first
he
time
is
के लिए मैं
going to
पहली
drop
बार
a
देख रहा हूँ
weapon.
इसको.
There are rounds where maybe the updraft is a little too eager, but the trades are there that either keep him alive or even if he dies, it's a very clean win for the team. And the pacing that Talon has right now is exactly what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win, he wants backup to be there immediately, and it is every time on the defensive side for Talon.
The follow through, the relays, and now, you know, he's up 17-3.
I mean, Team Secret would want nothing more than to make this a 4-8 half.
Changing angles as well now, down towards mid.
So
Do
उसको
have
पता
Team
था
Secret
ऊपर
players
नहीं
trying
है.
to creep up on catwalk. Governor has a very good chance at spotting all of them.
Wow, no one was watching mid, by the way, so keep notes on that.
Okay.
Work him.
No. Getting
That's
his
a smoke down.
And that's another thing about Lenny is Sova. Punisher always good for a couple of kills. Jeremy sees it and wants to push the pressure. Odin will put up a bit of a roadblock though as the sprays cut in
गवर्नर ने मारा किसको तो?
Lenny.
गवर्नर ने किसको तो मारा?
Quick swivel onto Jeremy. I thought Jeremy was going to have a timing there, jumping up amidst all that noise. But Lenny.
भाई सक्सेस क्या है मालूम है?
क्या?
जब एक टीम का एक बंदा 4K मारा है ओडिन से और अल्ट से और सब कुछ से, लेकिन बंदा एक किल मार रहा है और लोग बोल रहे थे कि उसने एक और मारा. समझ रहे हो? ये सक्सेस है रे भेंचोद. सोहा ने 4 मारा, लौड़ा किसको फर्क नहीं. सोहा ने 4 मारा, गवर्नर ने एक और कैसे मारा?
That's all they needed. And also not changing up all too much. The game plan still sounds, still good. Odin sprays through. Governor just a bit of a peek, and it takes down NDG. Here comes Jeremy, though. Bladestorm at the ready. And he's looking to get to work.
गवर्नर ने मारा एक.
मारा एक. किसको क्या क्यों मारा?
3-9 for the curse.
पड़ी आधा मारा.
I want that 9-3.
आधा मारा.
I'm telling you, Governor doesn't think there's a single person that can stop him in this server.
It's overflowing
भाई
with
बीटा
confidence
वर्जन
right
खेल
now.
रहा है
He's
क्या?
supported by ban of all things right now.
भाई बीटा वर्जन खेल रहा है बेंचयूल.
He's expecting it. Oh man, Jesse Bash quick on the trigger, but man, a good read on the situation.
Switching sides.
I mean, count on Jesse Bash to bring home the few rounds that they've had. Stabilizing at 3-9. The attacking side, I mean...
ये भी मैसेज कर रहेगा कैमरामैन घर पे. गाइस ना गवर्नर हैकर है. मैंने मेरे कैमरा में रिकॉर्ड किया गाइस. कैमरा में रिकॉर्ड किया. प्लीज आकर कोई देख लो यार. गावत क्या मार रहा है बंदा ब्रो. भाई ओपी भाई किसका डिबट्स होना चाहिए तो ऐसा डिबट्स होना चाहिए भाई. दिस इज द फकिंग डेफिनेशन ऑफ डिबट्स. एक कांकांग था, अभी ये साल गवर्नर है भाई. हो गया भाई, हो गया भाई. अपना कोच तो कुछ बोलेगा भी नहीं. बोला मैं बोलने की गलती नहीं करूंगा. तुम बहुत पार्टी करो, मैं भी आज बहुत पार्टी करो. गवर्नर भाई तुम मार. अच्छा गावत भाई दोनों गेम बासुंडी की गेंद ऐसा मारा भाई, दोनों गेम. अच्छा हाँ राइट साइड पे देख 4-5 अपना वो पिंकी वाला वैसा था 4-5. बाजू में देखा गवर्नर 20.
Just pick up their guns and hit their shots. Or if you're Alex of Paper X, right? It works for some teams, but yeah.
Morale boost, you know, is something that's needed sometimes.
I mean, that depends on player to player, personality to personality, but
Governor
that is part of
KD,
it.
आपका
Secret,
ठीक है,
need to hit their
language.
first shots a bit more often.
So the form just feels a little bit off
क्यों
today.
मरने वाला
We swap
Streaks?
sides, maybe finding a bit more success on the
ये गया
defense.
इनवी भाई.
Then again, we don't quite
Bago.
know Talon's game plan as they switch things up. Governor just
भाई
trying to
कहाँ dash मारा Governor ने बे?
doesn't quite work out, but here comes Ben.
हाँ?
There is that follow-up. You always
दो
talk
बंदे
about it,
दिखे
Will,
इधर
and here
dash
it is.
उधर मार दिया.
I thought Jeremy's backup was quick enough. I thought that was going to catch Talon
भाई
off
ये क्या
guard.
call था बे?
But after the one kill, Ban swings on the trade, and then there's Shadow
Meanwhile,
Step. Jesse Vash.
Last
Ooh.
player standing.
Well, good shock dart and a ghost kill to follow up, but not quite enough. Half
Alarm
HP
bot.
though.
Spike planted.
He might be spotted. He might be
मेरा जैसा
vulnerable, but he might be able to find some shots.
The turret's
भाई
there.
मस्त राउंड निकाला बे Talon
He's
ने ये
waiting,
वाला.
but there's no reason for them to
Double
feed.
blind में मेरे को लगा नहीं था ऐसा clean मारेंगे बे.
Odd. I was gonna say not impossible, but yeah.
ओमेन ने भी दिया था ना
Good
blind?
post plan from
दोनों
those
ने
two.
दिया था ना?
That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted him once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the double swing, and they probably would have won it either way, but they still wait until one more peak. They go for another jump because the turret wasn't broken. This is how you know.
ये राउंड क्यों आ रहे पता है? टीम सीक्रेट. गवर्नर ने डैश मारा, वो मर गया. उसके बाद भूल गया कि बैन ने भर दिया दो.
At least not in the first match
कितन
of kickoff. I thought
बार
they were going to
बोलेगा
look shaky.
मेरा
I thought
हो
we were
गया.
going to see like
कितनी
bits
बार
and
बोलेगा
pieces
भाई
that they
क्या
were trying to
मार
put
रहा है यार?
together.
केस भाई ये क्या
But here's the
मार
whole
रहा है
entire
यार?
pizza.
Especially with that turret play too. Off to the next round now. We've got some guns. Not just some guns, a lot of guns. Thanks to the kills that they've got.
4 का केडी लेके जाएगा लगता है
The
घर
Sheriffs
पे.
though, you never quite want to count them out fully.
I mean, they didn't get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Very clear hit towards B. The spike's not there.
Wow.
Not a full commit.
सब यही करेगा.
Nobody's quite pushing out of
Recon
A
भी
main,
इसने रोका.
so
सब
Cruz
यही
decides to
करेगा.
make a move. Talon decides to pull back.
ऐसा teammates मेरे को भी चाहिए.
And he's pushing up very
तू जेट
aggressively
खेलता है
with an
लौड़े.
outlaw.
Well, close range is still, it still
Close
works.
range में लेके जा रही है
No
आप लोग.
armor, one shot, one kill.
भाई long range में close कैसे लग रही है?
And then suddenly committing it to B. Oh my goodness, Team Secret did
Sorry,
not
Gendry,
expect
Mara,
this
ek mara.
whatsoever. And then the other boom
mara.
shot out to Borkum. We're past double digits
Masters
now.
में ये team
Lenny's
secret अच्छी खेली थी
IGLing
क्या?
looks very
हाँ
good.
अच्छा खेला था. जैसे ने भी
The thing
बहुत
is
अच्छा
what
खेला
we're
था.
seeing is he seems to have enough ideas in his head that he can make the split second calls. Well, it looks like he was
भाई
actually
heavy
looking at his notes
stacks
right
थे
there as
भाई ये
well,
लोग
right
के भी
next to
टीम
him,
सीक्रेट के.
trying to keep tabs or maybe reminding himself of what they want to do next, what the game plan was coming into today's match. But
ये लगता है वही हो गया जो तू बोल रहा था.
चलो मेरा खाना तो हो गया भाई sponsor.
Gen Z team. हाँ. Super Jet
small
misses.
things like that, but the
कौन सा वाला?
speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the
मेरे को नहीं
calls
दिख रहा है.
from the IGL of Talon.
The entire team's
Causes
cohesion
of
as
a
well
deadline.
now. They're looking for that match points. Just switching things up in terms of pace. Governor wants to go ham. Going for the Phantom, going for the movement. A double kill in meter trade. But then the rest of the team has already made their way onto site. It's a 2-on-2 and not impossible for Talon to pick up this bonus and match point.
मैं उसको support कुछ नहीं चाहिए बे.
कुछ नहीं चाहिए. सिर्फ game भाई.
Secret
Yes, भाई का
has
पढ़ा
to go
मैंने.
for this, but Jeremy is so low,
बोला तो सही.
10 HP. The shock dart, the outlaw, everything is going to have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw.
देख ये लोग का अलग चल रहा है.
Way too low, and that's gonna be it.
देखा?
Lenny hopping up with the
गवर्नर का
classic
main
just
highlight
to
चल रहा
check,
है.
and he found
बाकी लोग
what he
shots
was
बना
looking
रहे shots.
for.
I mean, I'll see what we're all thinking. This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
I was trying not to mention it. He's
I mean,
like,
coming back with a vengeance from the
ये
bench.
देख बे,
Put me on
क्या
get-go
है
again.
ये?
Yeah, well, not even that. Just don't put me on the stage again. See what happens.
all right, it's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but I mean, honestly, a great showing. And you know, that outlaw, I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still
गौर से
good
Binks
enough.
की
You got
तरह
the double
खेलता है.
shot.
Love you
It
यार.
is. And now we've got the half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms
Ek,
to everyone on
do.
Talon. Governor already so deep into the site, infiltrating, and just trying to block them off as they try to push out from defender spawn.
ये वैलो का मैथ्स क्लासेस ज्यादा लग रहा है मेरे को.
भाई वो
doesn't feel like it's gonna happen.
इवेंट का सबसे ज्यादा किल रहेगा.
Trying to watch the angles though.
सबसे ज्यादा KD 2 गेम मिला के इसका रहेगा.
Surely instead of B main, trying to fire off the shot the Mage Bug Guardian, but it's not quite gonna find all too much. Look at the swing from Van and Chip Boys. All that's left is gonna be Jesse Vash and Governor with the angle. Makes it a flawless 13-3
entry भी ये लिया, end भी ये किया.
Made by TLN Esports. Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us still don't know exactly what to expect. You take apart the individual players, sure, it looks good, but the offseason it looked like they still needed a lot of time to gel together. And they say no, it was the exact perfect time to look. Meanwhile, Team Secret, the warm-ups.
भाई हमको आया मजा भाई, सीक्रेट को नहीं आया. तू नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. वो लोग को भी नहीं समझा रहेगा उनके साथ क्या हुआ है, हमको भी नहीं समझा.
कुछ नहीं लिया
क्योंकि कुछ तो क्या स्ट्रैट बनाएगा जब बंदा ऐसा मार रहा है. क्या स्ट्रैट? कोच बोलेगा भाई जेट आगे आ रहा है, एक काम कर ये 2 यूटी डाल, पीछे जाएगा वो. ठीक है, अनपॉज. वो पीछे गया, पीछे जाके फिर से आगे आके मारेगा. तो क्या स्ट्रैट? खत्म हो गया यूटिल्स भाई. करेगा क्या इंसान? 10 एंगल से पिक करके 10 रिपोजिशन कर रहा है वो बंदा बे. ऐसा नहीं कि एक जगह पे खड़े रह के बैठा क्राउच करके ड्यूलिस्ट, कुछ नहीं. 10 पूरा घूमा है वो, मैप भर घूमा है, पार्टी चल रहा था. क्या है बंदा है बे.
I mean, we thought we were surprised yesterday, but Governor has had an absolute field day on the stage. His very first time standing on the VCT Pacific stage, bringing the victory alongside his new teammates for TLN Esports.
What a day shaping out to be. We saw like new ZETA division, now new TLN Esports too. Closing things out too.
प्रॉब्लम ये है ना, इसने इतना बाप के लिए ना, अभी इससे एक्सपेक्टेशंस वो लेवल सेट हो गए. ये अभी होएगा प्रॉब्लम. अभी ये सब बड़े लीग्स में आके ना, बड़े लीग्स के साथ कंपैरिजन अभी चालू होने वाला है इसका. हर
हाँ ना,
हाँ ये अभी फंस गया ये.
थोड़ा
कम मारना था. मैं समझ गया.
Yes, I can see the fans so excited for talent.
Very.
And for Governor, you show like crazy shots perfectly showing up. So how do you feel about your first debut? 이제 거버너 선수를 만나보겠는데요. 오늘
सीधा बोलना चाहिए. It's just my hacks, dudes.
그래서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely like nervous because it's my like in the beginning a little bit for the first like 2 rounds maybe.
tweet तो बनता है.
Same thing with challengers last year.
My favorite player.
My first match, I was definitely nervous, but
हो गया भाई.
You know, you're in the server. It's like it just feels natural, and it got comfortable as you know I went on.
Yeah, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
네, 처음 2라운드에서는 좀 긴장했습니다. 저번 작년 챌린지에서 같은 경우도 2라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 또 오늘 이제 탈론이 반격에 나서면서
भाई इसका मैं हैंडल कैसे ढूंढूं यार? क्योंकि मैं एथलेट गवर्नर डाला तो समझ रहे हो, गवर्नर ऑफ इंडिया वैसा समझ रहे हो क्या है इसका हैंडल क्या है?
टैलन में जाके देखना.
दिल जीत गया भाई.
गवर्नर अंडरस्कोर वैल.
भाई दिल जीत गया भाई. हल्का सा स्पेलिंग बोल देते तो. GOVR वही है. NOR मैंने NER क्यों किया? हाँ
how was the chemistry with the team? How did it work with the coach?
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with him.
Why
when I first, worked with him, he was a lot stricter than I'm used to. Like, think of it like a football coach. Very, you know, strict.
Governor crazy
Basically, the first person to probably, you know, call me stupid a lot. And like, but, you know, I have a history with him. But, you know, overall, when, you know, he brought me to Talon, you know, I was, because of my history with him, I think it meshed already really well. Because in the past, you know, at first, I definitely didn't know how to feel about it, but you know, even now we argue a lot, but you know, it's healthy. You know, it's a healthy amount of arguing, and you know, we work well together.
야. 또 이제 코치님이 되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데
Bye. Heavy
작년에도
bye.
이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더
Bye. गाफ फट गया
거리면서
भाई.
좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고
गाफ फट गया.
이야기했습니다.
मेरे को एक बात है, पूरे हिस्ट्री ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स में कोई एक ऐसा बंदा था जिसमें दोनों गेम ऐसा था। लास्ट गेम इसका स्टार्टिंग में देखा जाएगा तो 15-2 स्कोर था, इस गेम इसका 14-2 स्कोर था। ये प्लस मेरे को चाहिए।
Congratulations. Oh, you can sign it on the forehead or the back. Yes. Anywhere you want.
ये मेरे माथे पे कुछ लिखा है क्या? ऐसा प्लस
지금
बोलेगा।
사인을 하고 계신데요.
깡깡 ऑफशॉट अच्छा था, लेकिन ऐसा केडी नहीं था शायद।
들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 그리고 제가 또
सीने नॉक्स भाई इसका केडी दोनों गेम सेम केडी था ब्रो। भाई इसका दोनों गेम केडी 4 का था ना? हाँ?
शायद से हाँ।
प्लेयर पे फोकस कर भड़वे, प्लेयर पे।
एक सेकंड।
Good job.
ट्वीट डाल रहा था।
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. I hope to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye to camera.
Bye.
बाय। बेचारा जा रहा है इसलिए। बाय।
Wow, there are a lot of fans there who were trying to catch that tactic bunny from Governor, who was incredible. There's so much history.
अभी ये देखा कि अपन एक बंदा कितना मारता है, अब हमको दिखेगा कि पूरा टीम कितना मारता है। DRX जो धोने वाला है 2-0, धोने मतलब वाइट वॉश होने वाला है मेरे हिसाब से। तेरे को क्या लगता है? क्या लगता है तेरे को? DRX और DFM?
रुक एक सेकंड, let me check. DFM?
हाँ, डेटोनेशन। White Wars.
Anthem, Man, Net, Popogacci, Medusa, Sis. Never heard of them. Let me check.
तूने
DRX.
मास्टर्स देखा भी है तूने? हाँ?
नहीं।
तो फिर? Never heard of them both.
I think Foxy 9 है तो easy win for DRX.
अच्छा।
I think easy win for DRX. तू क्या बोलता है?
पिंकी वॉल्यूम। हाँ। क्या?
Easy win for DRX.
Easy win for DRX ना? 2-0 ना?
Yes.
भाई वो बंदे ने 25 मारा है भाई। दूसरा टीम का देख क्या हालत करके रखा है, सामने रखा है स्कोर बोर्ड। 4, 5, 5, 7, बाकी 4 का टोटल भी नहीं पहुंच पा रहा है। पूरा गेम खत्म हो गया। हाँ, क्या मारा है वे बंदे ने?
कुछ बोला क्या?
400 ACS भाई।
400?
5 का केडी, 400 ACS।
कितने किल्स किए उसने?
7 फर्स्ट ब्लड, 26
25
शायद 25-26।
रुक यहाँ पे अपडेट हुआ होगा।
क्या भी भाई, अपने कैसे अपने इंडिया में एक तो रहेगा ऐसा बंदा यार। किधर है वो? पढ़े कर रहा है।
इधर मैं
अपने जेंजीस किधर है?
इधर
लंडजीस नहीं,
इधर डिस्कॉर्ड पे।
जेंजीस चाहिए।
डिस्कॉर्ड। हेलो, दिस इज जेंजी स्पीकिंग।
6 अभी भी तू कर सकता है, आई बिलीव। 1 साल का तेरे को हिमालय वो वाला करना पड़ेगा, मोह माया छोड़ के। हाँ
ठीक है, कर लो।
अबे रॉसी लेकर, रॉसी भी गया है ना उधर ही, इसके ऊपर वाले लेवल पे जाके आया है। वैसा वाला मारा है क्या उसने? भाई गलत
भाई
है भाई।
इसने पहला मैप 46 मारा, आई मीन पहला मैप 21 मारा, सेकंड मैप 25
और डेथ्स
13 और 6
डेथ भाई
6-25
गलत है भाई। अगर ये पूरा इवेंट इसने ऐसा खेल लिया ना
भाई, उससे
खत्म
2-4 के लिए 7-3 के लिए
खत्म। अगर पूरा मैचेस पहला था, पूरा मैचेस अगर इसने खेल लिया ना, हो गया भाई, हो गया भाई। अच्छा वो जी के साथ टैलेंट है, तब बात तो है यार। मैं नहीं देख पाता, पता मैं रो देता आंसू, मैं सोच के आंसू आ रहे बेंच, सोच के आंसू आ रहे। हाँ अपने इधर शायद जेंजी रील्स में बिजी है, ये हो सकता है।
किसमें बिजी है?
ये रील्स बनाने में ये होता है। I got the 40. Broke my eye, ik met mij. Oh. Bagda, what are you doing? तेरा वॉल्यूम इतना ज्यादा है ना, यहाँ पे सुनाई दे रहा था। मालूम है आईफोन है, बताने का जरूरी है ढिंडोरा पीटने का। हाँ? ओए ओए आ रहा है ओके, अब
ऐसे नहीं स्ट्रीम में
तेरा मतलब आ रहा है।
हाँ रहने तो मैं हाय चाल
बिंक्स वापस कब ओपन क्वालिफायर्स 369 को आगे जाने के लिए?
कॉफी है, चल रही है मेरी 2 घंटे से। पहले ये लोग आधा इतना कप आइस भर के देते हैं, तो मैं आइस मेल्ट होने का वेट करती हूँ। प्लीज एक ढोकला खिलाओ भाई। मैंने उस दिन क्या ढोकला बनाया था, सच्ची इतना अच्छा, मतलब मैं तारीफ कर सकती हूँ अभी अपने। आई जस्ट नीड टू प्रिपेयर इट इन एडवांस, क्योंकि उसको भिगो के रखना पड़ता है। और क्या ही बेसन वाला नहीं, प्रॉपर दाल वाला, वो सुरती ढोकला होता है ना वैसा। Most expensive clothes we ever bought, my shadi lehenga. That's the most expensive that I ever bought, and nothing will top that for now, I think. Fermentation, yeah. White mocha कितने दिन तक चलेगा? अभी तक खत्म नहीं, अभी थोड़ा ही है, सा ही है। अवतार सिंह किसका सोशल दिख रहे हो यहाँ पे?
Red Bull gives you wings.
और सोशल मैं पति को बिगाड़ रहे हो तुम लोग।
The first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice.
Binks, same headphones, same.
Minds, people enjoy thinking about the game a lot. The team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can
Hi
adapt.
Binks, hi, hello.
Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
आज मैं स्ट्रीम कर रही हूँ
When I was
तो
younger,
वो
I was always
सोफे पे ही
thinking of
सोना
myself
वाला
like
आज
sitting down at like a stool in front of like the people
जाओ
cooking and
सोफे
stuff
पे
and
जाओ
just eating them.
चट
There's literally ice on it, guys.
ये वीडियो देखा था तुम लोग ने
Who is more laid back outside
बैकग्राउंड
of practice?
ओके ये देखा हुआ है हमने ये देखा हुआ है कल आज पेट में कॉम्बा है पूरा खाना कॉम्बा व्हाट इज कॉम्बा बिंग्स भाई आप इतने क्यूट हाय मानस देख लो कितना कंसिस्टेंट हूँ एक दिन के लिए मॉड तो मैं भी वाह कैम फुल स्क्रीन नहीं रहा मेरा पिंपल दिखाओ सबको मैं यार एक जगह पे पिंपल होता है ना फिर उसी जगह पे 10 बार हो जाता है ये एक बार हो गया जान में फेब में भी आ गया मार्च में भी आएगा पूरे साल आएगा इधर मेरे को पिंपल अभी हेलो पिज्जा खा के क्यूट हो गए कॉम्बा इन हिंदी इज ठूसा है इट इज अ महाराष्ट्र कॉम्बा I mean listening to it for the first time I know Maharashtrian words कॉम्बा cute no कॉम्बा है us Finky the us कैसी ऐप में मस्त आप कैसे हो हाय अमन हेलो एवरीबॉडी सब हाय हाय लिख दो सबको एक साथ हाय अरे ये तो सेम डायमंड है मेरी रिंग वाला नहीं थोड़ा सा बड़ा है ज्यादा मेरे को लगा छोटू है कोम्बा इन कोम्ब नॉट कुम इज दैट राइट मैंने भी आज मजबूत खोम्बा है खूम मेरी टेम्पररी मॉडगिरी मस्त अच्छा है कॉम्बाई और सबने मतलब संडे ऐसे खाने के लिए ही होता है ना पहले भी ऐसा होता था जब मैं शादी के पहले वो घर में थी ना तभी भी ऐसे संडे को स्पेशल लंच होता था फुल हैवी ऐसा हैवी लंच करके फिर सोने का ही होता है और कुछ नहीं है कॉम्बले यार सॉरी यार नहीं जम रहा है मेरे को बोलना छोले भटूरे बिंक्स ने बोला था बट वो छोले भिगो के रखना पड़ता है ऐसे ही नहीं बना सकते तुम छोले चने डाल के
भाई मेरा हो गया भाई चीट डे
40 हक एक बार हक दिया और 11 बार बाकी सॉरी 10 बार बाकी है
मेरा चीट डे हो गया
once your body starts getting used to the good food it will throw out the bad food
like तेरे आवाज में मैंने पद्दू मारा तेरा मुंह पे 2 साल कंप्लीट होने दो यार
No, I think now we should start saying marriage certificate बनने दो यार
Again you get that topic फिर बाद में एक पिकाचू कुछ बोलेगा बाद में बैठेगी ये देख
वो तो मैं फनी में बोली थी I don't take it seriously
You but read all the Pikachu's chat बस बस सुपर चैट देखो हर सोशल एक्सक्यूज मी भाई
क्या ये
मेरे को नहीं पता
हाँ
इसके सामने बोलना जरूरी है
मैं बैठी थी तभी उससे सुपर चैट किया बोल बता मेरे को
नहीं
एक्सप्लेन दिस सुपर चैट हु इज हर इज हु
स्ट्रिक्स की फ्रेंड है
हाँ तो
मैं पूछा स्ट्रिक्स की फ्रेंड को कोई जानता है
स्ट्रिक्स की फ्रेंड
हाँ
तो तेरे को सुपर चैट क्यों आ रहा है स्ट्रिक्स भी स्ट्रीम कर रहा है उसको क्यों नहीं जा रहा
क्योंकि वो मेरे चैट में देख रहा है ना वो स्ट्रिक्स को नहीं देखता वो
अवतार भाई आप स्ट्रिक्स के चैट में जाके सुपर चैट करो ये
Six boy.
Offer.
बोलो
They
भाई
were
मेरे से नहीं हो रहा
absolutely just blow it out.
थक गया मैं वॉच पार्टी देख देख के
हाँ?
ये कुछ भी मार रहे पे मैं थक गया मेरा हार्ट कैनॉट हैंडल
Cannot handle क्या?
ये सब शॉट्स देखने के बाद
तो मतलब इट्स नॉट गुड फॉर योर हेल्थ। और कल परसों वॉच पार्टी देख के तेरे को कुछ हो गया तो उसको ब्लेम करेंगे जिसने तेरे को राइट्स दिए। समझ रहा है?
मत बोल भाई नेक्स्ट वॉच पार्टी का भी नहीं मिलेगा राइट।
हाँ तो भाई तेरा हार्ट तो प्रेशर आएगा तो फिर कैसे तेरे को राइट्स दे?
नहीं आ रहा प्रेशर कोई सी नहीं।
तूने बोला अभी
चला गया
नहीं फिर से आएगा तो
चला गया नहीं
अरे अभी एक और मैच है आ सकता है।
नहीं आएगा अभी नहीं आएगा
हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है
बताना
शिट नहीं झेल पा रहा है प्रेशर नहीं झेल पा रहा है। ये क्या
हो गया
फातिमा जी
कर बाबा मत कर
फातिमा जी आर यू देयर सारे बंक्स भाई टाइमिंग हो गई बुंड मार दो तुम आतर भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40
the complete opposite with literally 0 wins last year, but they have a completely different team this year.
They do. There's just a kind of one holdover here in
Anthem. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
A lot of back and forth as well because we saw multiple players joining this roster, being announced, departing in the offseason. So there's been a lot of head scratching.
भाई एक बात तो है पिज्जा खाने के बाद नींद तो आता है
खत्म
ब्रो सो
हाँ या फिर अगर कम से हो तो उसका भी असर हो सकता है समझ रहे हो। लेकिन मेरे को नहीं आ रहा है बे मेरे को नहीं आ रहा है अपन फुल जोश हाई है। स्ट्रिक्स के चैट में एमसी एनेबल्ड नहीं है।
एमसी क्या
स्टैन एमसी
स्टैन
सुपर चैट
भाई बीच में
एमसी नहीं एससी
एससी करके देखो एक बार करके देखो
नहीं है
करके देखो
हमारा ही फोटो है वो
केवाईसी नहीं हुआ
हो गया कल ही गया करके देखो टेस्टिंग हो
भाई एक सेकंड ये दिखाना जरूरी है ये दिखाना जरूरी था
क्या
कि वो लोग एक भी नहीं जीते अभी तक DRX के सामने। हाँ
8 wins 1 lose 0 wins 9 lose it's okay I think this is the day DFM का आज वो दिन है जब वो पहला मैच
अक्षय शादीशुदा है ना अभी आप भी अपना डालो कपल वाला
बिंक्स वो बेस्ट ऑफ 10 है पता है बेस्ट ऑफ 10 में एक तो मैच जीत ही सकते हो
तो वही बेस्ट काउंट है वैसा।
हाँ
I just wanted to add as well, you know, looking at this as a whole for the DRX roster, they are, I believe, a 5-man roster now compared to the 6 from last year. So it feels like they're trying to, similar to what...
भाई पॉइंट्स के हिसाब से भाई
फैन से भाई DFM के फैन से
पॉइंट्स के हिसाब से भाई वो लोग दिखा रहे स्कोर बोर्ड वो देख के मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई who will win आपके सामने रिजल्ट्स।
भाई अनेबल है मेरा सुपर चैट ऐसे बोल रहे
भाई ये अगर DFM ने अगर अपसेट कर दिया आज एंड आज दी डे है दी डे तो स्ट्रिक्स 200 मेंबरशिप गिफ्टेड करेगा मेरे चैनल पे।
अगर DFM आज जीती बिंक्स
हाँ
तो तुम्हें को 500 दे रहा है।
अगर GFM आज जीती तो 1000 देगा स्ट्रिक्स 1000।
चल ठीक है मैं 1000 दूंगा अगर DFM जीती तो तू 1000 देगा अगर DRX जीती तो।
अभी DFM बोला था ना तूने?
नहीं एक मिनट
एक सेकंड
DFM जीती तो 1000 मैं दूंगा बराबर।
तेरे को बेट लगाना है?
बेट नहीं
फातिमा जी
बेट नहीं
फातिमा जी
बेट कौन बोला एक मिनट बेट कौन बोला?
फातिमा जी देख लो इसका हार्ट कमजोर है और जब हार्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग करता है तभी बेटिंग्स कर रहा है।
बेट कौन बोला
भाई देख लो आपको क्या करने का है मतलब ऐसे ही चलता रहा मैं नहीं कर सकता इसके साथ क्वेश्चन ना।
अगर DFM जीता तो 1000
DFM कौन से यहाँ की है
और अगर DRX जीता तो तू मेरे को ये दे रहा है 1000
तो उसको क्या बोलते हैं क्या
सिंपल है ब्रो DFM जीता था मैं 1000 दे रहा हूँ DRX जीता था तो 1000 दे रहा
हाँ
डन।
क्या बोलते क्या है उसको
मेंबर्स
क्या मेंबर्स तेरी भेड़गी।
To see what the experimentation looks like because obviously you know in a
भाई ये लोग केडी दिखा रहे इसके बाद में जरा गवर्नर का स्टैट्स डालो अभी 2 सेकंड के लिए ऐड करके दोनों को फिर भी नहीं आएगा भाई 4 का केडी था उसका
दोनों के हेयर स्टाइल
चार
सेम
बंदे का
है
प्रोफाइल लगेगा भाई उसके सामने
दोनों के हेयर स्टाइल सेम है
हाँ
सेम ही है हाँ हेयर स्टाइल
डेटोनेशन फोकस में दोनों को 12% मिले FKPR मतलब क्या फाक पर राउंड ऐसा
चैट में क्या लिख रहा है बंदा दिस न्यू DFM इज गोइंग टू शॉक एवरीवन
हाँ क्या
हाँ
बट DRX को कैसे तोड़ेंगे प्रॉब्लम वो है ना वो लोग तो कब से सेम लाइनअप पे खेल रहे हैं एक बंदा चेंज हुआ है शायद
ये DFM CR थी क्या पहले
फर्स्ट किल पर राउंड हाँ वही फर्स्ट ब्लड
आई थिंक DRX इज इवन
फर्स्ट ब्लड आई आल्सो थिंक DRX ही जीतेगा यार बट कंसिडरिंग ये लोग ने भी बहुत मैचेस खेले हो सकता है कि अपसेट हो सकता है आज क्या बोलते हो Whom is showing? She is getting a one. Guys, 11 के likes आज भी हो सकता है सिर्फ 500 चाहिए.
Brings this up all the time. He's seeing stuff coming from the playbook all the time. He wants to see fresh things. But you know what? Let's hear from the coaches themselves. We're gonna hear from them really soon. And I mean, DRX apparently has the largest coaching roster in Pacific.
I think they might be overtaken by ZETA at this point, actually. I think they have 6 coaches on their side, but DRX is also quite massive.
Yeah?
All right, let's go hear from the coaches themselves.
भाई ZETA में 6 कोच है.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific kickoff. You are moments
अभी
away
बोला.
from the last match of the second day. So I'm joined with CHUMMI and Astil from DRX and Detonation Focus Me. CHUMMI 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. So coaches, like first CHUMMI, tell me about your new DRX roster. I mean, there was a change, right? 오늘 이제 DRX 감독님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 정말 오랜만에 600 며칠 만에 로스터 변화가 있었어요. 이거에 대해서 좀 한 말씀 해주시죠.
मैं समझ गया.
저희가 다른 팀에 비해 로스터 교체를
मैं समझ
굉장히 조금 잘 안 하는 팀인데 저희가 국제 무대를 그동안 한 3년 정도 경험을
मैं
하면서
समझ गया यार.
저희도
भाई कभी-कभी ना कुछ लैंग्वेजेस ऐसे रहते हैं जिसको
मैं भी कुछ लैंग्वेजेस देख के समझ जाता पर्सन
देख के नहीं जिसको ट्रांसलेट करने का कोई जरूरत नहीं यार समझ रहे हो जैसा फॉर एग्जांपल म्यूजिक हो गया कोई भी गाना गाए गाना अच्छे से हम लोगों को फील समझ में आता है वैसी सेम ये लैंग्वेज सेम है
for a while, but after experiencing the international games, we feel that it's time and we like hit the limit. So it was the time to change our roster. 그러면 이제 flashback 선수가 팀내에서 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지에 대해서도 여쭤볼게요. So how well is flashback adapting to the team?
플래시백 선수 같은 경우는 저희 아카데미 소속에서 콜업을 해서 이제 주전 선수가
कुछ भी हो ये तो मानना पड़ेगा कि टिमोन एंड बिंक्स की चैट में सब क्वालिटीज है बाय द वे
머리나 이런 게 굉장히 수준 높은 선수라고 생각을
मैं पहली बार में समझ गया था एक और सुपरसेट करने का जरूरत है अगर आके देख लिया तो
저도 잘 모르겠지만 시간을 두고 보면 한국에서 가장 잘하는 선수가 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, we scouted Flashback in our academy, but we don't know how well he'll be, but we are confident that he'll be the best player in Korea, and his aims are really perfect too.
Flashback.
네, 그럼 또 이어서 DFM 코치 아셀 코치님한테 여쭤보겠습니다. Can you tell us about your team's strengths?
अबे रुकना भाई रुकना और यहाँ पे चल रहा है इंटरव्यू.
저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션적인 문제라든지는 좀 이때까지 있었는데 지금은 좀 많이 고쳐지고 좀 또다시 새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데 네, 다 같이 좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 잘 성장해가는 것 같아가지고 네, 그런 게 장점이지 않나.
Well, we had some weakness in the cons, but now we improved a lot, and with the new players, we had the Fade backup, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또
내가 मेरा बात सुना.
감독님께 또
Stream
여쭤볼
sniper.
게 있습니다. 또 이쪽 DFM 선수 측에서 좀
दोनों का एक क्वेश्चन
경계하는
पूछा.
선수가
Stream
있을까요?
sniper भाई.
뭐 DFM에서 또 뭐 많은 선수들이 굉장히 다 잘하지만 저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가 있어서요. 상대 팀이지만 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라고 오늘 기대하고 있습니다.
ये क्या है? फातिमा
So
जी.
I asked Termi about who are you keeping an eye on DFM, and he told me it was May, and he is really expecting of his place. 그러면 또 감독님한테도 여쭤볼게요. 이제 DRX 쪽에는 어떤 선수를 좀 지켜보고 계신가요? Who are you looking after at DRX?
그래 아이디 붙였잖아. हम लोग friends. 아이디 붙여서.
모두가 좀 경계되는
Friends.
그 중에서도 좀 마코 선수가 역시 좀
ये क्या है? फातिमा जी.
우직하게 잘 해주는 선수라고 생각해서 그게 좀 경계되는 것 같아요.
Well, I could say every player I'm looking at, but especially for Mako, he's good at smokes, so I'm looking at him as one of the best players. 그러면 마지막으로 서로에 대해서 한마디로 하는 걸로 끝내보겠습니다.
मैं तो बोलता दो तीन और क्वेश्चंस का पूरा शीट दे दो यार. ये दोनों टीम के बारे में मैं जानना चाहता हूँ.
이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 DFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today. And for the
भाई इतना रेस्पेक्ट जो ये लोग देते हैं यार एक दूसरे को.
हाँ ना.
इतना रेस्पेक्ट भेंचूत अपने इधर क्यों नहीं होता बे?
내고 있는 팀인 만큼
अपने इधर कैसा रहता है अभी? ये लोग को बार-बार आ रहा है बैच. इजी है. ऐसे सब उधर देख अच्छी टीम में इस बार अच्छा कर गया ऐसे सब है.
But we are confident that we can like win through the game and do the
best
best
part
we can do.
인터뷰지.
네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 감독님 두 분 너무 감사합니다. 꼭 도움을 얻으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Coach Hermie and Asel, and I take it back to the desk.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches Termi and Estelle.
Goodbye, thank you for the 10 million
DRX and the reason why they changed their roster after over 600 days. The reason is because there's this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And like, you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, cracks started to form. PaperX finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking? Like, what was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
I don't think it was chinks in the armor, rather than just the whole landscape changing around them and Death not adjusting to it. You know how we talked about how W Gaming was the sort of golden standard once PaperX was able to perfect that. DRX still stayed the same way, where they try to go for those set plays, play a lot more passive, not try to let's say upstart or be able to just outduel the players of PaperX, and everyone else just kind of follows suit, and you saw that there was that form of exhaustion or from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but
क्या था कल?
वो गेंद गुस्सा था ना.
क्या गेंद?
क्या वो गेंद साफ कर रहा गुस्सा था ना.
हाँ मैंने उसको डिलीट किया था. अरे इसकी
about was the gameplay.
हाँ बे. Deepak, thank you for the 5 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे house Deepak.
They were this squad that
everybody looked to, and
everybody was naming strategies after because they were constantly coming up with new set plays, new ways
Hello,
to get on top of your opponents and catch them off guard. And we stopped seeing that innovation for a period of time. Every now and then something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added to this game. They were kind of just following along a trend. Still doing, okay, doing well, maintaining their position at the top, but they weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just inspire this, this feeling of awe in their creativity. So that was completely gone. And then we
कब तक खत्म होगा आज ये वॉच पार्टी?
6 बजे.
लास्ट है ना?
हाँ 6 बजे के पास. कंसिडरिंग 2-0 होएगा, लेकिन पता नहीं आज अपसेट लग रहा है.
But it still wasn't clean. It didn't have that polish on it that you expect from this team.
And it probably is because of the fact that they didn't want to commit to it as well, right? The reason why they actually got Foxy9 in the first match that he did was he was on a duelist, and he was just so aggressive that it didn't look like that was the DRX playstyle that we were so used to, right?
Yeah, in fact, we often commented about this last year during the Pacific season that it looked like Foxy9 was being reined in sometimes, and they just wanted things.
Well, casters, what's this team ups happening? Sorry, DRX बोल दिए.
DRX for their plays and just innovating, and maybe this change is what DRX needs, a new young player to help shake things up and like re-inspire them back to their original form.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use a leash, you need to trust that the dog's not going to go chasing the mailman down the street.
Also true.
For Foxy9, there were certainly times where it's like DRX were being way too restricted, but also times where he was very much overextending. He was getting way too confident and just wasn't putting up the numbers to really back up that style of play. So I think with some more time, we're hoping to see that they maybe have perfected that. If he's going to be playing something that can lurk around a little bit more like that Killjoy and whatnot. So we'll have to just wait and see if they've done it. But
एक team इतना strong है.
What can I say about the predictions? I mean, come on.
I mean,
what didn't went wrong with Sen?
Can't blame us, guys. The DFM's
to
track record,
close
and now
the
with a completely new team, it's a complete unknown. Whereas
They couldn't
DRX,
close
I
the
mean,
map.
even if they weren't shining at their best last year, they're
100
still
Thieves अचानक
DRX,
से
and they have
कुछ
an amazing
ऐसा
reputation over here
clutch moments
in
थे ना
Korea.
उनके.
But we've been proven wrong.
वो
We
लोग
got
rounds
proven
close
wrong
नहीं
just
कर
now
पाए.
in the last match.
Yeah, I know.
There were
I said this. I'm going to
two,
say it
three
again. Even though
very
it bit me in the ass.
minute
There
timing
is
वाला
such a
scenes.
solid jumping off point here for DRX. That core that is
जो नहीं
still
होना
there.
चाहिए
It's
था.
Dax, Mako, and Buzz is absolutely phenomenal. Flashback has
But
gotten
वो
some
कोई भी
rounds
जीत सकता था
in
वो
during the
game.
offseason
Even था वो
alongside
game.
Foxy9. They've gotten more accustomed to these roles that they are very likely going to be using here in this matchup. And we just don't know enough about DFM to be able to back them on this one. We'll see if this bites me in the rear once more. And if it does, then wow, it's the upset of the century.
Yes, it
Loud.
absolutely would be this particular matchup. Yes, I mean,
Loud.
we're
Sorry,
usually
sorry.
happy to be proven wrong because if there's an upset, that means that team, like Talon just now, have been playing beautiful Valorant, and we love beautiful Valorant. We like beautiful things here, don't you like beautiful things?
Of course. We're all beautiful here, so you know, I'm pretty much liking that.
So that's just a prerequisite. Have beautiful analysts.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you feeling? Why do you have anything to add on about DRX?
अपने लिए upset by अपने लिए आराम ज़्यादा.
Besides of historic data that we have.
I'm just looking at it from the point that I don't think DRX are looking to completely change themselves, rather just find that next level for them, right? They have brought in Flashback because they want that extra backline, so it means that they're not really fully committing into Foxy9 being that gung-ho player in the front. They're kind of trying to find that good balance in between and then just inject the same DRX that we know. So that means that they're just trying to reach that next level from what we've been seeing from the changes that they have done. And again, bringing themselves back into that 5-man roster makes it much easier for them to just, oh, we made a mistake in this game, we just have to deal with these 5 players, not the 6 anymore, and then all of the maps that they're going to be playing, they're just going to have these static 5 to use and utilize.
Now, DFM, we don't have that much data on them right now
So
as
they
they
जीता
currently are, but I'm pretty sure they have
जीता
enough
क्या
of their own data to look at how Pacific and how the teams have been playing out last year and so far, and you can tell it's a very aggressive region. DRX is going to have to evolve. DFM is going to need to keep up with the tempo over here in Pacific.
दो
They
points से
absolutely
lead है.
are, and I mean that's not something that is necessarily seen all the time when it comes down to Japanese Valorant. So it's a lot more slow, methodical pacing coming through, kind of like we typically would see from DRX. So maybe we just end up with a bit of a chess game here between the two teams. But
आज
yeah,
गोल्डी पे जाने वाले
DRX
थे.
is going to up that aggression. Things like the tiles crunch on Ascent that they just completely created that everybody has to copy now. If they're going to be hitting DFM with things like that, then DFM needs to be ready to respond, and they need to have some other things up their sleeve. I'm curious as far as this map draft is also going to go, because Icebox was everybody's fear when it came down to if you're going to face against DRX for the longest time. It was a permaban for most teams, just taking that away from them because they were so damn good at it. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case for DRX now with the change.
Go
Yes, but before we talk
Crow!
more about that, we did do an audience survey, so I'm going to take a break from the DRX talk.
Okay.
And the survey was if you could give a gun to only one person when, you know, you're in a game, it's 12-11, and you can only give it to one person. The options are a 40-kill Reyna on your team, some random 40-kill Reyna,
Okay.
or your sweetheart who's only gotten 3 kills.
So you're choosing between something and like Sage Mommy, basically.
Yeah, but you don't know something personally. It's like
3
some
kills.
random. But yeah,
But I'm saying that's basically what this is.
Is it? I don't know. Is it your Sage Mommy that you don't know, or is it your
Sweetheart,
personal
my-
Sage?
I think
my
it's saying your
sweetheart,
personal
my
one
sweetheart.
versus a rando. I'd give
What
it to
would
the
you do?
Give it to the rando.
Would your wife be okay
We
with
all
that?
have partners,
Okay.
but I think they would agree that if they were playing with us, we want to win the game. We don't want to.
देना तो पड़ेगा भाई.
मेरे पास रीजन है स्वीट को देने
बता
का.
बता.
12-11 है,
हाँ
स्वीट है,
हाँ
उसको मैं गन दूंगा,
हाँ
राउंड के लौड़े लग जाएंगे, हार जाएंगे,
हाँ
ओटी जाएगा.
हाँ.
That-
नहीं पर तू 11 है.
फक 40 किल वाला रहना मार देगा ना, ओटी जाएगा ना. हेलो हेलो
थैंक यू.
वेलकम. ये कर सकते हैं कि
बिंगा मेरा बर्थडे आज.
हाँ, तो बाद में मेरा ले सकता है कैंडल. मेरी बात सुन. स्वीट को गन देंगे बराबर,
बराबर
स्वीट को आगे भेजेंगे बराबर,
बराबर.
स्वीट डाउन सीधा फट से हेडशॉट.
हाँ
फिर उसका गन हम रहना को
पर
देंगे.
वो तो सेज है. सेज वॉल करके छुप जाएगी वो.
बोलेंगे ना स्वीट गो अहेड.
स्वीट बोलेगी व्हाई आर यू बेटिंग मी.
तो हम एनिमी को जिगल करके बताएंगे हम इधर है, इधर आओ. नींद आ रहा है तेरे को वॉच पार्टी में?
नहीं नहीं वो थोड़ा
क्या
आ,
नींद आ रहा है तो
हाँ,
बता दे.
नहीं नहीं आ रहा है.
तो अभी मेरे को आवाज सुनाई दिया.
वो आवाज निकली अलग.
अलग कहाँ से निकली?
तो बोल ना.
हाँ, तो मैं बोल रहा था जिगल करके बताएंगे ना एनिमीज को इधर है, फिर हम
हाँ.
सेज के पीछे छुप जाएंगे. समझ रहा है?
हाँ
ऐसा.
अच्छा बहुत बेकार था. मत बनाना नेक्स्ट टाइम.
तेरा क्या है? तेरा आइडिया क्या है?
मेरा आइडिया कुछ नहीं है. मैं रैंक के लिए नहीं खेलता हूँ. स्वीट हार्ट के लिए जो चाहिए वो दे दूंगा.
इसलिए अपने साथ टीम में ये सब हो रहा है. हाँ, स्वीट ने मैच के बीच में
रैंक
मैसेज
गया बाढ़ में. स्वीट हार्ट
ने मैसेज किया रहेगा हिस्ट्रिक्स लेट्स गो ऑन द मूवी करके.
हाँ.
पूरा थ्रो करके अबे कौन ओटी लेके जाएगा, थ्रो
अबे
करके
ओटीवीटी
खत्म
कौन
करता है.
मूवी जाएंगे.
हाँ, समझ गया मैं. समझ गया. मतलब तू वैलोरेंट गेम को रेस्पेक्ट नहीं करता.
आई रिस्पेक्ट.
स्वीट के साथ मूवी जाना तू प्रेफर करेगा, नॉट वैलोरेंट. बराबर.
वैलोरेंट तो खेलते रहूंगा. स्वीट हार्ट थोड़ी आती रहेगी.
ठीक है रेस्पेक्ट नहीं करता. याद रखना वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है तो वैलोरेंट का.
वॉच पार्टीज तो आते रहेंगी. आई मीन पार्टीज.
क्या बोला? क्या बोला तू? ये क्या है फातिमा जी? अब तो ये तो मैं नहीं सुनता. ये तो मैं नहीं सुनता. ना ना ये गया ये गया. अब भी तेरे को स्वीट ने बोला मूवी करके, तू क्या करेगा? अब भी तेरे को कोई स्वीट ने मैसेज किया और बोला कि मूवी चल, तो तू क्या करेगा?
What I meant to say is,
मेरा क्वेश्चन का आंसर दे.
हाँ मैं बोलूंगा अपन साथ में एक मॉनिटर पे मैच देख सकते हैं.
नहीं, उसको मूवी जाने का बाहर थिएटर पे.
अपन आईआरएल वॉच पार्टी कर सकते हैं.
आईआरएल वॉच पार्टी करेगा तू मूवी थिएटर के अंदर?
हाँ,
मोबाइल निकाल के
कैमरा ऑन करके.
अच्छा, मतलब जानबूझकर तू कॉपीराइट खाएगा, चैनल उड़वा देगा तू.
चैनल वैसे भी एक्टिव कहाँ पे?
बात तो क्यों रुका राइट्स के लिए?
कर दो क्या? कर दो क्या?
शर्म नाम का चीज नहीं है बंदे में. भींच.
हाँ, मेरा राइट बचा लेना.
तेरा राइट अभी लेफ्ट होने वाला.
शायद से
तेरे को अभी से वॉच पार्टी लेफ्ट्स मिलेंगे तेरे को।
लग तो रहा है।
अबे ये है बे पल्सर।
हाँ बहुत अच्छा माउस है।
तू इसका बात कर रहा था क्या?
हाँ।
अरे मेरे को ये सेटअप दे दे प्लीज।
भाई एक चेयर चाहिए।
ये देखना पड़ेगा, ये अच्छा दिख रहा है।
तेरे घर पे एक एक्स्ट्रा चेयर होगा तो भेज दे। थैंक यू।
हाँ मेरे घर पे है एक्स्ट्रा चेयर।
भेजना। थैंक यू।
वेलकम। 400 का लिया मैंने आइकिया से।
वो प्लास्टिक वाला चेयर नहीं चाहिए। वो
चेयर को चेयर ही बोलते हैं।
गेमिंग चेयर।
ये तूने अब भी डाला, अब भी डाला तूने।
बंक सर मेरे को पता क्या करेगा इतना कमा के, कुछ तो दे भाई मेरे को।
एटलीस्ट मेरे को घर खरीदने का है खुद का।
मेरे को बता कितने फंड्स कम लग रहे हैं तेरा घर लेने में?
4 करोड़।
नहीं ऑन स्ट्रीम बताना पड़ेगा तेरे को।
बोला ऑन स्ट्रीम ही तो बोला।
नहीं
4
सच
करोड़
बोलना पड़ेगा।
सच बोला मैंने। 4 करोड़।
नहीं कौन सा घर लेना बता।
कौन सा कर लेना है? बड़ा कर लेना है।
बड़ा नहीं, कितना BHK?
4 BHK।
कौन से एरिया में?
कोई भी एरिया में।
4 BHK में 2 लोग रहेंगे क्या?
तो आगे का नहीं सोचूंगा।
आगे कितने बच्चे?
मेरे को एक बात, कितने बच्चे बढ़वे उसका एक सेटअप रूम रहेगा, मेरा एक सेटअप रूम रहेगा, 2 रूम हो गया। एक अपना एक नॉर्मल रूम रहेगा।
ऐसा भी चाहिए।
और एक तो सेटअप पे हम थोड़ी सोएंगे बे।
हाँ ठीक है।
हाँ एक अपना नॉर्मल रूम रहेगा
3 BHK
और एक गेस्ट रूम रहेगा। मतलब मॉम डैड किधर आके रुके, वो लोग रुकेंगे
मतलब
सेटअप
मैं
पे।
किधर आके रुकूं? बराबर।
नासिक जाना पड़ेगा
मेरे लिए गेस्ट रूम।
तो
थैंक यू यार।
4 इज द बेयर मिनिमम। ऐसा 3 मतलब एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन 4 इज लाइक सॉर्टेड लाइफ, क्योंकि हम दोनों वर्क फ्रॉम होम है और दोनों को सेटअप वाला वो रूम चाहिए।
तो एक प्रॉपर्टी है पेंट हाउस।
हाँ
पेंट हाउस मिल रहा है साउथ बॉम्बे में, चाहिए?
फ्री में दे रहा है
यार दे सकते हो फ्री में। 1 मंथ का रेंट फ्री में।
1 मंथ का रेंट फ्री में। ठीक है। क्या करेगा स्ट्रिक्स? इतना घर कहाँ पे छाती में लेके जाएगा तू? क्या करेगा?
स्ट्रिक्स घर गिफ्ट कर रहा है।
हाँ देख, ये देख कितनी खुशी होगी। देख पेंट हाउस बॉम्बे पिंकी, पेंट हाउस 4 BHK।
स्ट्रिक्स एक रूम तेरे को परमानेंट
5 कर दे भाई। ये देख शार्क टैंक का ये लास्ट ऑफर है।
अभी लेके आऊंगी +1 स्ट्रिक्स। अभी क्या अभी?
शाउट आउट वो अलग शाउट आउट भी देंगे। तेरा चैनल का नाम फीड करेंगे अपन।
डिलीवरेबल्स के लिए हम चैनल का नाम के आगे ऐसे स्ट्रिक्स ओपी ऐसे लिखेंगे।
स्ट्रिक्स ओपी /
और इंस्टाग्राम के डिस्क्रिप्शन में स्ट्रिक्स ओपी प्लीज ही इज सिंगल गर्ल्स स्लाइड इन द डीएम्स ऐसा।
ओ बाय मतलब मैसेज छोड़ के सीधा आयरल स्लाइड करते करते आएंगे वो लोग, समझ रहे हो?
वाह
मैसेज नहीं करेंगे, यहाँ से स्लाइड होते होते सीधा बॉम्बे साइड आएंगे वो लोग।
ये तो बहुत बड़ा पर्क है भाई।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ बात करे। बच्चे का नाम भी स्ट्रिक्स डांस स्ट्रिक्स 2.0 रख देंगे। फर्स्ट नेम बच्चे का स्ट्रिक्स, सेकंड नेम 2.0 चलेगा मेरे को, कोई सीन नहीं। डांस किधर साइन करना है?
चल अभी चेयर को भेज पहले।
तेरी माँ का 400 रुपए का चेयर मांग रहे फिर भी बेंच पक साला। ला 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 ला।
मैं माँ को क्यूटी को देखने आई।
क्या गाली दे रही है?
ये रहा।
अच्छा ऐसा
माँ को क्यूटी।
सी क्यूटी।
ऐसे बोला कौन डरेगा बे?
ये भी बहुत मारता है, मैं इससे डरती। स्टैक्स
भाई इसका अलग लेवल का वो है कंसंट्रेशन। 2-0 है लग रहा है। पापा पोस्ट तो है यहाँ पे तो डांसिंग हो रही है ड्यूड्स।
बम्पू बम्पू ए चैट न
तो दुनिया के बाहर आएगी तू। हाँ
अरे चैट में लिखा किसी ने चैट
क्योंटा
बट टेक्सचर ने जो मारा
भाई
कल
मीटियोर भी जो मारता है
भाई मीटियोर ने क्या मारा है कल व्हाट द फक क्या खा रहे भाई
वो था फ्लैशबैक।
इजू भाई
वो भाई सब मेकअप करता है
भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर बन रहा हूँ मैं।
Makeup and new.
अच्छा लग रहा है।
तो मैं क्या बता हेडफोन्स पहनेंगे सब बाल खराब हो जाएंगे।
तो अभी तो फोटोशूट के लिए जा रहे हैं ना वो लोग।
I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind. But like if something is trending, I'll try to do it.
इसमें तो मेकअप करेगा तो भी खराब दिखेगा।
제 세라피 많아요?
हाँ बंग्स भाई।
ध्यान देने दे।
आइए।
ट्रेंडिंग पे था ये।
Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
저희 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷!
근데 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는
나 어디 पे बात कर रहा हूँ।
분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Makes sense.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's very really good player.
भाई ये बहुत मारता है स्ट्रीराज़ो।
हाँ भाई सुनो नीचे क्लिक के आ रहा है कुछ तो जो मेरे को एकदम वो दे रहा है यार।
क्या आ रहा है?
नीचे जो लिख के आ रहा है एक बार पढ़ ले भेज।
मैंने तो अब पढ़ा।
लौड़े लग गए। क्या सीन? Is it time to check some Twitters? भाई मेरे नसीब में क्या सिर्फ 2 ही गेम वॉच पार्टी करने का है क्या सीन? हाँ
दूसरा कौन सा है?
2 गेम हुआ ना, एक जी और एक अभी ये। क्या सीन है भाई?
I think time to sleep.
मेन बीट क्या मालूम है, ये लोग बताते नहीं है बे क्या मतलब कितना टाइम।
मेरे को बता। हाँ वो तो है।
वो है अभी उधर कैसा हो देख, वहां पे एक बंदा कैमरामैन लटक के ऐसा शॉट दे रहा था कि देख इसका माउस खराब हो गया, हेडफोन खराब हो गया, हम उसका ईयरबड्स चेंज कर रहे करके लटक के बेचारा ना। पै 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 क्या सीन? आज रात को कौन सा मैच है? एक ही मैच है आज।
एक ही मैच है अमेरिका का।
हाँ क्या सही?
भाई प्रोडक्शन तो है भाई,
प्रोडक्शन है, शॉर्ट्स क्रेजीली है। मैं सोच रहा हूँ अभी कल्टी मार के रात को स्ट्रीम करने का ट्राई करूँ क्या, अगर उठ गया तो। वो सोच रहा हूँ।
क्यों अभी अगर तू सोया था रात को कितने बजे मैच है?
रात को 3:30 बजे, मैं 9:30 बजे नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम कर लूंगा, या फिर मेरे को उधर भी स्ट्रीम करना बचा, उधर कर लूंगा मैं 9:30 बजे
रूटर पे।
हाँ बाप रे छूत, इधर उधर करके बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। तेरा जाने वाला है रे, जल्दी जल्दी जाने वाला है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ। 5 मिनट का मतलब 5 मिनट अपन ने और ने बात कर लिया ना, तो 5 मिनट में जाएगा। तू पढ़ता है कि नहीं कुछ जो आता है? हाँ पढ़ता है कि नहीं बेन के लौड़े तू? हाँ ये गया बे, ये इसका लास्ट है, लास्ट।
अरे आई एम रूटिंग फॉर ब्लीड ऐसा।
हाँ रूट करे तो मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ 9:30 बजे रूट कर सकता
समझता नहीं बे, लोगों को लगता है मैं मस्ती करता हूँ।
तू आएगा क्या 9:30 बजे बता रूट करने?
नहीं
बाहर जाना?
मेरे को कॉलेज का इवेंट है, कॉलेज का टूर्नामेंट है
रात को 9 बजे।
हाँ
9:30 बजे कॉलेज का टूर्नामेंट है तेरा?
हाँ।
अच्छा वीडियो कॉल करूँ
खेल रहा
तेरे
है क्या
को?
बता, कॉलेज का टूर्नामेंट ले रहा है एडमिशन।
कौन सा कॉलेज रात को 9:30 बजे चालू रहता है ये भी बता दे।
पता नहीं भाई, कॉलेज में थोड़ी है, ऑनलाइन इवेंट है।
हाँ
ऑनलाइन इवेंट है,
कॉलेज का टूर्नामेंट है, ऑनलाइन इवेंट है।
हाँ।
मैं आपके बिल्डिंग में आया हूँ मिलने, आओ क्या? नहीं जरूरत नहीं। कैसे बात जान के कर लैंग्वेज लूज मोशन मेरी जान।
व्हाट बेस्ट इवन एशिया है ये?
कौन सा? DRX? हाँ
फिर इसके बाद PRX में आ रहा है ना?
हाँ PRX नंबर 1 2 पे। DRX बहुत टाइम पे नंबर 1 पे था।
रोलेक्स बोलते हैं।
हाँ क्या?
हाँ
Kings because it's a brand name and you have to be very careful with brand names in watch parties. La 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 la. क्या करो यार, कितना मैंने किया हुआ है मैंने? मेरे को 5 करने का, ये कभी खत्म होगा? 25 को ना? 25 26 27 28 3 के अलावा मेरे को और 3 करना पड़ेगा बे। कल्टी मारू क्या चैट? रात को करता हूँ स्ट्रीम।
नहीं अंडी
मंडी क्या भाई?
अंडी मंडी मैच खत्म करके जाने का।
तू आज रात को वो एक मैच देखने आने वाला है?
नहीं
तो फिर
क्या?
तू इधर एक मैच ज्यादा देख रहा है, मैं उधर एक मैच ज्यादा देख रहा है। अंडी मंडी काहे दे रहे हो बे भींचू?
अबे अभी मेन मैच है भाई, DRX और DFM।
इजी है 2-0 और ये चालू हुआ तो मैं तो अभी भी देख सकता हूँ, मैं तो मूड में ही हूँ देखने के ना
भाई। ये क्या बोलते हैं, रात को कौन सा मैच है?
इसके साथ देखते हैं, इसके साथ देखते हैं। ये मेरे हिसाब से इजी 2-0 है बे।
क्या रात को कौन सा मैच है?
कुछ नहीं रात को कौन सा है पता नहीं, मेरा ब्रेन प्रोसेस नहीं कर रहा। मैं कर रहा हूँ लेकिन रात का भले एक मैच हो।
कितना डम है भाई तेरा ब्रेन।
ला चलो तो फिर चटकता हूँ भाई, ये लोग का पता नहीं भाई, भरोसा नहीं है मेरा। थोड़ा ऐसा कुछ मालूम पड़ता 5 मिनट 10 मिनट, कुछ तो 15 मिनट 20 भी मिनट 30 मिनट 1 घंटा तो भी चलते। ये ऐसा नहीं भाई, 4-5 घंटा लगा दिया मेरा हो गया। चलो मिलते हैं।
चलो फिर मैं भी जाता हूँ।
ओके बाय बाय
बाय सी यू बाय।
चलो चैट, ये मैच में देखते देखते ही सोने वाला हूँ मेन चैनल पे, तो मेन चैनल पे चिल्स करते हैं ठीक है। दैट इज इट फॉर टुडे। रात को आते, रात को तो अच्छा मैचेस होएगा ही होएगा विकास में, ठीक है। उसके पहले मैं जब भी उठूँगा, अभी 3:30 बजे जब भी उठूँगा, 9:30, 10, 10:30, 11 बजे जो भी है, मैं उधर स्ट्रीम करूँगा आज। तो उधर आ जाना यार, उधर भी सपोर्ट करना, ठीक है, क्योंकि मेरा बैकलॉग बहुत ज़्यादा है पॉज पार्टी की वजह से अभी, ठीक है गाइस। उधर वैल्यू खेलेंगे भाई, इतना देखने के बाद उधर दूसरा गेम नहीं आएगा अभी, थोड़ा 1-2 दिन उधर भी वैल्यू खेलूँगा मैं, थोड़ा मूड में आ गया मैं, ठीक है। इंस्टाग्राम पे अपडेट्स दूंगा, स्टोरी डाल दूंगा जब भी लाइव जाऊंगा। तो मिलते हैं, टेक केयर्स, बाय, आदियोस, चड्डी पे पादियोस। और तुम लोग वहाँ पे मोबाइल से भी देख सकते हो, पीसी से भी देख सकते हो, किधर से भी देख सकते हो। सो मेक श्योर टू ट्यून इन। तब तक मैं ये भी मैच अलॉन्ग विद वन मोर इम्पोर्टेंट मैच देखने वाला हूँ। ट्रॉफी घर पे आएगा, समझ रहे हो। चलो बाय बाय, टेक केयर्स, गुड नाइट्स, बाय, सिया, मिलते हैं, बाय।